Born Chaos, Blood Rose Nights Book 3. Written by Keary Taylor. Narrated by Raven Wildwood. Chapter 1. Before the next summer solstice, you will hate the man you love most. Echo, echo, echo. Archer King's words echo through my brain in a deafening chorus. But as I stare into those dark eyes, as I see the hope in them, the love, the devotion, I feel some of that fear ebb. I love Sebastian. I love him more than I've ever loved anyone in my life. It is still equal parts elation and terror when the word whispers out over my lips. Yes. The smile that lights Sebastian's face could melt off all my clothes. He slides that brilliant ring onto my finger and surges forward. His hands cup my face, and his lips are the reassurance I'm looking for as they meet mine. I love Sebastian. I love him. Good grief, I love him with everything in me. So I make a vow right here. I won't let Archer's prophecy come true. I won't let anything come between us. I will do whatever it takes to make sure this relationship works. You had me scared for a second there. Sebastian chuckles into my lips. You kind of looked like you were going to bolt. I shake my head, even though, once more, Sebastian has proven that he can read me like no one else can. I've always thought it was like he could read my mind. And I know it's a problem when that thought now terrifies me. I've kept more than a few important facts from this man. It's going to take more than a marriage proposal to make me run away, I say softly instead. My eyes rise to meet his, and I'm relieved when he offers a sweet smile, that familiar look of complete adoration there. I know we haven't talked dates yet, he says as he takes my hand, and slowly, he walks backward to one of those plush white couches. He sinks back into it and pulls me into his lap. Heat and excitement spark in my lower belly as I kneel one knee on either side of his hips, settling my weight onto him. But there's certainly something to be said about a June wedding. How about the 21st? It's a Saturday. June. At the suggestion, my heart jumps into my throat, thudding hard. Sebastian can hear the increase in my heart rate, evidenced by the slight furrowing of his brows. I don't know exactly which date the summer solstice is, but I do know it's in June. June sounds amazing, I say with an easy smile, despite the panic inside of me. I've always been up for a challenge. If we're getting married in June, there's no way I can hate him that month. Are you all right? Sebastian asks softly, as his expression sobers a bit. If this is too fast, if you're not sure. It's just been the world's longest night. I cut him off, blinking at the exhaustion that is indeed making me feel like the world is moving in slow motion. You know, killing a psychopath, cremating a body, taking a necromancer prisoner, getting engaged. I force a smile. Days don't get much bigger than this. Sebastian smiles, though it doesn't quite reach his eyes. I snuck out. I lied to him. Despite him begging me to let Roman do his job and stay out of danger, I went right into it. He might not know the entirety of what happened in that cemetery, but he knows enough. Let's get you to bed then, he says. Gripping me by the hips, he stands right up, keeping me secured around his waist. I need you well rested, future Mrs. Vincent. We have a wedding to plan. And despite my fears, despite the uncertainty planted in my mind thanks to Archer, I do find myself smiling genuinely. I press my lips to Sebastian's as he carries us to his bedroom. I take his mouth as mine, and he brands me as his own. We're perfect together. We understand one another. Neither of us is totally black and white. And together, we're going to build a beautiful future. Sebastian steps into his bedroom and gently lowers me to the bed. Hovering over me, he trails his lips from my own to my jaw. His lips barely brush my skin as they glide over the hollow behind my ear. I love you, Juliet, he says softly, and every fiber in me believes his words. I can feel it. I can taste it. I love you too, I whisper. I wake up feeling anxious the next night. I know I had dreams all day, but I can't quite grasp them now. There was blood. There were screams. There was eerie green light. There were lies and burning hearts. There were flowers and sunsets. I'm relieved when both Sebastian and I are on duty at the hospital. We both dress, grab some donor blood from the fridge, and head out the door. Hand in hand, we walk down the slushy sidewalk. And I feel better when Sebastian brings my hand to his lips and he presses a kiss to the back of my hand, just above that beautiful ring. I think I really look at it for the first time. The center diamond is huge, and all the sunspray diamonds around it? This thing must have cost a fortune. It's a bizarre thing, changing your financial status dramatically. I've been below poverty-stricken my entire life. I've starved. I've stolen from grocery stores because I thought I might die if I didn't eat something. And then, in college, I barely made enough to get by, to keep a roof over my head, and a minimal amount of food in the cupboards. And that was accomplished by accumulating over 200 grand in student loans. But that debt is gone now, thanks to Mason. And now that I'm fully certified, I'm making an incredible salary. For the first time in my life, I don't have to worry about money at all. And in 7 months, Sebastian and I will be married. Sebastian not only has his salary as a doctor, he owns the entire freaking hospital. And that's not even touching what he makes as the blood kingpin of the city. I swallow once. Thinking about money makes me uneasy, but I shove it down and lift my chin. I have to get my head in the game as we walk into the hospital. I need some chaos, some screams, some blood to set my head back on straight. I really hope it's not going to be a quiet night in the emergency room. When are we going to have that talk you promised me? I read Elena's text when my shift ends. Standing at my locker, I look down at her words on my phone. Maybe this will help. I need to decompress. I need to talk through this a little bit. I need to get some words out, even if I can't tell her everything. She's still my best friend. I'm just getting off work. I type out. You busy this morning? I have something I need to tell you. I will always clear my schedule for you, my love. Her response comes through almost instantly. I'll send the car for you right now. Be ready in a few minutes. I smile and set my phone down, pulling my scrub top off and throwing it into the bin. Hey, I'm going over to Elena's, I say as Sebastian walks into the locker room. He's got a smear of blood on his left side from someone who came in after they biffed it on the slick sidewalk and caught themselves with their forehead on some stairs. Time to start spreading the news? He asks with a smile, those dark and daring eyes fixed on me. He steps forward, his hands coming to my hips. His eyes drink me in, trailing over the black bra I'm wearing. I loop my arms behind his neck and nod as I press my lips to his. And just the smell of him is enough to calm me. He smells like promises and shared darkness and understanding. The warmth of his hands pressing into my back is grounding. I kind of feel like maybe we should just call a council meeting so we can tell the whole of Chicago at once. Where's the fun in that? Sebastian chuckles, bringing his nose against mine. I'm a little jealous I don't get to be there to see the look on Elena's face. You're welcome to come, I offer. He smiles and shakes his head. I have some things I need to take care of. Besides, I don't think I can handle the look on Mason's face when he finds out. I sigh and try not to roll my eyes. Mason is fine, I say. Seriously, we talked about it. He doesn't have any problem with you and me. Good, Sebastian says as he presses a kiss to my forehead. I'd hate to have to hurt the little prince if it came down to it. He's just too damn nice for his own good. I smile because it's true. You'll be home around dinner? I have a feeling Elena's going to wrangle up a wedding planner for us the second I tell her. I think our free time is about to disappear. He brushes his thumb up over my cheek. I'll be home by then. Something sobers in his eyes. Promise you're really going to Elena's? Something cold drops in my stomach. I lied to Sebastian just 2 days ago about where I was going. He knows it, and we haven't talked about it. I promise, I say, nodding gravely. I don't have the energy or willpower to get up to any shenanigans today. Okay, he says with a somewhat forced smile. He presses another kiss to my lips and steps to his locker. I finish changing and kiss him goodbye as I head for the doors. The moment I step outside, a sleek black limo pulls up to the curb. Elena's driver hops out and opens the door for me. The first 2 months of my arrival in Chicago were spent riding around in limos. I didn't hardly have to lift a finger for anything. I haven't missed this. Slowly, I'm trying to live life on my own terms again. It's a quiet morning in the city. It's a Sunday, and the weather is still horrendous. Where the streets and sidewalk were slush last night, they're ice now. We slide around one corner and slip through a streetlight. Thankfully, the intersection is empty. I breathe a sigh of tense relief when we finally pull up to Godfrey Tower. It's almost like stepping back through time when I walk through the main doors. Once upon a time, this was my home, however short it lasted. I'm genuinely happy to see Poe as I walk by the main desk, and he practically has a heart attack when he spots the ring on my finger. I spend an entire 10 minutes in the lobby telling him all about it. He gives me a temporary badge to get up to the penthouse level. When I moved out months ago, I left my badge, trying to give closure to that chapter of my life. But here I am again, swiping the badge at the elevator and rising 62 floors. And it all comes rushing back when the elevator opens, and I see straight through the building to the massive windows that look out over the city. I ignored who I was in this building. I put my life on pause here. I buried my head in the sand. I had an entirely new existence to get used to then. My immortal lifetime as a vampire was just beginning, and the world as I knew it had just been dumped on its head. I'm so damn glad that part is over. It's too quiet as I cross the marble floor to Elena's door. All this space, and it's only occupied by 2 people. Twins with twin penthouses, richer than nearly anyone else in this city. I grab the doorknob and push it open. Elena? I call into the dead silent penthouse that's dripping black and gold. In here, she calls from the depths. I need your opinion. Quick. I smirk because I know there is no true emergency to be quick over. But still, with barely any effort at all, I'm at the entryway 1 second and in Elena's massive closet the next. She's standing in the middle of it, wearing nothing but a white matching pair of panties and bra. Hanging on the rack in front of her are 4 identical dresses in different colors. Which color makes me look more intimidating? She asks without looking at me. Her gaze is laser-focused on the task at hand. Well, the green certainly screams money, I say as I fold my arms over my chest. The purple makes you look royal. The gray is all business. The black is sexy. You're so not helpful, she says flatly. I chuckle. The green. I assume this is for some important meeting? It is, she confirms. Green makes you seem confident when it comes to money. I think that one. She makes a simple nod and pulls it off the hanger. She steps into it and turns her back to me to help her zip it up. I catch the label and shake my head in disbelief. Each of these dresses had to cost well over $1,000, and Elena got one in 4 different colors because she couldn't make up her mind. I think you're right, she says as she admires her figure in the full-length ornate golden mirror on the wall. Green is my color. Maybe you better ask my advice more often, I tease with a cocked eyebrow. My best friend looks over at me with a smirk, her eyes trailing up and down the length of me. I'm wearing a simple pair of jeans and a plain black long-sleeved t-shirt. I'm about as basic as it gets right now. Without a word given to that, she pulls her hair to the side for me to unzip her. Anyone die last night? She asks casually. She steps out of her dress, hangs it, and searches for something else to wear. Not on my watch, I say, always proud when I can answer this way. Though I swear, the ice on the roads is more deadly than all of the stabbings. In this city? She questions. She comes away with a white bodysuit and a pair of black leather pants, which she wiggles up over her tiny frame. Believe it or not, I answer as I follow her out of the closet. We walk through her way over the top bedroom and then out into the kitchen. Elena goes straight for the fridge and takes out 2 blood bags. She hands one to me and then leans against the counter. Good night. Do you know how long it's been since I had anything fresh? She says as she sneers at the cold liquid. I'm going to snap if it goes on much longer. Maybe we should go to Roman Nights tonight? Think you'd get in too much trouble for slurping down a delicious willing donor? I feel my face flush red. I knew it was coming, and the perfect opportunity has just presented itself. Yeah, I think that might not go over so well. I hold up my left hand, putting my engagement ring on full display. Holy shit! Elena gasps, dribbling blood down her chin onto her perfectly white bodysuit, forever ruining it. She sets the bag on the counter, which instantly starts leaking all over. But she snatches up my hand so fast, it's nearly impossible to see the movement. He really proposed? Pretty sure that's what this thing indicates, I say with a nervous laugh. And you said yes? Elena asks stupidly, her expression shockingly unsure. Elena, you're looking at the ring, I point out. Of course, I said yes. Oh my gosh, she gasps again as she blinks hard and shakes her head. You're getting married. I'm getting married, I repeat, wishing it was only excitement filling me right now. But there's still that little drop of fear in my mind, planted there by Archer and his stupid prophecy. When? Elena demands, her eyes widening just a bit, and I can already see the wheels spinning in her brain. June 21st, I confirm, though we haven't talked about a single other detail. Good, because I know the best in the business, Elena says as she turns away from me and starts typing into her phone like a maniac. She's crazy busy, but I know she'll make room for us. She owes me a favor anyway. Typical Elena. She might be a spitfire little thing, but she can be terribly predictable at times. And I love her endlessly for it. Know any good real estate agents, too? I ask, as I look around her over-the-top apartment. I'm wanting to find us a new place to live. You know, something that's us. Are you kidding me? She asks, as she looks up at me with an arched eyebrow. You want to plan a wedding, work as a doctor, and buy a new house and move? Even you can only handle so much, my dear. Don't tell me what I can and can't handle. I sarcastically snap at her. I'm a very big girl. I can handle all the things. She chuckles and lays her phone on the counter. She crosses the space to me, putting her hands on my shoulders. I know you can handle everything in the world. Maybe take baby steps so you can actually enjoy life. Planning your wedding can be stressful, but it's supposed to be one of the most romantic times between a couple. Right, I say, letting out a tiny breath. Juliet, my best friend says, her voice quiet and soft. What's on your mind? You're holding back, I can tell. Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to tell her the real reason for my hesitation? That a crazy man, tied up in a cemetery, told me that Sebastian and I were doomed. I just want to make everything happen all at once, I say instead. It's a skewed version of the truth. Patience isn't one of my best qualities. Elena smirks at me, because she does know me well. No need to rush things, my little lamb. Both our eyes snap to the door when we hear footsteps outside, and just a moment later, the door opens, and in steps Mason. What's wrong? He asks as soon as he sees the blood dripping down Elena's white top. You're never this sloppy. Juliet here is just dropping bombshell news, Elena says, and there's a touch of dread in her voice. She warned me, she warned us, and things did get a little messy. Why don't you show him? Mason and I are in a good place. We really are. But still, there's a little clamp of trepidation that grabs my stomach as I meet Mason's eyes. But I raise my left hand, displaying my ring. Sebastian proposed yesterday. I said yes. And I'm so damn relieved when it's only surprise that fills his face. Oh, wow, he says as he steps forward, taking my hand to observe the ring. I mean, I guess I should have seen it coming. He's obviously completely obsessed with you. That's a good way to put it, Elena chuckles. Congratulations, Juliet, Mason says as his eyes rise to meet mine. I'm happy for you. And he means it, because that's just the saint he is. Once upon a time, we both had dreams that we might be the be-all, end-all for each other. It was easy to daydream about the future he and I might have. But in the end, it never would have worked. Mason and I come from completely different worlds. Thank you, I offer, with a soft smile. So, do you have any plans in 3 weeks? Elena asks as she claps her hands together, fixing me with those devising eyes. Because an engagement calls for an engagement party. Chapter 2. What are your plans today? Sebastian leans against his locker, arms folded over his chest, as he watches me get ready to leave the hospital. Honestly, I'm probably going to just be a total lazy bum at home, I say as I step back into my own pants. Messy bun, old gross sweatshirt, no pants. There will probably be ice cream and Netflix involved. Damn, you're making me think I need to hire more staff just so I can go with you. No pants, ice cream? Sounds like the perfect day, he says with a smile, his eyes running down the length of me. Are you sure there isn't anything I can do to help you? I ask, as I step forward, gripping the front of his scrubs and pulling myself closer to him. I mean, you did ask me to help you run this place. He lays his hands over mine, sending bolts of electricity racing through my veins. You're an angel, he whispers as he leans forward and presses a kiss to my lips. But this is just boring year review stuff. It'll be over in a few weeks. Oh, weeks, I groan as I step away from him and grab my bag from my locker. Though I guess this gives us an excuse to put off Elena's wedding bloodhound for a bit. I do want to get that engagement announcement out ASAP, though. I don't love all the attention telling everyone over and over brings. Can you carve out some time on Thursday to have the photographer come over? Of course, he says. He steps forward, kissing me one last time before he turns for the door. Call me if your plans change today. My stomach twists just a little bit. Sebastian still doesn't quite trust me to be where I say I'm going to be, and that's on me. It's going to take a while to gain that trust back. Sure. He flashes that panty-melting smile before he turns and walks back into the belly of his hospital. Shouldering my bag, I head out and then through the main front doors, only to have someone walk right into me. It's only my vampire instincts that keep me from going right down to the ground. Oh, I'm so sorry, someone mutters, grabbing me to steady me on my feet, though it's unnecessary. It's okay. Oh, hi, Rick. I tumble through the words. I look up into the intimidating face of Sebastian's bodyguard. Even though it's only about 40 degrees out here, he wears only a black t-shirt, exposing those completely tattooed arms. He doesn't wear a hat either, to protect his shaved head. Not that it matters. Vampires don't really feel cold. Excuse me, Miss Doe, he says, his eyes widening just a bit. I wasn't watching where I was going. My apologies. It's okay, I say with a shake of my head. I wasn't either. Are you meeting Sebastian? He's working for a few more hours. I didn't know there was a council meeting today. No, just passing by, he explains. I live in Sebastian's building. I was just headed home. Oh, well, maybe we can walk together, I say, reminding myself that it's important to be friendly to people. This is my new home and probably will be for a long time. I need to put in more effort at times to get to know people. If that sounds good? Sounds perfect, he says, offering a smile that's barely visible through his massive, thick beard. Anything exciting happen through the night? No, not really, I answer with a sigh. Unless you count the constipated old man who thought he was dying. Rick laughs at that, something full and deep. Exciting indeed. It sounds like you have a faint accent, I observe. Where are you from? Serbia, he answers, looking over at me and raising his eyebrows slightly. My real name is Rodanovan Rikanovic, but Rick is a bit easier for Americans to pronounce. I chuckle. Rick it is. It's nice to actually, meet you. We never really got the chance to talk before. No one needs to hear from me at those meetings, he says, with a hesitant smile. But I do hear lots of good things about you. The city certainly has become a more interesting place since you arrived. Are you trying to call me a drama queen? I ask in mock offense. I would never, Miss Doe, he says in absolute seriousness. I'm teasing, Rick. I'm the queen of sarcasm. Know that about me, and we'll get along just fine. He chuckles, slightly embarrassed. So I hear wedding bells are in the future? We cross the street and arrive at my building. Yep, 7 months from now, and life is going to look a lot different. Dr. Vincent loves you very much, Rick notes as we stand outside the door to my building. Yeah, I say simply. It was nice running into you. You as well, Miss Doe. He gives a slight nod, and I watch as he walks across the street aiming for his building. Alone, I walk through the door of my own. I change the second I get home. I go for that baggy hoodie and ditch the pants. It's only 9 a.m, but I'm a nocturnal creature. What does it matter if I eat ice cream when it's breakfast time for the rest of the world? I'm just thinking about climbing into bed when a knock on the door pulls my gaze to it. Since I'm not expecting anyone, I have considered just ignoring it. If my life didn't have such a bad habit of being dire every other day, I would have. I wish I had ignored it when I pull the door open and find the grumpy face of Echo, Sebastian's top blood dealer. Dr. Vincent asked me to bring you a fresh supply, she says. Her tone is flat, monotone. She holds up an insulated bag, and when I take it, it's at least 3 times heavier than I expect. Oh, I really didn't need any for at least another week, I say, surprised. Echo just shrugs. I'm just following orders. She turns to leave, but just seeing her makes my stomach uneasy. Why don't you like me? I blurt. She stalls in the hall, but doesn't turn around. From the very first time we met, it's been pretty obvious you despise me. I just wondered what I did to offend you. She turns just slightly, looking back over her shoulder at me. It was never about you personally. I just think you're walking through life with rose-colored glasses on. And without a second word, she continues down the hall, disappearing around the corner as she heads for the elevator. Rose-colored glasses? Obviously, the woman doesn't know a damn thing about me. I haven't looked at anything in a rosy, warm way my entire life. Hell, Sebastian even called me out once for not liking him. Who the hell does she think she is, making assumptions about me like that? My mood thoroughly ruined, I walk back into the apartment and go to the fridge. Setting the cooler on the ground, I unzip it and my brows furrow. This is weeks and weeks worth of blood. I might possibly be able to survive off this new supply for 2 months. Maybe a bit more if my thirst is under good control. Why do I need so much? Maybe Sebastian worries I'm going to get stressed and burn through it faster as we plan the wedding. Completely annoyed at the whole world now, I stuff all the blood bags in the fridge, which is now almost completely full, grab that ice cream, and crawl into bed. In the mood for something dark and twisted, I turn on a documentary about serial killers and pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist. The photographer comes to Sebastian's penthouse on Thursday. Sebastian comes home just 20 minutes before. Whatever this yearly review thing is, I'll be glad when it's over. I feel like I get half as much time with him, and truly, I'm starting to miss him. We go for contrast. Sebastian's penthouse is completely white, from the walls to the furniture, even the floor. So Sebastian dons a black suit, and I go with a black dress. My hair is left wavy, falling down the length of my back. Smoky makeup. It feels kind of good to get dressed up. It's been lazy days at home or shifts dressed in green scrubs that end up covered in bodily fluids. The second Sebastian walks out of his bedroom dressed in his suit, that familiar hunger ignites in my lower belly. I'm completely shameless as I drink him in from toe to the crown of his head. Sebastian exudes confidence. He's completely intimidating in his intelligence. And those rose tattoos on the backs of his hands, my mind is naughty with the thoughts of them all over my body in a few months. Juliet. He purrs in that low voice that never fails to turn me on. I feel naked with that gaze. I wish you weren't being facetious. I growl as I grip him by the lapels of his jacket and pull him to me. In the background, the photographer starts snapping, but I hardly notice with the feel of Sebastian's body pressed against mine. 6 months and 26 days, he whispers, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. His hand palms wide against my back, pulling my body into his. His lips slide down to the side of my neck, his tongue lapping out to taste me, his teeth scraping my skin. My head lolls to the side, a smile and sigh forming. This is what I live for. This is what makes all the other hard stuff worth tromping through. Because in the end, Sebastian and I can come to this perfect place where we perfectly align. Now, those are the ones you keep for yourselves after you've been married a few years, the photographer, Rachel, says. And I practically startle because I kind of forgot she was there. I feel myself blush, but Sebastian just smiles that vampiric smile, cupping a hand around my waist. I think we need to have a new photo shoot every year on the anniversary of this one. I call it a blush book, Rachel says as she brings her camera up to her eye again, snapping another candid picture. Because anyone who accidentally opens it is going to blush and either stare like a perv or immediately snap it closed. I like this idea. Sebastian chuckles as he pulls me toward the couch. Perv. I tease him with a grin. The photo shoot lasts 30 minutes. We pose all over the place. In the living room, the dining room, the kitchen, Sebastian's bedroom. Blush book worthy indeed. I know they're going to be epic, and I cannot wait to see them. But there's that little niggling part of my brain that's bothered by the fact that these pictures will forever have taken place in Sebastian's penthouse. I still feel like I'm not on level ground with him. This is still his place. I still work at his hospital. I'm still new in his town. When am I going to feel like I've regained any kind of true control over my life? But I shove the thought aside and smile for the camera. Chapter 3. Sebastian crawls up my body, wrapping his hands around my waist, pinning them above my head. A frantic gasp rips from my throat as he kisses his way down one side of my neck, across the front of my throat, and then up the other side of my neck. I'm panting by the time he nips at my earlobe. You're not that old-fashioned. I breathe hard as his weight settles on top of me. It is the 21st century now, Sebastian says, his breath hot on my skin. But some things are off limits, I state. For now, he says, and I can feel the wicked smile curling on his lips. For now, I echo as he backs away, looking down at me. I have to get going, he says as his tone drops. How much longer is this going to take? I groan. He releases my wrists and rights himself. We're almost done, he answers with a coy smile. He grabs my hand and pulls me to my feet. He wraps his hands around my waist. And when I am done, you're going to get so sick of me. Wedding planning, honeymoon planning. A honeymoon! I gape. I hadn't even thought about that part. Maybe all this wedding business will be worth it after all. As the groom, I find that very offensive, thank you very much. He chuckles with his brows furrowed. Oh, you know I love you, I tease with a sigh, settling my arms around his neck. Gently, he presses his lips to mine, and I feel it. He really does need to leave now. I love you too. I hold on to his hand for as long as I can, until our connection separates, and he walks to the door with one last backward glance. I should probably work on some wedding things. We met with Elena's wedding planner, Jamie. She gave us an entire list of things we need to start thinking about or start working on. So far, all Sebastian and I have done is send in the wording for our engagement announcement. Elena is all over this engagement party, and I know it's going to be so over the top, I'll have a hard time not letting my eyes roll. But it just sounds overwhelming. And the wedding is 7 months away. So I ignore that massive event, only to have my brain immediately turn to a different one. I wander over to the desk in the corner of my living room and pull open the drawer. At the very back, I remove the little wooden box. I reach inside and clasp my fingers around the cold metal surface. I stare at the glowing crystal hanging there. Once, it was just plain white, a trinket from Malcolm's store. Now it glows brilliant red, bound with my mother's gift retrieved from Archer King. She was a curse weaver. I'm holding the ability to weave curses in my hand. It's hard to grasp what that really means. My mother was basically a witch, and it seems impossible that curses can be real. But I've seen the evidence. I can't die. My mother cursed me with that when I was only hours old. She did it to save my life. She cursed my father so that he couldn't find her, to protect him. And if the stories are to be believed, vampires wouldn't exist if there weren't for a curse. Vampirism was the curse given to a man who messed with nature with the selfish desire for immortality and strength. Malcolm told me that curse weavers are exceptionally rare. Neither he nor Sigrid has ever known one. And Archer killed her. But only Sebastian and I know this secret. Marcus Lontock still lives. Sebastian told the Night Council that he killed Marcus because of how dangerous the man is. He certainly is dangerous. But the truth is that Sebastian kidnapped Marcus and is holding him prisoner. His reason? Just in case something detrimental happens to me. Marcus is Sebastian's backup plan if I do something so reckless I die. What my fiancé doesn't know is that I've already died 3 times since he's known me. I can't die. But it's a great comfort. Chicago is dangerous. Life as a vampire is dangerous. I don't know who I'd become if Sebastian were to die. I'd lose my mind. I know I'd go dark. Really dark. So, really, it's me who needs that backup plan. But Marcus isn't just good for keeping Sebastian alive. He can resurrect anyone from the dead, no matter how long they've been dead, from my understanding, so long as he has their bones. I pull out the chair at my desk and sink down into it. Opening my laptop, I pull up a web browser. I haven't been back to Kansas since the day I turned 18. The state is a black mark of pain and uncertainty. I've never even considered going back. But just last week, I got a call from the police department. I'd inquired about where she'd been buried, and they finally got back to me. Peace Grove Cemetery. They didn't know where she was buried. They told me there would be no headstone. But I'd crossed that bridge when I arrived at it. I look at flights. My hometown is almost dead center between the Kansas City airport and the Denver one. And then it's a 4-hour drive from there. I was always in the middle of Nowheresville, USA. The 2-hour flight there is the easiest part of the trip. I'm going to need a few days to look for her remains. And knowing Marcus is locked up as a prisoner puts a sense of urgency in me. I need to go to Kansas, and I need to go soon. I tell Sebastian that Elena and I are taking a girls' trip, a sort of early bachelorette party. I know Elena will back me up, but I'd rather not have to tell her either. Even Elena has her limits. I can tell her that I'm going to look for my mother's remains, but that would involve telling her Marcus is still alive. Hell, I could even tell Sebastian I just want to bring her back. But until I actually find her remains, this feels too personal. Sebastian might know pain in a way most don't, but he doesn't know what it was like to grow up without a father or a mother, to have never even seen her face. So I'll figure out an excuse. I'll figure out a story. I book flights to the Kansas City airport for a month from now. I sit back and rub my fingers into my temples. I can't get headaches anymore as a vampire, but this is stressful. I feel like I'm balancing too many spinning plates on 10-foot-tall poles, and eventually, one or more of them are going to crash down and shatter at my feet. I get up and cross to the fridge. I've never been one to drink alcohol much at all, but suddenly I understand the urge to drink when you're stressed. Only my source of relief is in the form of human blood. But standing at the fridge, looking at all those bags of cold, old blood, my stomach turns. It's literally been months since I fed off a live person. I kind of forget sometimes that I'm actually a vampire. The thought of drinking that donor blood right now makes my fangs lengthen, and infuriation turns my eyes red. I close the fridge and grab my phone. Without thinking this through, I dial the number, holding the device to my ear. "Everything okay?" Roman's voice answers, surprising me with his tone. "Yeah, fine," I say, my brows furrowed. "Hey, don't judge me for asking, but what are the terms of a human coming into your nightclub?" There's a long pause, like this is literally the last question he expected me to ask. "Any human who comes into the club knows what happens in it." "And any human who comes in is free game?" I ask. I feel the adrenaline surging in my body, and it feels good. My senses get more heightened. I can smell every human on this floor, and up and down several other floors. My vision catches every dust mote around. At the thought of blood, I feel the toxins already pooling in my mouth. "So long as they consent?" Roman says, slightly concerned at my last question. "But there isn't much other reason why a human would come to Roman nights in particular." "Would there be many people around right now?" I ask, heading into my bedroom to get changed. "It's early," Roman notes, and I glance at the time on my phone. It's nearly 8. "But the crowd is growing." "I'll be there in 20, I say, and end the call. I feel like I'm hardly thinking straight. I'm grabbing clothes and yanking them on, but the thought of a beating pulse in someone's neck has taken every ounce of my thought process. I can't stop picturing the satisfaction that will race through me when I finally feel that hot liquid in my mouth. Black pants, black shirt, and a black leather jacket. I yank a brush through my hair, grab my phone and keys, and I'm out the door. It's dark outside, save for the streetlights, and it's a Sunday night, so the evening isn't exactly busy. So I travel faster than your average woman. My strong legs carry me fast and smooth. Roman's club is a few miles away, but the distance disappears quickly with my motivation and the strength of what I sometimes forget I am. I can smell it before I can see it. People. Dozens of people. Warmed people. People wearing perfume, cologne. There's the scent of alcohol mixed with it. It smells like a party. It smells like dinner. And I move all the faster. And there it is. The glowing red sign that reads loud and clear, Roman Nights. Dark, glittering, deceptively beautiful. But a sour glare takes over my face when I see Roman standing right at the doors, obviously waiting for me. I try. I really do try not to notice the way he looks as I approach. He's dressed in black jeans and a black button-up shirt that's only buttoned 2/3 of the way up his chest. The sleeves are rolled up to his forearms, exposing the tattoos on his right arm. I want to hate that stupid, wild black hair of his, but it's hard not to appreciate the way it falls into his face. And then there are those brilliant blue eyes. It's too bad his personality is so damn annoying. It's too bad he's so damn nice to look at. Those blue eyes fix on me, watching me the entire time I walk up the sidewalk. He stands there with his hands in his pockets, looking calm, relaxed. But I see the tightness in his shoulders, and I've done enough crazy things with him now to recognize that look in his eyes. The one that tells me he's on guard, and he's expecting the worst. "What's going on, Juliet?" he asks as I walk up. "Nothing. Why?" I answer as I breeze right past him. The bouncer at the door takes note of the tattoos on my left forearm and hand and lets me pass. Because you haven't been here in 6 months, and all of a sudden you're looking for a willing participant. It's rolling off of you in waves. You're burned up about something. Well, that's annoying. Since when could Roman freaking DeLuca read me so well? Well, let's count the bad things, I say as I walk down the hall. I'm carrying around the retrieved gift of my dead mother. A dead man told me my relationship is doomed. I died again just over a week ago. I'm pretty sure I'm disappointing everyone in my life somehow. And I'm buried in all these stupid truths and secrets that I can't talk to anyone about. Seems secrets and lies aren't enough to keep you from turning his proposal down. I look back at him to see his eyes fall down to my left hand. A disgusted sigh escapes my mouth, and I shake my head. I really don't want to talk about my relationship with you, Roman. Without waiting for his spiteful retort, I step into the belly of the club. There are 8 vampires here, besides myself and Roman. I can't tell the difference between humans and the gifted, but there are 47 strangers who definitely aren't vampires. I wander through the crowd, barely able to contain myself. Everyone smells so damn delicious. My mouth is watering, and I feel my fangs lengthening in my mouth. The music pumps through the speakers, loud and deep. I feel the vibrations of it down to my bones. And it feels good. It feels numbing. And that's what I need right now. I scan the potential donors. Everyone is in groups, laughing, dancing, drinking. I'm not really sure how to do this. I don't think it's morally right to just grab someone, drag them into a dark corner, and start drinking their blood. But am I really supposed to just walk up to someone and go, "Hey, can I please sink my fangs into your neck and drink your blood?" I reach the opposite side of the room, feeling a little defeated, but thirstier than ever. I turn back, surveying the room. And then, I catch the eye of a man at the bar. He's with a group of 4 other guys. He's unremarkable, dressed in khaki pants and a white collared shirt, like he just came from the most boring job ever. But he looks clean, not like a perv. Maybe he's not quite as vanilla as he looks, because holding my gaze, he gets up and starts walking toward me. "You look like you need a drink," he says, looking me up and down. I wasn't looking to hit the bar," I say, my eyes falling to the pulse in his neck. And suddenly, I don't know how I've gone so many months surviving off of bagged cold blood. I'm nearly losing my mind here. "That much is obvious," he says with a smirk. I cock my head to the side, slightly, confused. "The eyes," he says, holding up 2 fingers and pointing at his own eyes. "Don't get much brighter than that." I would be embarrassed by my lack of self-control, but I just can't stop staring at that place above his corroded artery. I'm not here for anything but a drink. "And I'm not here for anything but to chase that numb bliss," he says, completely shameless. I've never felt what it's like to be bitten by a vampire, but I've heard it described. Numb bliss sounds kind of nice. I'm glad to hear it's something some people look for in its morbid, twisted way. "So long as we understand each other," I say, breathing harder, taking one step closer to him. "We do," he agrees, closing the distance between us. It takes the last bit of self-control I possess not to shove his head to the side too hard, breaking his neck, giving me full access to veins just under his skin. I don't even stifle the moan of pleasure that escapes me as my fangs sink into his flesh. It's like butter, so soft. And then, there it is, what I've been craving. Wet, hot, coppery. His blood floods my mouth, and in eager, desperate pulls, I drink it down. Bagged blood takes the edge off, but nothing fully sates the constant burning in my stomach, throat, and mouth, like getting what I need straight from the vein. My grip on the man tightens as he goes slightly limp. He's quiet, perfectly still. He couldn't fight me off. Almost no one could, and it would only be if they had some kind of weapon to use against me. The strength in my hands, my limbs, is inhuman. I'm stronger than the bulkiest bodybuilder. I'm faster than any gold medalist. But he doesn't fight against me, and I pull and pull and pull. I've missed this. I've ignored my nature for the past 6 months. I've been throwing myself into work, thriving off of the satisfaction I get from being a doctor. I've gained a radical sense of self-control. I deal with blood every day. But I've ingrained it into my brain that it's not something I need to survive. I've tamped that part of myself down, settling into what, for the most part, feels like a normal life. But this is what I am. I died on a sidewalk in New York City. I resurrected 4 days later. I killed 2 people that night. Not on purpose, but I didn't understand my thirst or my strength. I'm a vampire, and this vampire has gone too long between feedings. There's a commotion. Somewhere in the back of my brain, I sense it. But I'm too satisfied, too happy drinking this man's blood to look up and see what's going on. But a strong, crushing hand suddenly wraps around my upper arm, and I'm yanked back from the man I'm drinking from. A snarl rips from my lips, my eyes vividly red, as I swing around to see who's interrupted me. I come face to face with Sebastian. "What the hell are you doing, Juliet?" he barks. The expression on his face is livid, filled with complete disbelief. He yanks me farther from the man, who collapses to the ground, barely regaining enough control to catch himself from cracking his head open on the concrete floor. "Why, Juliet?" Heat and rage flare inside of me. My base instincts are right at the surface, and adrenaline is coursing through my veins. I grab his wrist and fling his hand away from me. I was thirsty. "I know Echo delivered your latest supply," he growls, stepping forward, leaving only inches between us. "You shouldn't be here, drinking live." I know my face is contorted in rage. I shake my head, refusing to back down. "We never made any kind of agreement, Sebastian. If I feel like I need to drink something fresh, I'm damn well free to do so." He grabs my wrists, pulling them harshly against his chest. His own eyes, which have ignited brilliant red, glare down at me in desperation. "Are you trying to make me a widower again, Juliet? Before we've even gotten married? Why do you have to be so damn reckless?" I shove him back, satisfied that I make him stagger back 2 steps. "When are you going to remember the fact that I'm a vampire, Sebastian? I survived on my own as a weak, 5'3" human for 28 years. You can't lock me up in a pretty penthouse and expect me to just be the happy, safe little wife." "Sebastian." Roman's voice cuts through the noise in the club. I look over and see him standing just 3 feet away. His hands are in his pockets, but I've done enough reckless things with him to recognize the ready set of his shoulders, the danger that's building in his hands. "You're being an ass." "Stay the hell out of this, Roman," Sebastian bellows, his eyes brightening as he glares at the man. "This is between me and my fiancé." A realization chills me instantly. "How did you know where I was?" I ask, my voice going quieter and flat. "You were just at work. You only left just over an hour ago. How did you know I was here, Sebastian?" His expression hardens as he looks back at me. His lips are set in a thin line, and he breathes hard enough. His nostrils flare slightly. "Are you tracking me?" I ask flatly. "Why the hell did you book a flight to Kansas?" he asks, his tone more controlled. I stare at Sebastian in utterly shocked silence. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3, 1,000. "Why did you book a flight to Kansas?" Sebastian asks again, his tone sounding slightly defeated. "Sebastian," Roman says again. And even though it's loud in here, and even though there are dozens of people around, talking, laughing, I hear his footsteps as he steps forward. He grabs Sebastian by the shoulders and backs him away from me. "We have a council meeting in an hour. Maybe we should go now." The red in Sebastian's eyes fades away, and instead they're welled heavy. We stare at each other, shock, hurt, and uncertainty filling the space. But I'm frozen, completely grounded and chilled to the bone. "Come on," Roman says calmly. He never removes his hands from Sebastian, as if he's prepared, just in case, for Sebastian to make a quick move. Sebastian holds my gaze over his shoulder as Roman guides him toward the door. And through the crowd, I watch him go. And then they both disappear out the door. I just stand there for a good 5 minutes. What? What just happened? How did I suddenly end up here? And what does it mean for the future? I can't answer any of those questions, because right now, I feel kind of shell-shocked. I feel numb. So, on clumsy feet, I slowly wander back through the club. But as I reach the door, I don't know where to tell my feet to go. Home? To the place Sebastian gave me. To a place I'm not sure I trust right now? To Elena's to cry my eyes out? No, she'll be at that council meeting. Sigrid's? No, she'll be at the meeting too. As a woman walks by with a group of her friends, I slip my cell phone into her purse. I watch as she continues on her way, unaware that she's carrying a new device, a device I can't trust right now. Instead of walking out the doors, I turn back around. I look closer as I wander back into the club. There's a set of stairs that leads to the upper levels of the club. 3 levels of balconies circle the entire open space. But from there, I see another set of stairs rise to a single door. I take those stairs. There's a door there, painted black, barely visible, to be honest, in the low light. I try the doorknob, and to my surprise, I find it unlocked. I pull it open and step inside. I step right into a cozy living room. Everything is black, from the walls to the floor to the furniture. There's a small kitchen off of it, tidy and organized. I walk through the space, feeling something in me calm. Despite its dark and moody nature, there's something soothing about it. Through the living room, I cross to the singular door. I push it open and step into a bedroom. It matches the rest of the cozy apartment, all black and not overly large. There's a wide window that looks out at the city, but there's nothing ostentatious about it, glittering lights and street views. Another door shows the way to a bathroom, but there's nothing but a bed in this room. It smells like Roman. I remember someone saying that he lives here at the club. This is his space, his home, the place he spends time alone. It fits. Dark, brooding, but stable, secure. Moisture wells in my eyes, and my throat gets tight. I squeeze my eyes closed for a moment, recalling Sebastian's anger, his demands. I let out a breath between my lips, trying to push it all out. No, I can't. I won't. Not right now. Not tonight. I'm too raw. So, not knowing where else in the world to go, I climb into that black bed, pull the covers up around my shoulders, and close my eyes, pretending once again that I am nothing at all. If I'm nothing, nothing can hurt me. Chapter 4. It's the smell of bacon that pulls me from some of the best sleep I've ever had. Bacon could wake the dead and cure all the world's problems. I roll over, my eyes opening to stare at the black ceiling. For a second, I can't remember where I am. Oh, right. I roll toward the door, searching the empty space. The door is cracked just slightly. Food is ready if you're hungry. Roman speaks from the kitchen, but he doesn't raise his voice any more than if we were in the same room together. Vampiric hearing means he could hear the change in my breathing the moment I woke up. I lay there for a second, unsure of what to do or what to expect. Last night was a shit show, and nothing was resolved whatsoever. But I'm no coward, so I crawl out of Roman's bed and, with bare feet, pad out into the living area. Roman is standing in the kitchen, his back turned to me. He's still wearing the same clothes he wore last night. His hair is as wild as ever. The set of his shoulders is tight, but it's different than it was last night. He turns, holding 2 plates containing bacon, eggs, and a stack of pancakes. He sets them both on the small glass table pushed against one wall. Biting my lower lip and awkwardly shifting my weight from one foot to the other, I step forward and take a seat across from him. Sorry, I just barged in last night. I say, as I take a fork and poke at my food. I just couldn't make myself go home, and I didn't have anywhere else to go.
It's fine,
He says, without looking up at me. He takes the bottle of syrup and drowns his stack of pancakes. Does Sebastian know I'm here? I ask the question that's burning my tongue the most.
No.
Roman answers simply. He cuts a bite off and stuffs it in his mouth. He chews for a moment, swallows, and then continues.
We had our meeting last night. I got home about 3 and found you. After that shit last night, I figured Sebastian didn't deserve to know where you were. I assume you got rid of your phone, since he didn't storm in here and slit my throat.
I nod. I bite into a strip of bacon, chewing slowly, trying to wrap my brain around everything that's different now.
Your engagement announcement went live this morning.
Roman says, his voice thick, his tone low.
Just thought you might want a heads up about that. It's kind of catching fire. Sebastian was already a big deal to the city, the first private owner of a hospital. The news is having a field day over the fact that you're a doctor, too. They're calling you two the new power couple of Chicago.
Shit. I brace my elbows on the table and scrape my fingers back into my hair, my face turning down to the table. How does shit get so messy so fast? I say out loud. I hear Roman sit back in his chair, hear him fold his arms over his chest, but he doesn't say anything. I feel like I'm dying. I feel like the whole world is shifting, ending, and the ground beneath my feet is too slippery to know which direction to run. I just know everything hurts right now.
I know I don't actually know you, Juliet,
Roman says, his voice low and quiet.
but I think I know you enough to know you're never going to want to fit into anyone's mold of the kept housewife. You were born in chaos. Some people need a little chaos to live. Don't settle for someone else's version of a perfect life.
I look back up slowly, but I find Roman looking at his plate, wolfing another huge bite down, and I realize that he hasn't looked me in the eye the entire time I've been awake. It should be there in me somewhere, the sarcasm, the biting, bitter words I always have at the ready. I always thought Roman was a prick, and I want to call him out on it right now. But emotions burn the backs of my eyes and swell my throat closed. So, for maybe the first time ever, I don't say anything in response. I close my mouth, looking down at my own plate. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry at all, but I still shovel bite after bite into my mouth. Roman finishes his breakfast, and without a word, he starts cleaning everything up. But I'm barely aware of him. There are words ringing through my brain, deafening and resounding. Words have a way of sticking in our brains, even when images fail us, when the feel of something slips away, when the other senses sometimes trick us. Sometimes it's the words we hear that embed themselves into our very souls. Archer's words, Sebastian's words, Roman's words. Words hurt. Words bend. Words condemn. Words twist.
I have some things I have to take care of on the south side,
Roman says when he's finished cleaning.
I'll be back around 9. You're welcome to stay as long as you need.
And finally, for the first time, he looks at me. Those vivid blue eyes can nearly speak their own language. As long as you need. I see in his eyes that he means the words. He says them with more honesty than maybe any other words I've ever heard him speak. Thank you, Roman, I say, my words coming out thick and hoarse. I mean it. I know you didn't give me permission to stay here last night, but... My eyes drop from his, down into my lap. But I appreciate you letting me stay. He just gives a noise of acknowledgement. I have to work tonight, I say, my stomach sinking at the realization. So I'll be gone before you get back. I'll make sure I clean up after myself. He's quiet for a moment, and when I look over at him, he's staring at me. I can practically see the gears turning in his head as he mulls this over. I can tell he wants to ask if I think that's a good idea, but he doesn't say anything. He just nods.
The door code is 0166 if you need to go somewhere.
he says as he grabs his coat from the rack by the door. And then he leaves. I take a deep, slow breath as I stare back down at my plate. What are you going to do now, Juliet? I internally ask myself. Your life just turned into a damn mess. Chapter 5. I shower, even though I don't have any new, clean clothes to change into. I raid Roman's fridge at lunch. I listen to the sounds of people coming and going throughout the day, and I get on Roman's computer that I find in the living room. I start looking at apartments for sale, penthouses, even townhomes in Old Town. I even find a charming house on the west side. What am I doing? Honestly, I have no idea. I have no plan right now. I don't know what my next course of action is. I just know I'm getting tired of feeling like I literally have nothing of my own. My apartment is from Sebastian. My job is from Sebastian. My clothes are from Elena. Even my presence in this city is because of Mason. If I were to start over and claim my life as my own, where would I go? But just the thought of leaving the city makes my stomach cramp. I've finally found connections here, something I've never had before in my life. And I don't want to run like a coward. I love my job, even if I got it because of him. I snap the laptop closed and look over at the clock. It's time to leave. It's snowing when I step outside, and the wind is blowing hard. There's literally no one else out on these sidewalks. But it feels good, punishing, brutal. I take that 20-minute walk to work. I'm blasted with snow. And when I walk through the doors to the hospital, I'm dripping wet, my hair coated in snow. Without looking at anyone, without looking around, I go straight to the locker room and climb right into the shower. I make it quick and blisteringly hot. The snow melts off of me, my hair unfreezing. Thankfully, the locker room is still empty when I walk back out in my bra and underwear. I pull on a fresh set of scrubs and walk out into the hall, headed into the emergency room. That was some announcement, Diana says as she walks up with a smile on her face. You sure know how to make a splash in this city. You are all this city can talk about. Great. My stomach knots instantly. Honestly, I haven't even seen it yet, and I haven't watched TV in forever. Well, it's quite the picture, she says with a wink. She pulls out her phone. I'm pretty sure the look on both your faces is its own erotica novel. Oh, I blush. Hard. At a quick glance, it would look innocent. Sebastian is sitting on the arm of his couch. I'm seated on the cushion. Our hands are clasped together, and we're looking at each other. But if you look at either of our faces, it isn't too hard to tell what had been going on just minutes before this. Sebastian looks like he'd rip my clothes off if the camera turned away for 2 seconds. And I look like I'm stripping him completely naked with my eyes, which I totally was doing. Warmth sparks low in my belly. I too easily feel myself falling back into the heat of that moment, the mad desire that filled me. Oh boy, I breathe out, pushing her hand away, along with the picture. That's embarrassing. Why? She retorts. You landed the second most eligible bachelor in the city, after you had your way with the first. People might be calling you a gold digger if you weren't so damn successful yourself. You're really not making me feel any better, I say with a breath, as I walk away from her, setting off to attend to a man being wheeled into a room. I'm doing my job, and I'm still doing it well, but my ears are constantly listening for the first hour I'm at work. I know the sound of his footsteps. I know the sound of his breathing. I know the sound of his voice like it's my own. So I know the second he steps foot in the emergency room. And from the way he hesitates just after walking in, I know he knows I'm here too. I'm resetting a broken arm. 2 children were playing in their apartment, one pushed the other, and now this little boy's arm is broken. At least it was a clean break. But his mother is frantic, and she's trying to keep her daughter from touching and getting into everything. So the room is chaotic. So for now, I don't have to have the confrontation I know is coming. It's an entire hour later before we both step out into the hall at the same time. I lock eyes with Sebastian. He stares at me too.
Those dark eyes are filled with pain, with remorse, with uncertainty. But he doesn't say anything. From the very slight quiver in his lower lip, I think he doesn't dare say anything. Obviously, we need to talk, I say, taking charge of the situation. You're coming to my house after my shift is over, and we're going to talk. Sebastian simply nods and barely gets the word, okay, out. I give one nod myself, and we both turn our separate ways to go back to work. Just 10 minutes later, an alarm goes off. Dr. Vincent? I hear Diana shout. Dr. Doe! Sebastian and I both dart into the hallway at the same time and watch as a man with an entire sleeve of rose tattoos is wheeled into the emergency room. His eyes are brilliant red, black veins sprouting from them. He coughs, something deep and hoarse, and then gasps for air. He was fine an hour ago, a woman says frantically as she jogs with us, looking down at the man with a wedding ring on his finger. He went out, fed, and came home. We cooked dinner, and we were watching a movie. He said he didn't feel very good. Within a few minutes, he started coughing, and then he was having a hard time breathing. Pulse is off the charts, I say, my tone desperate as I listen to his heartbeat. Oxygen levels are falling, Diana notes from the reader clipped to his finger. Just as we wheel the man into a room, he coughs. Once, twice. And then he makes this choking sound. Just a second later, his body shakes violently, a clear seizure. I need you out, Sebastian barks at the man's wife. He scoots around to the other side of the bed, digging through drawers for supplies. What's happening? She cries as Diana herds her out the door. I start him on oxygen, treating every symptom. Sebastian stabs a needle into his chest, something to stop the seizures, but he keeps thrashing. He's burning up, I state as I read his temperature. 106. He's going to have brain damage if we don't get his temperature down. I yell out an order for cooling blankets and snap back around to give him a shot of a fever reducer. Sebastian is a whirlwind of activity, desperately trying to figure out what's wrong with this man. Have you ever seen something like this? I gape. I take the cooling blankets and drape them over the man's body. Never, Sebastian says, his eyes wide, his hands swift. Vampires don't get sick. Injured, yes, but sick. This... He shakes his head. This almost seems like poison to me, or maybe the work of a gifted. We need to talk to his wife. She's human, but obviously knows he's a vampire considering how he looks right now, and she knew he'd been out feeding. Or was it her who tried to take him out, and now she's playing the part of the panicked, concerned wife very well. Are there any gifted in the city that can do this? I ask, stepping out of the way as his arm flails in my direction. Not that I know of directly, Sebastian answers, checking his oxygen levels again. But I only know a handful of the gifted. We need to call Sigrid. But neither of us is going to get the chance, because the man's body seizes sharply before his entire body goes rigid, his hands pressed to his sides, his knees locked straight. He looks like a plank. His jaw locks together tightly, and his eyes stare wide and panicked up at the ceiling. And then he falls limp into the bed, his eyes closed. He's unconscious, Sebastian declares, never once ceasing treatment. But a sense of dread dips into my stomach. I grab his hand and pinch the back of it. When he doesn't react in any way at all, I pinch the tender skin in the crook of his arm. Still, no reaction whatsoever. I think he just slipped into a coma, I correct. I stand straight, shaking my head. This is mind-boggling. Oxygen levels are falling, Sebastian observes. Let's get him on a ventilator. This doesn't make any sense, I declare as I get the equipment. Vampires don't technically need to breathe. Yet his vitals are dropping, Sebastian reports as he gives the man another shot. It's like he's an 80-year-old man with pneumonia. I hate intubating people. So often it's the last resort and isn't always enough. But we have to give him some time. We need time to figure out what's going on. So I slip the tube down his throat.
And once it's in place, we begin the flow of oxygen.
His heart rate is evening out.
Sebastian reads, the barest hint of relief in his voice.
His temperature is dropping just a bit.
Slowly, the black veins surrounding his eyes retreat, and just a minute later, he could pass as human. Just a few minutes later, the both of us listen to the steady beep, beep, beep of his heart. I don't understand, I say, shaking my head. I've been working here for 5 months now, and I've never seen anything even close to that.
Me either,
Sebastian says. And without another word, he crosses to the door. He pokes his head out and summons the man's wife. She walks in, her face tear-strained, her eyes hollow and dark. Patrick, she says with a sob, crossing to his side. She takes one of his hands in hers and presses her lips to his fingers. What's wrong with him? Sebastian and I look at each other once before focusing back on the wife.
We assume you're aware of what your husband is,
Sebastian states. Of course, she says with a tiny nod. He resurrected just last year. We'd already been married for 2 years. I nod. We've never seen a vampire with these symptoms come into this hospital before. Injuries, yes, but a sickness like this, never.
Is it possible your husband was poisoned?
Sebastian just gets right to it.
Did he have any enemies? Have the two of you been in any arguments lately?
Are you accusing me of poisoning my own husband? She asks. Her face swiftly changes from devastated to furious.
We're simply trying to get answers about what happened to him,
Sebastian continues.
We're going to run tests. We'll do blood cultures, a contrast scan. We'll get answers, but for now, until we know what's wrong, we're treating his symptoms.
Why isn't he conscious? She asks, looking back down at him. He's slipped into a coma, I explain. He's unresponsive to stimuli. If I had to guess, I'd say it was due to a lack of oxygen. Comas can last anywhere from a few hours to a much longer length of time. And this breaks her. A sob rips from her lips, and her tears splash down to his chest as she looks back down at him. Patrick, you have to wake up. I can't raise this baby alone. Oh, I've never seen this before. Every born vampire in the world is a result of a human mother and a vampire father. I'm a product of that, as are Sebastian, Roman, Elena. But I've never actually met a human woman who fell pregnant by a vampire.
We're doing everything we can,
Sebastian reassures the woman.
Try to rest. We will keep you updated as we learn any new information.
She doesn't respond, but I know she heard us. So we draw some blood samples and then step out of the room. I pull my new phone from my pocket and dial Sigrid. When she answers, I ask her to come down to the hospital. How long will it take to get the results back on that blood work? I ask, trying to stay focused on the situation at hand.
A few hours,
Sebastian replies.
We're understaffed in that department, or it would be quicker.
I simply give a nod, and Sebastian doesn't linger. He heads off to the lab with the samples. For now, there's nothing more I can do for Patrick. He's breathing, thanks to the ventilator. His vitals are being monitored. So until we have some answers, all I can do is be on hand if anything changes. All I can do is keep working. A woman brings in a child with a spiking fever. I treat her and move on to another patient who somehow managed to stab themselves in the thigh with a pen. At least there's variety tonight. And when Sigrid arrives, Sebastian and I both talk to her. She doesn't know of any gifted in the city who could do this to a vampire. And there aren't any gifted who reside here that she doesn't know about. It makes me nervous. It makes my stomach twist. Archer King had all kinds of gifts he used against the residents of Chicago. He could do all kinds of terrible things. Are we looking at someone like that? Juliet, are you all right? Sigrid says when the discussion is over. You're awfully quiet today. My eyes want to automatically flick to Sebastian, but the very last thing I want is to bring anyone else into our drama. It's bad enough that, once again, Roman is the only one who knows what's really going on. I'm just tired, I say. I think I need to eat something and then sleep for 2 whole weeks. I hope you get some rest, my dear, she says, her tone so genuine as she wraps her arms around me. And congratulations, by the way. I saw the announcement yesterday on the news. I can't offer a true thanks, so all she gets is a grunt of acknowledgement. Please, call me if you learn anything new that I need to worry about, she says, looking over at Sebastian.
I will,
he reassures her. Sebastian's phone beeps as she walks away.
Blood work is done.
We head straight to the lab. Patrick's blood work looks like a nightmare compared to a human. But for a vampire, it's very nearly average.
His carbon dioxide levels are high,
the tech explains.
And his vitamin D is elevated. But other than that, everything looks normal to me.
The high levels of carbon dioxide would explain the seizure, I note, scanning through the test results again, which would be triggered by the cough he was experiencing when he came in. But again, vampires don't get sick. I look up at Sebastian. I don't know what the hell would trigger this, unless it was the work of a gifted.
Which makes it a lot harder to treat,
Sebastian says with a huff.
Thanks, Benjamin. Let me know if anything else comes up.
Time to deliver the bad news, I sigh, as we walk back down to the emergency room. The wife is still nearly inconsolable. She does not like the news that we have no explanation why this is happening. We reassure her with the fact that we're still going to run more tests. The radiologist will be in a few hours and can perform them. The day shift doctors are just as qualified as we are, and we will thoroughly brief them on what's happening. It's been a long, weird 24 hours, so when the end of my shift finally comes, I'm ready for it. Except now, I can't avoid the inevitable anymore. Sebastian and I both change in the locker room, neither of us saying anything. This isn't the place for the big discussion that needs to happen, and neither of us says a word as we walk outside. The air is still bitterly cold, but it's blindingly bright. It feels like the first truly sunny day we've had in forever. So bright that my specially made sunglasses aren't doing enough. My head hurts more and more as we walk the few blocks to my building. Awkwardly, silently, we ride the elevator to the 18th floor. I fish into my pocket for my keys, and if I were human, my hands would definitely be shaking as I unlock the door. The space feels strange as I enter it. I've always loved this apartment, the whole nearly 6 months I've lived here. But it feels different now. It kind of feels like a prison. I set my bag down on the island and wander into the middle of the living room with a deep exhale. My fingers lace back into my hair, and I squeeze my eyes closed for a moment.
I was tracking your phone,
Sebastian says, and there's so much hurt and self-resentment in his voice. I stand there, frozen, rooted, completely unable to move.
After the night you and Roman killed Archer,
I hear him shake his head.
I really thought you were with Warren that night. I thought you were safe. So when the Night Council took out his cult, I wasn't worried about you. And then to realize you were with Roman, taking out the man that had killed so many of our own.
Sebastian stays where he is. He doesn't step toward me. He doesn't try to touch me.
I know it wasn't right,
he says.
I know it was an invasion of your privacy, and the flight information was worse.
He pauses for a good 60 seconds, which gives time for every emotion of that awful night to wash over me. The anger, the resentment, the betrayal.
I'm just so scared to lose you, Juliet.
His voice breaks. There's so much pain in it. There's so much fear there. It cracks a little bit of the ice I've formed around my heart in the past 24 hours.
I knew you were a free spirit, that you did whatever the hell you wanted. And I love that about you. I love it so damn much. But I'm scared it's going to break me and make you hate me.
It's that word that brings the tears to my eyes. It's that word that sets my lower lip in a quiver.
I lost my mind last night,
he admits.
I got so damn scared, and I couldn't think of a reason why you would go to the club when I know you hate Roman, so I got paranoid. And when I walked in and saw your mouth on another man, I squeezed my eyes closed, forcing 2 tears down my cheeks. I hadn't thought of what it must have looked like from Sebastian's point of view. There is something intimate about drinking from someone. Hell, it was certainly a part of me and Mason's relationship. I can't drink from Sebastian. His blood is not the kind of blood I need. But he did see me with my fangs sunk into another man's neck, my lips against his skin, cradling him like a lover, totally drunk on the ecstasy of his blood. "I am so sorry, Juliet," Sebastian says, his words nothing more than a broken whisper. I'm shaking. From the inside out, I feel like I'm going to shake apart. I can't stand this pain. I can't stand the pain in my own chest. We've both hurt so much throughout our lives. It's one of the things that brought us together. But we've never hurt each other before. Until now. Slowly, I turn around. Slowly, my eyes rise from the floor, up the length of my fiancé. And finally, my eyes meet his. They're red and welled heavy. His expression is broken. He looks devastated. How many times have I gone too far because of what I'm feeling? Hell, it's half of my personality. You went too far, I say my thoughts out loud. You lashed out. You scared the shit out of me. You made me doubt and question. Sebastian squeezes his eyes closed, forcing the tears down his cheeks. It's shattering me, breaking me, seeing him like this. He and I, we have never been and never will be black and white people. Sebastian said the words to me once. This hurt, I admit. I slowly cross the apartment toward him. Slowly, I raise my hand to caress his cheek. He squeezes his eyes closed again, pressing his own hand against mine. And you know that people like us don't forget easily or quickly. More tears streak down his face, but he nods, understanding in a way no one else could. But neither of us is going to be perfect at this, I say, my voice evening out. Sebastian's eyes open to meet mine, hope and uncertainty heavy in them. I've lied to you, and you know it. We're damaged goods. We've both climbed out of the dregs. We're going to have to deal with shit every now and then. The smallest of smiles pulls in the corners of Sebastian's mouth. He takes in one heavy, deep breath. I'm a ball of mixed, messy emotions right now. Hurt, confusion, the drive to run away from everything, but also compassion, love, longing. I lean forward, pressing my lips to his. Light, hesitant. This kiss does not burst into passion like we normally do. This is the display of trying to move on. His hands wrap around my waist, holding me gingerly, tenderly. There's regret and humility in his very touch. I touch my forehead to his, closing my eyes. I can't give him all of it, but I can give him parts of the truth. I booked a flight to Kansas because I found out where my mother is buried, I offer. Even though I never met the woman, even though I have no memories of her, I think I need some closure, and it's something I need to do alone. Sebastian takes an entire beat. I know he wants to offer to come with me. I know he wants to stay by my side always, and maybe I should let him if all I was doing was visiting her grave. He's going to be my husband, the man I spend the rest of my immortal life with. But we're both broken, and we know this about each other. Okay, he says, and it's clear it's painful for him to concede to it. I'm sorry I freaked out about it without talking to you. I'm sorry I never brought it up, I say, even though I'm not sure how sorry I really am. I don't need anyone's permission to do anything. But marriage is about being a team, right? This is going to be so damn hard. I've been on my own for so long. Learning to live life as a team is going to be an adjustment. I'm sorry. Sebastian breathes again. He brushes his thumb over my lips, and I open my eyes to meet his once more. I don't have anything else to say. This isn't resolved.
When it comes to people like us, things don't end easy and smooth. So all I can do is nod and hope tomorrow will be better. Chapter 6. In the end, Sebastian slept on my couch, and I laid in my bed, mostly staring up at the ceiling all day. I finally drifted off somewhere around 3 in the afternoon, but at 7, I woke to the sound of kitchen noises. In a pair of pajamas, I wander out into the living area. Sebastian is just pouring half a mug of coffee into a thermos. He looks up at the sound of my exit. There's still hesitation there. He still knows he's screwed up and that we're on fragile ice, but there's still genuine joy at seeing me.
I'm headed in to work,
he says as he sets the thermos down and walks around the island, leaning against it.
I'm only on a half shift today. How about we go out after? Just me and you. Take it slow, simple.
And looking up into his face, it hits me in the sweetest way. I have missed him. He's been working so much lately. We just got engaged. We have so much to talk about and plan, but I miss our small moments. Him making black forest cake for me, or just having the time to make out in his penthouse. That sounds great, I say softly as I walk across the kitchen. I place my hands on his hips and lean forward, pressing my lips to his. Gently, he kisses me back. It's a quiet, tender moment, and it repairs a few holes that have been blown into my soul recently.
I'll see you about midnight,
he promises. 'Kay, I say, stepping away and watching him go to the door. He gives me a small smile as he looks over his shoulder and then walks out. I lean against the door, bracing my hands against it, letting out a slow breath. This is good. These are small steps back in the right direction. He screwed up. But I'm definitely going to screw up, and I sure as hell want him to forgive me when I do. We'll get there. I walk back into my bedroom and get ready for the night, with the thought of a date in the back of my mind. So, do you have a normal, full-time job, or is a once-a-month meeting it for you? I ask 1 week later, as Rick and I walk side by side toward the hospital. He'd walked out of his building just as I walked out of my own. When we realized we were headed the same direction, I asked him to walk with me.
I do occasional private security,
he offers.
I even worked for the Godfreys for a short while.
Really? I ask, surprised. How come you didn't stay with them?
Because when Sebastian joined the Night Council, he asked me to be his security. I'd found myself in front of the L one night. I staggered into his hospital. He saved my life, and we stayed in touch afterward.
That almost sounds like a friend, and it doesn't feel like Sebastian has any of those. How long ago was that? I ask as we cross the street. The wind is blowing like the devil, and I'm starting to curse winter.
Before Elena and Mason took over for their parents,
Rick says.
I worked for their father. He was a good man. His death was tragic.
I don't know many details about my best friend's parents. Elena might be open with me about most things, but not them. We stop at the doors to the hospital. Are you on your way to a job now? He nods.
And I better get going, or I'll be late.
Good to see you again, Rick, I say, offering a smile. As he waves and walks away, I know I mean it. There's something easy and calming about the giant who looks so intimidating. I walk into the hospital, heading for the locker room to get changed. Sebastian spent the day on the couch, and just as night fell, he kissed my forehead, telling me he had to go in early once more. But he'd said there were only a few days in this review left, and then he'd be free to go back to wedding planning, back to rebuilding us. I know something is wrong as soon as I walk through the doors into the emergency room. There's a weight in the air, the kind that only comes after a battle is lost. That's 2 in one day, a familiar voice says. Diana, the night shift nurse. Dr. Vincent, something is wrong.
I know.
I hear him huff, and just then, I walk into the room to find him standing with his hands on his hips. He stares at the bed with furrowed brows. A woman lays there, quiet, still, only the sounds of the machines keeping her alive causing a stir. From the smell of her, I instantly know she's one of us. Another? I ask, my stomach feeling sick. Sebastian nods.
And there was another during the day shift. Exact same symptoms as the first one. Cough, spiking fever, seizures, and then the coma.
I haven't heard anything from Sigrid, I say as I walk to the bedside, looking at the woman who could almost be sleeping if it weren't for the equipment hooked up to her. I don't even want to consider the thought that this is a gifted. We just barely got rid of Archer. Chicago isn't ready for another psycho just yet. The idea of someone poisoning vampires is almost worse, Diana says, raising her eyebrows. I've been the exact same for over 50 years, and nothing has taken me out. Now there's some invisible disease spreading among us. Once you've been invincible for a long time, it's a little terrifying to learn you were wrong. She places a hand on Sebastian's shoulder, giving it a squeeze before she walks out to continue her duties.
What do you think?
Sebastian asks as he steps to my side, looking down at our newest coma patient. The first is still residing in a private room in the ICU. I shake my head. My training wants to treat them as a human, but I know it's not some everyday disease. And there's still nothing on any of the tests?
No,
Sebastian reports. Which makes me think it's the work of a gifted, I say with a sigh. I'm still exhausted from the last round. Am I ready to track down another greedy, selfish masochist?
That's my worry too,
Sebastian says.
I think we need to call a council meeting, as soon as possible.
I simply nod.
Can I take you out after our shift?
Sebastian asks. His eyes lift to mine, and I see the vulnerability in them.
I have a lot of making up and groveling to do, and you and I could desperately use some time alone.
A small smile pulls in the corners of my mouth as I look up at him. I loop my arms behind his head, his hands wrapping around my waist. I think that sounds perfect, I say softly as I touch my forehead to his. It's 8 a.m, but that doesn't stop Sebastian from finding a fancy restaurant for us to go out to for breakfast. It's modern and sleek, and the prices of the food would have made me gasp a year ago. One meal costs what would have been a week's worth of food back then. It's weird having your financial status change so quickly. Tell me about your kids, I ask once our food has been brought to the table. Sebastian stills instantly, his eyes slowly rising from his plate to meet my eyes. He studies me for a moment, as if trying to figure out my motivation for asking about his children who died so tragically in a fire. I need to humanize my fiancé again. It's easy to see people as monsters. In a way, we're all monsters. But when we've just been through something so hard, I need to remind myself why we work together so well. We both come from shit circumstances.
Jonathan was so quiet when he was born, the doctors were worried,
Sebastian says. The words come out thick, tight.
But he was perfectly healthy and made up for it throughout the rest of his life. The boy never knew what it meant to stay quiet.
I take a drink from my glass, listening intently.
He liked to talk about the things he learned,
Sebastian continues.
If he learned something new at school, he'd explain nearly everything, word for word, how his teacher had. He had a curious mind.
Had. Shit. The boy died when he was 16.
And he was so girl crazy toward the end,
Sebastian says, with a pained chuckle.
There was this one particular girl in his class he was obsessed with. He was always asking for pointers on how to get her attention.
I assume you had all the advice to give? I tease. I thought you were a player when I first met you. It's nice when Sebastian chuckles and shakes his head.
Which is ironic, since I've been celibate for nearly a century. I've dated exactly 2 women in the last century, and neither lasted more than 2 months.
I smile as I rest my chin in my hand, elbow on the table. Neither of us is good at relationships. We've both been damaged too much for most people to handle. I need to remember that.
And June was a quiet little girl,
Sebastian continues.
She was always drawing. She didn't always know what to say and could rarely tell you how she was feeling, but it always came out in her art. She was exceptionally talented, and she was far too beautiful for her own good. Not that she realized it. All the boys at school lingered around her, but she barely noticed anyone in the real world. Unless she was using you as a model for drawing, you didn't really exist.
Did she look more like you or her mother? I ask.
She was a definite clone of her mother.
Sebastian chuckles.
Jonathan was more a mix of the two of us.
I smile, taking another bite of my food. Mason and I talked about it once, very briefly, if either of us wanted to have kids. For Mason, it was a definite yes. For me, it was a big, huge I don't know. This was back before I resurrected, before it was an absolute impossibility. If we could, would you want to have more kids? I ask before I give myself permission to. I mean, I know I can't, but if we could, would you want to? Sebastian places his elbows on the table, interlacing his fingers together. His brows furrow, falling into deep thought. He doesn't answer immediately, and that kind of makes me relieved, because I'm not totally sure I have an answer either.
I don't know that I can give a certain answer, since it's not actually a possibility.
He begins.
But I don't think so. The more people you care about, the more opportunities for heartache. I don't think I'd survive that kind of pain again.
And there it is. One of the reasons why I fell in love with this man. His hurt. His pain. The agony that I understand in my own way. I can't stand to see his pain.
You?
He asks simply, as his eyes rise to meet mine. I take in a deep breath. I don't know 100% for sure either, but when I really think about it, I don't know that I'd be a very good mom. I never had one, never had any good examples. I think I'd be too scared that I'd screw up. Sebastian reaches across the table, laying his hand over mine.
I mean it when I say it, Juliet. I will be happy with it just being the two of us for the rest of our lives.
My chest warms. It's nice to have these reminders every now and then. I am wanted. I am loved. And there is someone in this world who would fight for me, who does fight for me. Want to get out of here? I ask, as a coy smile pulls on my lips. It's reflected in Sebastian's own lips, and he nods. We both stand, and he drops some cash on the table. And he reaches for my hand, and it feels so damn good when I take it. We walk, rushed, hurried. We pop out onto the street level, and Sebastian holds open the passenger door to his car. I slip inside, and not a second later, Sebastian roars the engine to life, pulling away from the curb. He places his hand on my knee as he drives. With a glance in my direction, he brushes his fingers lightly over my thigh, sending sparks of life and electricity through my blood, straight to my heart and brain. We roll into the parking garage at his building just minutes later. I keep glancing over at him as we walk to the elevator, and I feel his eyes all over me. I press the button to call the elevator down, and silently, with electricity charging the air between us, we wait. Blessedly, it's empty when it arrives. We step inside, and I realize both of us are holding our breath. The second the door closes, we both explode. My hand rises to tangle into his hair. His hands go up to my hips as he twists me around, backing me into the wall, and our lips devour one another, hot, wet, desperate, and demanding.
Shit, I've missed this.
Sebastian growls into my mouth. I brace both of my hands to the back of his head, desperate to eliminate every ounce of space between us. Sebastian's hands slide from my hips, back, and in one swift movement, he hoists me off the ground, wrapping my legs around his waist. A burst of pleasure pops through me as he uses the weight of his body to keep me pinned against the wall. The things Sebastian does to me are undeniable, addictive, leave me desperate and wild. And it thrills me to the core that he's just as insane for me as I am for him. We're only lucky because most people have already been at their day jobs for an hour. The elevator doesn't get interrupted even once as it rises all the way to the top floor to Sebastian's penthouse. The door dings, and with me still wrapped around him, Sebastian carries me out of the elevator. He tips us over into one of the big white couches, and with that vampire's smile, he looks down at me, brushing my hair out of my face.
I am completely obsessed with you, Juliet Doe,
he says softly, his eyes burning with intensity.
And I'll spend eternity making you mine.
Words matter. The way we say things matters. But we don't always say things in the perfect way. Sometimes meanings can be skewed. So even though Sebastian's words set off a distant warning bell in the back of my brain, I know I say things wrong all the time. I know what he means, and I'd fight tooth and nail for him too. So I tell that warning bell to shut up and pull his lips back to mine. Chapter 7. It's raining when we walk up the stairs to the nocturne. It's a cold rain, and I don't know how it isn't snowing. Everything feels gloomy, dark. I might not easily be able to go out during the day anymore, but even I'm feeling a little sun-starved. I could definitely use a little vitamin D. Sebastian places his hand on my lower back as we step through the doors. Rick walks right behind us, on duty for once. He stations himself outside the doors, keeping watch. In the ballroom, I see that Elena has already arrived. Tabitha stands just behind her, looking as severe and cold as ever. "Plans are nearly finalized for your engagement party," Elena coos with a sly smile. We walk in, and Sebastian pulls a chair out for me at the table. I might not be a council member, but no one seems to mind me being here. "You and I need to go dress shopping tomorrow. We only have 6 days until the party." "You mean you haven't picked something for me yet?" I question with mock shock. "You're losing your edge, Elena." "Never," she accuses with a pointed look, even as a smile cracks her lips. Roman walks in, shaking rain out of his already wild hair. My eyes immediately meet his, and similarly, he instantly catches my gaze. And very deliberately, they flit over to Sebastian, as if in question that we worked things out. I reach across the table and take Sebastian's hand.
"It's going to be solid ice out there by the time we leave,"
Mason says as he and Sigrid walk in together, their bodyguards flanking them. "It's too damn bad," Sigrid says, her tone surprisingly hard. "This is not going to be a short one." "This doesn't sound good," Elena notes. She leans back in her seat, crossing one leg over the other. Sigrid and Mason round the table, each pulling out a chair and settling into them. Mason braces his elbows on the table, his fingers steepled. Sigrid sits in her seat, her back rigid, her jaw tight. "3 of my charges have come to me this week with disturbing reports," she begins, jumping right into it. "They tell me they feel numb. Every one of them described it the same way, and none of them have been able to use their gifts since the feeling started." Ice goes through my veins at her words. No. First the vampires, now the gifted? We killed Archer King. We burned his damn body. And now this? "These are not connected individuals," Sigrid continues. "They are from separate households. They are barely acquaintances. They live in different neighborhoods. None of them report having any encounters with any individuals they thought could have done this to them." A curse slips over my lips. "Do you think they have anything to do with each other?" I ask, as I look over at Sebastian.
"The only connection I see is timing,"
Sebastian says, a conversation just between the two of us.
"Our kind are getting sick. They're falling into comas. Do any of your people seem to be ill? Has anyone lost consciousness?"
he asks Sigrid. "No," she answers. Her expression is hard, something it so rarely is. Then again, we've all been through way too much shit lately. Sebastian shakes his head.
"I don't see how they could be the same."
"What's going on?" Mason asks. And for a moment, I forgot that not everyone in this room knows what is going on. 3 vampires have come into the ER recently, I begin, taking note of the matching number of victims. They've been sick. Vampires don't get sick. But before we can figure out what is wrong with them, every one of them has fallen into a coma. We have them laid up in the ICU, but tests aren't bringing anything helpful back. Seems like way too much of a coincidence, Elena notes. I agree, I say. But Sebastian's right. The symptoms are completely different. Regardless, Sigrid nearly cuts me off. The residents of this city are getting nervous. I already have 2 friends, dear families, who have put their homes up for sale and are moving away. What once made Chicago special is disappearing. We can no longer call Chicago a safe haven for the supernatural. From all of my experience, it's hard to imagine that it ever was a safe haven. It's been one problem, one issue after another since I arrived. Again, it's hard not to feel like I came and ruined this place. Archer King is dead, Roman says. There's an edge to his voice, and who could blame him? The safety of this city is his charge, and Sigrid just said people are leaving because they don't feel safe anymore. There have been no sightings or reports of anyone causing issues. It's been nothing but quiet and peaceful since we've eliminated the collector. Yet the fact that things are once more happening remains, Sigrid says darkly. As word spreads about what is happening, it won't just be my kind who leave. It will be the gifted and the vampires. Then they can go deal with the houses and the royals, Roman says, almost bitterly. This is our home, Elena snaps. Chicago has been something special for decades, nearly a century. People came here because they were safe here, and you're just going to give a screw you goodbye? We can only do so much, princess, Roman growls. We work our asses off to keep this place what it is. We're vampires, supernaturally gifted. Things are going to come up, and they live comfortable lives while we are just supposed to fix it all for them. His words chill me, because for a moment, I agree with him. How nice it must be to live in this city as just a citizen, to know that the higher-ups will take care of the problems. But that's how it's supposed to work. The strong defend the weak. Do you have any suggestions? Roman challenges, leaning forward, laying his palm flat on the table. How do we fight this? Do we even know what this is? We have 6 victims, with 2 sets of problems. How do we fight this, Elena? We don't know what the hell this is. Why are you so vile? Elena hisses. Why are you so entitled? He fires right back. Okay, I yell out, throwing my hands up between the 2 of them, even though they're both still seated. This is going nowhere productive right now. Sigrid, I'd like you to send the 3 victims to the hospital. I think we should run tests on them, see if there are any connections. Roman, you're right. There isn't much we can do when we don't know what this is or if anyone is doing it. But we're going to keep our eyes peeled. We're going to have our ears to the ground. Mason arches an eyebrow at me, a smile pulling one corner of his mouth, as if to say, well done, I'm impressed. Juliet is right, Sebastian says. He places a hand on my back, rubbing gently. There's nothing to be done until we have some answers. People have a right to get nervous. We just need to reassure them. Forgive my people for being a little more than nervous, Sigrid says darkly. This last go-around, it was them dying, not the vampires. Now, they are losing their identities. We will find answers, I say calmly, laying my hand over that of my aunt. Her eyes slide to mine, and for a moment, we stare at each other. She's scared, angry, in pain. She loves her people. They look to her, and she doesn't have answers this time. Is there anything else that needs to be discussed? Mason asks, always the calming element in this storm of Night Council members. No, Roman says firmly. Mason nods and stands, pushing his chair back under the table. You're all welcome to the engagement party, Elena says. Her tone is still on edge, but easing back into her normal, confident self. Friday night, 7 o'clock. Just perfect. Chicago is falling apart once again, and we're all going to a party. Chapter 8. No, this is the wrong fit, Elena declares as soon as the attendant zips up the dress. It's too bad the dress I got from the gala got ruined, I state in annoyance. I could have just worn that again. Not a chance, Elena says as she smooths the dress she's wearing. You're the bride-to-be. This is your chance to stand out, to hog as much attention as you want, and no one can question you. It's your engagement party, Juliet. You have to make a statement. And here I was thinking the bride-to-be was statement enough, I say with a snarky smile. You complain a lot for someone who is getting a free, fabulous party thrown for them, my best friend points out. Only because I know you'll still love me, I smile as I look back over at her. Unfortunately, you're kind of my favorite person in the world, she says with a mock sigh. The attendant helps me out of my dress. I'm only a tiny bit more comfortable than the last time I was here, standing in nothing but my underwear and a bra. I still hate that all my scars are on display for anyone to see, for anyone to judge. I'm doing my best to simply ignore them. Can I try that white one on? I ask the woman helping me. There's a rack of dresses next to us, filled with their suggestions, as well as the ones Elena personally pulled. But there is one dress hanging there, a leftover from a previous fitting with someone else. Of course, she says, retrieving it from the rack. White? Elena asks, doubtfully. You'll be wearing white at the wedding. Why not spice things up a little? I'm just trying it on. Calm down, I huff. Carefully, I step into the dress, and I hardly have to lift a finger as it's pulled up my body for me. There's something elegant, sexy, and grown-up about this dress. It hugs my hips in the most flattering way, ending just above my knees with a deep slit up the back. It's form-fitting as it hugs my waist. There are long sleeves that come all the way down to my wrists, but it's the neckline that makes me stare at myself. It's wide and severely square. My shoulders are barely covered, and every bit of my collarbones are exposed. I take everything I said back, Elena says, as one of her eyebrows slowly rises. White is definitely what you need to wear to this thing. With your hair up, it won't just be Sebastian who can't take his eyes off you. I have to admit, as I stare into the mirror, turning side to side, evaluating myself from every angle, I look damn good in this dress. It's not all that often that I feel deeply feminine and beautiful. But looking at myself in the mirror, as Elena once said, sometimes dresses are magic. I'll take this one, I say with a pleased smile. I nearly die at the price tag. Once upon a few months ago, Elena just threw expensive clothes at me. But I'm a real grown-up now with money of my own. And it feels good to know that I have the funds to cover this without sweating it. But still, not too long ago, that would have been more than a month's rent. I'm not a girl who needs expensive clothes. I'd be just as happy with a dress from Target, or even a second-hand store. But this is about spending time with my best friend. Shopping is Elena's love language, and you have to feed those you care about. We both pay for our dresses. They load my dress into a bag, but Elena leaves her for tailoring. Together, we step out of the shop into the blindingly brilliant day. Donning our special shades, we step out into the frigid air. Rick? I call as I spot the burly man walking up the sidewalk. He looks up, his eyebrows raising. Afternoon. What are you ladies up to? Just finding something fabulous for our beautiful lady to wear to the engagement party, Elena offers with a smile. You are coming, right? I wouldn't miss it, Rick answers with a smile. But there's something hesitant about it. There are nearly 3 million people in Chicago. It's the third highest populated city in the country. Yes, we form our circles, we have our regular places, so running into people can be perfectly normal. But we're on the Magnificent Mile. Thousands and thousands of people walk this section of Chicago every day. It almost feels too coincidental to run into him here. And I think back on it. I never ran into Rick before Archer King. I didn't even meet him at all until a month before Roman and I killed the Collector. But over the past 2 weeks, I've now run into him 3 times. Where are you headed to, Rick? I ask. I try not to narrow my eyes at him. I think I have a good poker face, but really, I am extremely mundane in hiding what I'm really feeling. Just headed to Alfred's Bakery for some bagels. Have you tried them yet? He asks, raising his eyebrows slightly. They really are the best, Elena confirms. No, I haven't, I answer, though bagels are the furthest thing from my mind. Thanks for the tip, though. Sorry to dash out. It's freezing out here. And without another word, I step into the limo, climbing in without a glance back. What the hell was that about? Elena questions as she climbs in after muttering an awkward goodbye to Rick. Tabitha climbs in, and the driver sets down the road. Nothing, I lie. Shopping just has me burned out. Want to hang out at your place tonight? And he's seizing, I say, as I try to keep the man on the gurney from falling off. He came in only 30 minutes ago, both of his friends frantic about his state. They had been out for a night on the town, and they reported that he said he hadn't felt very well. Within an hour, he had a spiking fever and could barely walk. They had dragged him straight to the hospital. Damn it, Sebastian growls. That's 2 more vampires in 2 days. And 3 gifted in 2 days, I remind him. Over the past 2 days, 2 new gifted had come into the hospital. Sigrid must have talked to them all. Every one of them had the same story. They felt oddly numb inside, and none of them had been able to use their gift since the feeling started. The other 3 gifted experiencing this had come in a few days ago. We ran blood work, we took imaging, and so far, nothing was coming up. They seemed normal, just like the vampires. The mood was heavy in the hospital. As doctors, we're supposed to be able to fix people. We're supposed to be able to get answers. But in this, we don't even have a diagnosis. As Sebastian and I work on this latest victim, I feel defeated. How do you fix something when you don't know what the something is? It's a long night. Some shifts fly by as if they're only a matter of minutes, and others crawl by, the minutes feeling like they are hours. Tonight is the latter. I'm heading over to Sigrid's, I tell Sebastian as we both change in the locker room after our shift. She's been having a hard time lately. I just want to make sure she's okay. She has certainly had a lot on her mind lately, Sebastian agrees as he pulls a sweater over his head. Don't lose track of time. Tonight is kind of an important night. Our engagement party is tonight. I'm going to need an hour or so to get ready. I already told Elena she wasn't allowed to send over her hair and makeup artist again. I would take care of that on my own. But it is 8 in the morning. I have 12 hours until the party. I think you overestimate my social skills, I say as I put on a smile. I don't think I can stand 12 hours with anybody. Guess this is going to be an adjustment, Sebastian says with a smirk. He hooks his finger under my chin, tilting my face up towards his. You're going to get a lot more than 12 hours with me, Juliet. It's a good thing you're nice to look at, I tell him. He smiles and leans down to press a kiss to my lips. I step away, closing my locker. You'll be home by 6 or so? Sure, I say. I will see you then. Sebastian nods, and I head out into the gloomy day. I need a few moments to get my plan into action, so I stop by my apartment, dropping my things off. I stall for a good 5 minutes. And when I think it's been just long enough, I take the elevator downstairs once again. I look around when I'm outside. My eyes scan the crowd. But there are a lot of people out here right now. It's a Friday, but it's still a work morning. People are hurrying off to their mundane, boring jobs. I head toward the L. I would take this route to go to Sigrid's if that's where I was actually going. But this train will take me in the direction I have in mind. But I certainly won't be making the same stops. I look around as I get on the train. I'm searching for a familiar face. But it's the same as out on the streets. There are a lot of people heading somewhere this morning, and I can only see as far as this car stretches. There are several others in front of me and behind me. I get off one stop before where I would get off to go to Sigrid's house. Once again, I look around me as I start walking down the sidewalk, but there are no alarm bells yet. I pick up my pace and set off on the 4-block walk to get to Malcolm's shop. I have absolutely no reason to see him this morning. He probably won't even be there. How many people go to see a medium at 8:30 in the morning? But actually talking to Malcolm is not the point. Around the last corner, I see Malcolm's shop just ahead. As silently as I can, I step into the alcove of another shop. I even hold my breath so no one can hear me breathing. I count. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. And at 9 seconds, he steps into view. Rick passes right by me. I let him walk forward 4 steps before I step out behind him. "You are following me," I state. You can only have so much of an element of surprise on a vampire. Rick did not realize that I had stepped out of my path, but I don't startle him. He doesn't jump or flinch. He just stands there with his back turned to me for 4 whole seconds. And then, slowly, he turns. The guilt is written all over his expression. He's been caught, red-handed. And this makes my stomach sink, because there's only one reason why he would be here. "I assume he's paying you to do this?" I ask. My insides start shaking. Nausea rolls in my stomach. "He is," Rick says. "How long?" My voice shakes. My hands roll into fists. "Ever since that night at Roman Nights," he says. His shoulders sag. From the look in his eyes, I think he feels guilty. "But it was every now and then before that. Ever since the night Archer King was killed." Hot, angry tears well in my eyes. What the hell? Sebastian swore he was going to be better. After that terrifying and confusing night at Roman Nights, Sebastian said he was going to be better. But even he admitted that he was terrified of losing me. He said that he was afraid it was going to make me hate him. I feel like I can't breathe right now. My own fiancé has been having me followed. He's been paying his bodyguard to watch me. How often? Is it just whenever I'm going somewhere? Or are you always within 20 feet of me? The sound of my voice is becoming a little more frantic by the minute. Rick lets out a sigh. He shakes his head. "I wanted to tell you. I did not know you before. You have been nothing but kind to me, Juliet. You have done brave, reckless things in the past, but what Sebastian has asked me to do, I've been having a difficult time justifying it recently. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't want to break your whole world." "Well, it is broken anyway," I say. My words come out a little hysterical, a little choked off. Tears break free onto my face. "This ends today. Do you understand? I know that you have worked for Sebastian for some time, but I swear, Rick, if you follow me one more time—" "I'm done," Rick says swiftly as he holds up his hands. "I swear, Sebastian loves you. I know he does. But it's making him lose his damn mind. He's gone too far, and it feels like he's going further and further every day. I promise, Juliet, I won't report back to him anymore. You should be free to do what you want, when you want, without anyone's observation or permission." It hits me then. How Sebastian has asked me where I'm going so often recently. How he's asked me to call him if my plans changed. He was tracking my cell phone, and now this. Emotion is choking me. I suck in a desperate gasp. I need to breathe. I have to breathe, but it turns into a desperate sob. I raise my hand to cover my mouth. Another shot guns out of me. Tears roll down my face. Sebastian was having me followed. He asked Rick to follow me at all times, to always know where I was. He had a constant line between the two of them, with an ever-updated report of my location. I couldn't have done something reckless if I wanted to. If I stepped one toe out of line, I have no doubt Rick would have been right there and would have told on me to Sebastian. And I can guarantee Sebastian would have shown up and stopped me. "Juliet," Rick says as he takes one step forward. I jerk back from him, swiftly taking a step back. I shake my head, tears splashing over my own hand. Get away! I never want to see you again. Swear to me you will never talk to Sebastian again. Grief fills Rick's eyes. But there's also something that looks a lot like self-loathing in them as well. He stands there, stark still, frozen. His eyes study me. I hope he has learned a lesson from this. Just because someone pays you to do it, just because someone is your boss, doesn't mean you should always do what they say. Humanity and common sense should always win out in the end. I promise, Rick says softly. I won't speak to Sebastian again. I need to get my things, and then I will leave Chicago. I squeeze my eyes closed. I am asking a man to leave his home, to get out of the city. But I'm also selfish. I don't want to have to wonder. I don't want to have to question. I have to feel safe. I have to have my own privacy. If Rick stays, well, I don't know this man well enough. Will he keep his word? I will go so far as to ask Sigrid to track him. If he doesn't leave the city, I will know, thanks to the rose tattooed on the side of his shaved head. I take in a shuddering breath and wrap my arms around my waist. Not knowing what else to say, Rick fixes his eyes on me, watching me the entire time as he walks away. And as soon as he's gone, sobs overtake me. I hate life. It's so damn cruel sometimes. This is the gamble in caring about people, because the people you love are the people who can hurt you most. Chapter 9. Trauma and grief and anger have a way of stealing your sanity. They can be just as powerful as a drug. I don't remember most of the day. My feet move, needing to keep in time with the rolling thoughts going through my brain. I think I wander through Old Town. Something in the back of my brain remembers being near the water, maybe even along the Chicago River. By the time my brain starts functioning again, I realize I'm at the top of the John Hancock building. It's beautiful up here. Being 94 stories up, I think I can see the vast majority of the city. There are dozens of wildly tall buildings in this town, but I'm towering above them. It's a surprisingly clear day. Most days, you can't see the top of the skyscrapers now that it's winter. But not today. Today, I can see across the city with beautiful clarity, and all the night's lights are just starting to twinkle. I pull in a deep, calming breath. I've been hiding all day. My mind has been trying to protect itself. I've been delaying. But it's time. I have to be an adult. I have to face reality. I pull out my phone. Can you check if Rick, Sebastian's bodyguard, is still in this city? I text Sigrid. It's 2 minutes before her reply comes through. I am not seeing him. He must be out of town. Why? I let out a breath of relief, but don't respond to her. The clock shows that it's 5:30. I need to get back. I need to get on with this. The elevator plummets through the belly of the building. I ride down with 6 strangers, but hardly even notice they're there. It's dark by the time I walk out, and the streets are getting quieter, everyone in a hurry to get inside from the cold. 15 minutes later, I walk up to my building, and silent and stiff, I go up to my apartment. It's quiet inside. And as I look around the space, I realize that it no longer feels like home. It no longer feels like the sanctuary where I reclaimed my new life. It feels like an observation box. In the bathroom, I do my hair. I sweep it back, twisting it into a simple chignon. I do my makeup simple, except for my eyes, which I do dark and smoky. I don some diamond earrings Elena bought me last summer. And finally, I turn to the dress hanging on the back of the door. It feels ironic. A white dress for a day like today. A dress that I felt so beautiful in on a day that's become so ugly. I slip into it, managing to zip myself into the soft fabric. And just then, there's a knock on the door, just a half second before I hear it pushed open. I thought I was calm. I thought I was composed. I thought I was going to be able to do this without any fear or anxiety. But my heart starts beating double time. My hands roll into fists. Every single muscle in my body tenses.
Juliet,
I hear Sebastian call.
I'm so sorry I'm late. I know I was supposed to be here an hour ago. I got hung up at the hospital with all the lab work from our patients today.
I step out of the bathroom, cross through the bedroom, and then into the living room. Sebastian is pulling a bag of blood from the overly stocked fridge. He bites into it with his back still turned to me, drinking the entire thing down in 3 long pulls. He tosses the emptied bag into the trash and turns to face me.
You look beautiful,
he says with a breathy smile. His eyes rise from bottom to top, drinking every bit of me in. And then his eyes come to mine, and his smile slackens.
What's wrong?
I stand there, taking slow breaths in and out, holding his gaze. Before the next summer solstice, you will hate the man you love most. Archer King's words echo through my brain. They resound in a maddening chorus that vibrates right down to my core. We bend. We break. Relationships are about give and take. They're about sacrifice. But sometimes, too far is too far. You paid Rick to follow me, I say. I wanted the words to come out calmly, but they hold a cold, bitter edge to them. And I watch as the color drains from Sebastian's face. He swallows once and remains rooted in place, staring at me without saying a word. He was always there, never far away, watching my every moment, I say. My words come out in an accusing whisper. For weeks, even after we talked, after we tried to make things better. But you, I shake my head, and bile rises in my throat. You made it so much worse. You lost every bit of trust in me, and you had your man follow me.
Juliet,
Sebastian tries to speak, a pained expression on his face.
You invaded my privacy,
I say, my words growing just a little louder. I take a step forward.
I'm an adult, Sebastian. I am my own damn person.
I know that, he tries to say lamely. I shake my head.
I'm not your child. You don't get to control where I go or what I do. And I'm not your property.
I know, he says. I see the panic rising in his eyes. He's been caught. And while it was bad before, this is so much worse.
You don't,
I snap. My eyes widen, and my heart feels like it's in my throat.
You really don't, Sebastian. You say you love me, but then you go and pay someone to stalk me 24/7. That's not love. That's obsession.
Don't you say that, he retorts, the look in his eyes and the sharpness in his voice hardening.
You have no idea how much I love you. I'd do anything for you, Juliet.
Anything but let me have my freedom or my privacy, I bite.
I can't lose you, Juliet,
he suddenly barks out, his eyes igniting with red embers.
I can't lose you, and you keep insisting on doing all of this insane, dangerous shit. I already lost one woman I loved. I will not let it happen again.
I thought that was what keeping the necromancer alive was all about, I quip as I fold my arms over my chest. Sebastian closes his mouth, grinding his teeth. He's been called out on his bullshit, and I'm not backing down. Just then, both our phones ding. Mine is sitting on the counter, but Sebastian pulls his out, checking the screen.
That's Elena,
he says, dread and darkness in his eyes.
We were supposed to be there 5 minutes ago.
He tucks his phone back in his pocket.
Juliet, we can talk about this later. We will sort this out. But we have to go. Everyone is waiting on us.
A huff leaves my lips, and I shake my head in disbelief. This is some serious, deep shit. This is world-shaking. And Sebastian wants to table it for later because others are waiting for us. To celebrate our engagement. You think you can fake it, knowing what's happened? I question.
I think I still love you more than anything, and for now, I can wait to talk to you about this, he says coolly. Because I know you care about everyone coming to this party. Things were never going to be perfect between us, Juliet. This is just a bump.
My stomach rolls.
Just a bump. The truth comes out, and to Sebastian, this is no big deal. I see it in his eyes. He's settling this, justifying it in his head. This is something he can smooth over later. I snatch my phone from the counter, tucking it into the little black bag I got to go with this dress. I slip my matching black pumps out, and without looking at Sebastian, I walk right past him out the door. Silently, we take the elevator to the ground floor. Without saying a word, we climb into his fancy car, and we drive 8 blocks to the venue. Once parked, Sebastian moves to get out and walk around the car, but I climb out before he can open my door. Without looking at him, I cross to the grand doors. He scrambles after me, and I hear him let out a frustrated breath. This is one of the most high-end hotels in the city. The ceilings stretch high above us as we walk in, crystal chandeliers hanging from above. There are footmen just waiting to serve, waiting for those big tips to drop. There's soft, elegant piano music playing, though there's no actual piano. There's an easel set up, with a board on it announcing the Doe Vincent engagement party. The script is fancy, ostentatious. There's an arrow pointing down a hall, so without asking anyone any questions, I set off, walking just fast enough that Sebastian doesn't catch up to me. One last sign directs me to an over-the-top set of doors. I pull on them, using too much strength. They swing open too fast, snapping loudly on the doorstops. Inside, every set of eyes lands on me. There are 3 sets of tables set up, all of them in a U shape. Directly ahead, the table is empty, obviously intended for Sebastian and I. To the right and left, there are more tables, filled with all the people we care about. I see from Elena's expression that she knows something is wrong the moment she sees me. But I don't stop. Don't communicate any messages with a single glance. I march into the room, Sebastian on my heels. We round the tables, and I have a hard time looking up at anyone as I settle into my seat, pulling it under me before Sebastian can act like a gentleman in front of the crowd. Someone must have been having too good a time to bother showing up when the party was supposed to start, Poe says, the receptionist at Godfrey Tower. I like the man, a lot, but right now I can't look at him. I can't even crack a smile. The room falls awkwardly silent. I keep my eyes fixed on the ground in the center of the U. I feel every pair of eyes on us, waiting for either of us to say anything. The tension between Sebastian and I is so thick, it's going to suffocate us all. But he's the one who thought it was still a good idea to show up to this party. "Thank you all for coming," Sebastian says, ever the smooth talker. I don't look over at him, but I can hear it in his voice, the smile he's faking. "And sorry for our tardiness. It's my fault." You bet your ass it is, I think to myself. "I'll forgive you just this once," Elena says with a smirk. "But if you show up late to the actual wedding, I'm going to have to kill you." Sebastian chuckles. Everyone in the room chuckles. I just keep staring at that spot on the floor. "Thank you all for coming." Elena launches into it, slipping into center of attention CEO mode. Just then, a swarm of servers enter the room. With them, they bring a mix of wine bottles and glass pitchers full of a thick, dark red liquid. They begin filling the glasses on the tables. This is something I always wanted to do, but honestly never really thought I'd get the chance to. Who doesn't want to throw their best friend a party like this? Once again, the room laughs. Elena loves any excuse to make a big deal of something. But I kind of always thought no one would ever be able to handle the most amazing woman I've ever known. Finally, I look up to meet her gaze. She smiles at me, always teasing, always giving me a hard time, always loving me to the end. She raises her filled glass. "So, Sebastian, congratulations. You've got a wild one on your hands. I hope you're ready for a life of adventure." Oh, if only she knew. If only she knew how little Sebastian really could handle it. But he doesn't say a damn word. He takes his glass, raising it in Elena's direction, and takes a sip. With all the eyes in the room on me, I know I have to do something. So I grab my own glass and down half of it in one pull. "To the happy couple,"
Sigrid says. She stands next, raising her glass of wine. You have always been one of the most intense people I've ever known, Dr. Vincent. And, my dear Juliet, it is not often that I come to love people so easily, but I loved you from the first time we met. I pray that you both find every happiness in this world. Once more, glasses are raised. I want to throw up. I want to scream. I want to shatter every bit of tableware here. But I can't. I won't ruin Elena's party. She's worked too hard on this. This was always going to mean more to her than it means to me. Warren gives a brief speech, and I realize I miss him, the timid man who marked me with my roses. Dr. Holmes speaks next. He's all sappy, gushing on about love. The man is getting sentimental in his old age, just weeks away from retirement. And then Mason stands. My heart jumps just a bit as his eyes meet mine, and just for a second, I remember what it was like when he and I were together. It was so physical. The attraction between us was immediate. Being with Mason was about rebellion and animal attraction. But he never tried to control me. He never tried to tell me what I could and couldn't do.
I've always thought Sebastian Vincent was a bit of a hothead.
Mason begins, which brings laughs from the crowd. He smiles, and I kind of forgot what an incredible smile he has. It's just so damn light and easy.
He's the best at what he does, and the man knows it.
Next to me, I see Sebastian's hand curl into a fist on the tabletop.
But it was pretty obvious, from the minute he met her, that he was falling for Juliet.
Mason continues, his tone sobering.
And who could blame him? I think Juliet puts a spell on everyone who ever meets her. I hope you two can build the kind of life you both deserve.
And I feel myself sinking. I feel broken. Because just a few weeks ago, I was happy. We were so damn happy. Just a short while ago, I would have argued to the end of time that Sebastian and I were the perfect fit. Sebastian has always understood me in a way no one else has. I understood the darkness his past forced him into. But maybe two broken people do not equal a healthy relationship. My hands are shaking as I take another sip from my glass, the guests in the room clapping as Mason takes his seat. I hope you're hungry, Elena says with a smile. And right on cue, the servers once more return with their carts filled with food. It looks delicious. It smells divine. But looking down at it, all I want to do is throw up. I need to go to the bathroom, I say, not looking at anyone in particular. Without waiting for a response, I get up from my seat and cross to the door. I stagger down the hallway without actually looking for what direction I need to go. Miraculously, I do indeed find a bathroom at the end of the hallway. Hello? I call out as I walk in, listening for anyone in the 3 stalls. But it's silent, and I let out a shuddering breath. My eyes rise to meet my own reflection in the mirror. I'm white as a ghost. I mean, I never have much color, but I look nearly opaque. My eyes look haunted. I swear my cheeks even look gaunter. A single sob erupts from my throat. I clamp my hand over my mouth, swearing no more will follow it. But as I look into the mirror, my reflection haunts me. Who the hell am I? Am I the woman who stays with a man who controls her? I love Sebastian. I love him so damn much. But what he's done. My breathing picks up, pulling in and out of my chest harder, faster, and adrenaline blazes through my entire body when the door squeals and swings open. In steps Roman. His vivid blue eyes lock on me instantly. They narrow, searching dark and deep.
What did he do?
Roman growls. Tears spring in my eyes. I feel like I can't breathe. My entire body feels like it's slowly hardening into concrete. I shake my head, squeezing my eyes closed. I don't remove my hand from my mouth. I can barely do anything at all, or I feel like I'm going to completely shatter.
Juliet,
Roman says, his voice soft but dangerous.
Something isn't right.
Something? Nothing. Nothing is right.
The whole damn world is crumbling, and it's taking me down with it. 2 tears push their way out onto my cheeks. "Do you need out?" Roman asks, and I've never heard so much conviction in his tone. I can't speak. My entire body starts shaking so violently, I'm sure I'm cracking, splintering. "Breathe," my lungs scream, even though they don't actually need the oxygen. Breathe. But I can't. I can't. "Come on," Roman says softly, and I feel the warmth of his hand at my lower back. "Let's get you out of here." I can't. I finally find words. I shake my head. Sebastian won't. "I'll deal with Sebastian," Roman glowers, and embers swirl in those blue eyes. I'm not brave right now. I'm scared. I'm unanchored. But at the confidence, the danger in Roman's eyes, I find just enough bravery to set one foot in front of the other. Roman keeps that hand at my lower back, barely touching me, enough to keep propelling me forward. Faster, quicker, we walk at a short quip down the hall, back toward the entrance. We don't look at anyone. We don't speak to anyone as we cut through the lobby. And then we step out into the cold, dark night. There's a line of cars waiting at the valet. There's Sebastian's flashy sports car. But parked 5 cars ahead of it is Roman's familiar black SUV. Roman unlocks it and opens the passenger door for me. Still shaking, I climb into it. "I'll be right back," Roman says darkly, and before I can protest or express my complete terror over him walking back inside, he closes my door, and I watch him walk right back into the hotel. Numb. I accept it. I invite it. I need numbness just to get me through the next little while. It's the only way I'll survive this. So I stare at the doors to the hotel, and I become numb. 1 minute goes by. 2. 4. 5 minutes and 19 seconds since he walked back inside. Roman DeLuca walks back out through those hotel doors. He looks like he's in one piece. His face isn't broken up. His black clothes don't look rumpled. With an intense expression on his face, he crosses back to the SUV, rounding to the driver's seat. He climbs into it and starts the engine. I keep looking at him, waiting for him to tell me what happened. I don't want to ask. I don't have the emotional energy to beg him to tell me what just happened inside, who he talked to, if anything violent happened. But Roman doesn't say a word. So, silently, we drive through the night. I assumed he would take us straight to Roman Nights. Instead, he points us north. Block after block, we pass pedestrians and endless buildings. Roman crosses the Chicago River and continues on north. If he were to turn right, we'd eventually end up at the hospital or my apartment building. But Roman continues driving. We drive so far, I almost think we are going to Old Town. But finally, he slows. He turns on his blinker, and we drop down into the underground parking garage of an apartment building. He immediately hooks to the right, and there, right next to the entrance, there is a row of parking spots, all marked Rose Securities. There's only one car parked in the dozen spots. Roman pulls into the one closest to the door. Killing the engine, he pockets the keys and climbs out. I have no idea where the hell we are, but all that matters is that I'm not in a place Sebastian controls. So, without question, I follow Roman to the door. He holds it open, and we rise back up to the street level. Roman immediately hooks left, and right next door, Roman heads for the front doors of a church. It's definitely not one of the most remarkable in the city. Its exterior is this light stone. It has a big arched window in the front, with Gothic ironwork woven throughout it. It has a spire with a green copper roof atop it. It's beautiful, in a simplistic way. Roman enters a code, pulls the wooden door open, and stands there, waiting for me. Having no idea what to expect, I walk up the stairs and through that door. The chapel is beautiful, though I guess it couldn't really be called a chapel anymore. All the pews have been cleared away. Every religious symbol has been removed. But there are still the towering ceilings, filled with intricate designs. Ornate columns climb the walls, supporting the roof.
Arched windows are currently open, but the heavy drapery to either side tells they are all definitely closed during the day. There are half a dozen desks spread throughout the space. Most of them hold enough monitors and computers to make this look like a sidekick's headquarters. There are 3 motorcycles parked in one corner. But Roman doesn't stop to explain any of this. With his eyes fixed forward, he stalks straight for a doorway to the left of where there should be some kind of pulpit, altar, whatever would be front and center. There is a man sitting at one of the desks, spy equipment at the ready. A woman stands beside him. But now, each of them stare at me, as if I'm a purple elephant who's just walked into their spy-based church. But there's no time to investigate. Roman pushes another door, holding it open for me. There's a kitchen straight on, and it's surprisingly modern and beautiful. In the center of it, there is a large dining table that could seat a dozen people. From here, there is a hallway that stretches either direction. Roman heads down one, still silent as the grave. He opens a door, poking his head in. He glances around, like he's evaluating whatever's on the other side. He then pushes the door all the way open and steps inside, waving me in. It's a bedroom. There's a queen-size bed in the center of the room, made up with a dark blue comforter and white pillows. The ceiling is taller than I would have expected for this part of the church. The walls are a creamy white, but it's the windows that immediately draw the attention. They're beautifully arched and framed with wood that's complex and elegant, and the stained glass is spectacular.
"You're welcome to stay here,"
Roman says.
"as long as you need. The rest of the council doesn't know this place exists, so no one is going to bother you if you don't want them to."
What is this place? I ask, finally finding my voice. My brows furrow as I look at the man who is surprising me more and more by the minute. Roman looks around.
"My actual base of operations. It's a secondary location. The majority of the things are run out of the club. But I bought this place 10 years ago. I like having a backup plan, self-reliance. Sometimes people don't act the way you expect them to."
That's for damn sure. I breathe. Roman's eyes slide back over to meet mine.
"I won't ask you to tell me what happened, Juliet. I'll only ask this. Was it bad enough he deserves to be taken out?"
Goosebumps flash over my arms, crawling up the back of my neck. Emotions surge in me, and I hope I keep my eyes from turning red again, from welling, but I'm not sure I'm successful. "No," I answer. What he did was horrible, but it doesn't justify him needing to die. Roman only nods once.
"My people come and go from here,"
he explains.
"So don't let it freak you out if you hear someone come in and out, if you hear people talking. Things are fairly quiet in the city right now, until we know what's happening to the sick vampires and the gifted. So there won't be a lot of traffic. My room is just across the hall if you need anything."
Stiffly, numbly, I nod. I wrap my arms around my waist, trying to hold it together for just a few moments longer. When I fall all the way apart, I'd rather no one be around to witness it.
"Just 1 second,"
Roman says. He slips out the door and opens the one across the hall. I hear him scrounging around before he returns just a few moments later with a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. He hands them to me.
"We can figure everything out tomorrow. For tonight, I figure you might want to get out of that dress."
I look down at it, and suddenly all I want to do is burn it. "Thank you," I offer, meeting those vividly blue eyes once more.
"You're welcome, Juliet."
He cuts me off.
"Just get some rest."
I nod once and hold his gaze until he closes the door between us. Holding in a stiff breath that I very, very slowly release between pursed lips, I turn, taking in the new, unfamiliar place I've found myself in. There's a dresser across from the bed, but nothing else. I find an attached bathroom. It's simple, with an old clawfoot bathtub, a pedestal sink, and a toilet. I fill the bathtub. I sink down into its depths, closing my eyes and releasing what feels like the first breath since that night at the club. I thought I was going to fall apart as soon as I was alone.
I thought I'd sob and wail, and that I was going to have to try to be quiet in a church full of vampires with impeccable hearing. But as I sit in the bathtub, alone, in the dark, I suddenly feel like I can breathe. I feel an immeasurable amount of tension release from my shoulders. That means something. I know it means something. I shouldn't feel relieved right now. But it's been too terrible of a day. It's too much to process for one night. So I push it all out and sink under the surface of the water. Chapter 10. At 10 o'clock the next morning, I walk out of that bedroom. I hate that I feel timid, that in this moment, I feel weak and maybe even a little defenseless. But even I am not immune to all of life's bullets. It's quiet in the church. As I listen for the sound of anything, I only hear someone in the kitchen. I slept in Roman's clothes last night. Not that I really slept. There was too much in my mind, and it was kind of hard to relax when what I was wearing smelled like Roman. But now I walk out in my dress again because I literally have nothing else to wear. I find Roman in the kitchen, cooking some sausages in a pan. Just then, some toast pops up. Those icy eyes slide over to me, looking me up and down once, checking my state of being. "Morning," he offers quietly. "You hungry?" "Not really," I admit. I watch as he dumps them out onto a plate and quickly butters the toast. "There's a supply of blood in the fridge if you're thirsty," he says. He leans back against the counter, biting into the first slice of toast. I just nod, my arms wrapped around my waist. I need to get some supplies. I wondered if you... "I'm free all day," he offers when I can't quite get the words out. "Let me finish eating and we can go." This isn't supposed to be easy. Roman is a dick, or at least I thought he was. We've spat vile words at each other, called each other out on their shit. For months, I was so scared of him because he had dirt on me. Out of everyone in this city, Roman DeLuca is the very last person I would expect to be my savior in a vulnerable moment of crisis. I nod and return to my room for my shoes. I feel totally ridiculous since I'm wearing 4-inch heels and a way over-the-top dress. I'm dressed for my own engagement party when I'm just running out for errands. By the time I walk back out, Roman is waiting with his car keys in hand. "Ready?" "Yeah," I say through a scratchy throat. We walk back outside, barely even needing sunglasses. The day is so cloudy. We drop down into the parking garage, and I buckle in while Roman backs out of his parking spot. I just need a few days to think things over. I start talking as soon as he pulls out onto the road. I don't even care where he's taking us. I can't go back home yet. It's too messy, too fresh. "Like I said before, you can stay as long as you like," Roman says without looking at me. "Thank you," I say, meaning every word. "I'll be out of your hair in a few days. I need some space to get this mess sorted out." "I assume you have your phone turned off," he asks. "I'd guess that's how he tracked you before." I nod. It was. I got rid of my phone that night. But yeah, I turned my phone off last night when we left the hotel. I won't turn it back on until I know what I'm doing. Roman gives a nod of agreement. "I suggest you don't use your cards to pay for anything until then either. If he's desperate enough, Sebastian could use that to track you as well." I swallow once, looking out the window. I hadn't thought about that, but I've seen just how desperate Sebastian can get. "I'll pay you back." Roman simply gives a noise of acknowledgement. Just then, his phone blares out, and the Bluetooth connection to his car displays Elena's name on the dash screen. "How many times has she called?" I ask. My throat suddenly feels dry. "About 20, Roman answers as he declines the call. "Mason?" "A dozen or so, and Sigrid has called at least 10 times. So there must have been at least a little bit of a scene when Roman walked back into the hotel last night. "Did you call him out in front of everyone?" I ask, numbly. I see his grip on the steering wheel tighten. "No,"
he answers, and I can tell he's being honest.
I simply informed him that you wouldn't be coming back to the party. Maybe I could have been more discreet, but it seems apparent others overheard me.
Somehow, I doubt it was as simple as he's making it sound. When it comes to Roman DeLuca and Sebastian Vincent, things are never cool and calm. I don't press the subject, though. I stare out the window, and Roman cuts through the light traffic. Honestly, I have no idea where we are when we pull into a parking lot. I just know a smile crosses my lips when it isn't some high-end store he heads to. Good old Target. When life gets tough, you can always count on Target.
Don't let me forget, I need to grab some eggs while we're here,
Roman says as we climb out of the SUV. It makes me smile. It's so damn normal. Maybe one of the most normal things someone has said to me since we arrived in this city. Don't forget the eggs. It isn't life or death. It isn't something that costs hundreds or thousands of dollars. It isn't some big, extravagant gift. He just needs eggs. Got it, I say, as I slip out of the car. I feel ridiculously overdressed as we walk through the doors, as I grab a red shopping cart and start pushing it through the aisles. But no one says anything. That's the beautiful thing about strangers. You might have to endure their glances, but are they really going to come up to you and ask? Usually not. I wander through the clothing aisles. Roman leaves me to it for a bit, heading to the other side of the store for his eggs. I grab 2 bras, considering the dress I'm currently wearing doesn't allow for one, a pack of underwear, a package of socks, 3 pairs of pants, a few simple shirts, a jacket, 1 pair of shoes. Elena would laugh at my humble selections. Okay, maybe not laugh, but definitely cringe. But it's nice. It feels more like me, and I think maybe I've lost touch with that a bit recently. Roman rejoins me as I head toward the toiletries. He ends up putting a bottle of some hair product in the basket while I'm grabbing the bare essentials of makeup. There are perks of being a blonde, but there are certainly downfalls. Invisible eyelashes and eyebrows are 2 of those. Gloriously, I find a toothbrush and my own tube of toothpaste. Good? Roman asks, though he doesn't make me feel rushed. I stand in the middle of an aisle, scanning the store. I think so. This should get me through a few days. Roman simply nods, and together we head to the checkout. I don't like letting others pay for things for me. My pride has gotten me this far in life. No one ever took care of me as a child. Not really. If I needed a new pair of shoes in high school, I had to work my butt off to get them. But there's a lack of guilt as Roman pays for my things. And maybe it's because he understands. For the first time, I have a witness who has actually seen the shit I've been through. And weirdly, I trust him. I wouldn't have said that a few months ago. We load my bags into the back of the SUV, and in a surprisingly comfortable silence, we drive back to the church. He helps me carry all the bags to my room and leaves me to sort it all away. A breath of relief leaves my chest as I put myself back together, as I touch up my face, as I drag a brush through my hair and put it up in a very simple ponytail. I feel like me again as I pull on a pair of ripped jeans and a simple black long-sleeved t-shirt. When I step out into the chapel, I find Roman sitting in a chair at a desk. His feet are propped up on it, and it looks like he's reading over a report. I forgot that someone told me Roman is the 2nd largest employer of vampires in this city, second only to the Godfreys. His eyes slide down and then up to meet mine when I step out. He's constantly evaluating, like maybe he's waiting for a ticking bomb to go off, which is fair. I feel kind of delicate lately. Not like a flower, but like a landmine. You want to go get a Chicago dog with me? I ask. I'm supposed to be at work right now. Sebastian and I were both supposed to be on duty in the emergency room. The guilt is eating at me. I'm not one to just shrug off my job. I'm thinking about all the patients that could come in and how I'm not there to help them. I'm thinking about poor Diana and how she's got to be wondering what's going on. I'm wondering how Sebastian is going to react tonight when I don't show up for my shift. But I can't. How could I walk back in there? I haven't made any decisions. I don't know what to do yet. So, for now, I'm still lying low at the church. I walk out of the bedroom Roman gave me and am headed to the kitchen for some blood when I hear quiet voices out in the chapel.
"This could get ugly,"
A man says.
"The council is powerful, Roman." "I think I know that."
He glowers.
"I helped form the damn thing."
I hear the other man let out a frustrated breath.
"We had to close the club tonight. Sebastian showed up 2 hours ago, demanding to know where the two of you are. He tore your apartment apart, trashed the lobby. He knows you're hiding her. I hope it drives the bastard insane."
Roman snarls.
"I'll make for damn sure he never finds her." "And what about the rest of them?"
The man asks.
"Elena Godfrey showed up this morning, wouldn't leave for hours, demanded that she needed to talk to you since you weren't answering her calls. Mason showed up an hour after her."
"Is Sigrid still at the safe house?" Roman asks, and my heart jumps right into my throat. Shit, I completely forgot that she has the ability to track any vampire in this city who has a rose tattoo. And every vampire in this city knows that. She's who Sebastian would have gone after first.
"Yes, though she's not happy about it. She wants answers. Now." "I'll talk to Juliet,"
Roman says.
"I think she trusts Sigrid more than anyone else. I'll reach out to her as soon as I can." "And what do you want me to do about Dr. Vincent?"
The man asks. Roman is quiet for a moment, considering.
"What is he doing now?" "After he finished trashing the club, he went into the hospital. 2 more sick vampires came in just the last hour. He's working there." "Keep me updated,"
Roman says, and I feel the conversation coming to a close.
"Eyes on him 24/7. Got it?" "I understand,"
the man says, and I hear his feet retreat across the chapel. Roman is having Sebastian followed. He's monitoring him at all times. My body feels stiff, and my eyes want to stay glued to the floor as I walk out into the chapel. But I meet Roman's eyes, and from the expression on his face, it's clear he knew I was listening. I'm so sorry he trashed the club, I say, feeling sick to my stomach.
"Don't apologize for him,"
Roman says, his head held high.
"You are not responsible for any of his actions."
I swallow and nod, even though it doesn't feel like that. I feel like I'm messing up everyone's lives. I'm feeling like I never should have come to Chicago. I struggle to get words out. There's only one thing I actually care about in my apartment. Do you think you could, or someone else you trust, get it for me?
"Yes."
He says it so final, so confident. The necklace we bound my mother's gift to, I say. Secrets, lies, complicated truth. They've all led me right to this place. It's the only thing I have that matters. I just need to keep it safe. Roman nods.
"I'll get it."
I offer a weak smile. Thanks. It's in my desk drawer, in a box, pushed to the very back. I don't even have my keys, yet somehow I'm not too worried about Roman's ability to get inside.
"I'll get it, Juliet."
I nod, and it feels so weird to feel a sense of gratitude toward Roman DeLuca. Can I borrow your phone? I move on. I need to call Sigrid and let her know I'm okay. Roman nods and reaches into his pocket. He pulls out an old-style flip phone.
"It's a burner. Sebastian obviously has my number. I didn't want to risk the possibility he'd track my phone, too."
I nod, completely humbled that he's going to all these lengths to keep me out of Sebastian's reach. Thank you. I'll bring this back in just a bit. Roman simply dips his chin in a quick nod and strides off to one of the desks. He drops down at the computer, settling right into work. I wander back into the bowels of the church. I find a spiral set of stairs and follow it up. It leads to a bell tower that no longer has a bell, but it looks out at the city from this lower level. The air is cold, still the dead of winter, but it feels fitting for everything that's happening right now. My fingers know Sigrid's number by heart and dial them in, barely shaking. I press it to my ear, and it rings 4 times. Hello. Her Norwegian accented voice comes through the line. Sigrid, it's me, I say softly. Juliet, would you please tell me what in Odin's name is going on? Her tone is completely panicked, and I don't blame her one bit. I'm really sorry for all of this, I say. My stomach clenches. My palms feel slick. I heard Roman had you taken to a safe house. Yes, after you walked out on your own engagement party and Roman DeLuca came in to tell your fiancé you were not coming back, looking like he'd tear every one of his limbs from his body. My eyes slide closed, and an exasperated sigh slips out of me. I need to know how that night played out, but I so do not want to know. I think maybe you could tell something was off that night. You think? She questions. I think everyone in the entire city of Chicago knew something was not right between you and Sebastian. I pause, letting it all sink in, letting it all digest. You told me once that there was a darkness in Sebastian no one would understand. I thought I did, and to some degree I do. But things went too far, and I'm not sure how they can get fixed. Juliet, what happened? She nearly demands, though her tone is flat and calm. One deep, steadying breath in and out. I need to ground myself, to stay put in the present and not let the past suffocate me. Sebastian followed me one night. I begin. I went to Roman nights because I just needed something fresh. I didn't tell him I was going there, but he knew almost immediately. He showed up and he completely freaked out. I realized he'd been tracking my phone. He admitted he'd screwed up, and we were trying to move forward. It hurts reliving it, retelling it, because it pulls up the feelings I had when I thought we were fixing things. The hope and the future shining before us. But then I found out he'd been paying his bodyguard, Rick, to follow me. All the time. Everywhere I went. I confronted him right before we got to the party. A curse falls from her lips. Juliet, she barely breathes. Sebastian doesn't know where I am, but he seems to know I'm with Roman. Apparently, he showed up at Roman's club a little while ago and trashed the place. They had to close for the night. Juliet, you cannot go back to that man, Sigrid says, fear rising in her voice. The first invasion of privacy, the first act of violence. Learn from my mistakes, my dear niece, from the mistake of thousands of other women. That kind of behavior must not be tolerated. Tears spring in my eyes, because I know this. Maybe no one ever taught me this growing up. I witnessed the exact opposite too often. But I think we know. We know we shouldn't stay. But being in the moment, it's not so easy. Not so simple. I cover my mouth with my hand, sucking in deep, rapid breaths. I know you love him, Juliet, Sigrid says softly. And I know how much this must hurt, but you are worth the world. And if he cannot see your value as your own individual, he does not deserve you. All my life, I never had anyone who stuck up for me, who cared about me, who took the time to make me feel like I was important. But Sigrid is blood. I love her so much, and I know she loves me. I will be there to support you if you need it, she says, conviction firming her tone. I will walk into his office with you, as will Elena, as will Mason, and even Roman. You are not alone, Juliet. You are never alone. Thank you. My voice cracks as the words come out, but I feel them all the way down into the depths of my soul. I will stay put for now, my dear, she says. But neither of us can stay where we are forever. You have a decision to make.
But whatever one you make, be sure you can heal from it."
"I will," I say through a tight throat. She bids me goodbye and ends the call. I close the phone and stare out into the dark night. I need to make a decision. I need to know what I am going to do, and I cannot take forever to do it. My eyes slide down to the ring that still sits on my left hand. What are you going to do, Juliet? Chapter 11. I have a plan. A vampire lays there dead for 4 days after they die their human death. 4 days of agonizing heat and fire. 4 days of transformation. What happened between Sebastian and I was some kind of death. Nothing will be the same. We're laying in the flames. We're being burned, charred, transformed. After 4 days, it will be time to wake up and face the music. I don't know what I'm going to say. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what my decision is going to be. But I think I won't know until I'm face to face with Sebastian again. It's been a day and a half. In 2.5 days, I'll go to see Sebastian, and a decision will be made that night. In 2.5 days, something will change. I tell Roman my plan. I ask him to reach out to Elena and Mason, to tell them that I'm safe, giving him a few key words to say so they know the message is actually coming from me. I also let Sigrid know my decision, so she can know how much longer she will have to remain at the safe house. I was planning to go out to find someone fresh to drink from once it got dark. But as the sun goes down, I hear dozens of people out in the chapel. They've been coming and going all day. By the time I walk out into the huge space, it's decked out for a party unlike any I've ever seen before. Black silks have been looped over all the beams. 2 disco balls hang from them, light streaking throughout the room. There are literally hundreds of black balloons all over. And there are a dozen humans wandering around. They seem suspiciously like walking blood bags. Music pumps through speakers, which feels unholy, considering we're in a church. But what makes a church different than any other building? It's all about the intent and the activities going on within the walls. "What's going on?" I ask a woman with platinum blonde hair that's tied up with a red ribbon. "It's Roman's resurrection anniversary day," she says with a sweet smile. "He tries to pretend he doesn't know the date is coming up every year, and every year we pretend we can surprise him with a party."
"Shh, shh, shh,"
a man by the window calls out as he looks outside.
"He's coming."
"Get down," the woman says in a yell whisper. This is so silly and stupid. Roman can absolutely hear everything we're saying from outside. I hear every one of his footsteps as he comes up the stairs. But I can't help but smile as I duck behind one of the desks beside her. 3, 2, 1, she mouths, along with the dozens of others around us. Surprise! Everyone yells out as they all stand from their obvious hiding spots. No less than 4 people set off confetti cannons, spraying silver and black ribbons all over the space. And something seems different when Roman steps inside, a slightly embarrassed smile on his face. He seems lighter, easy, relaxed. He's wearing his usual attire, all black. But he's wearing a black button-up shirt and a black sports coat. He's dressed for a party and definitely knew it was coming.
"Thank you, everyone,"
he says, looking surprisingly humble as he takes the hugs that come one after another. And it's something I hadn't thought about before. Roman is liked. And as I watch him hug them back, converse like he knows details about their lives, I realize he cares about them in return. It's easy to paint people as villains. Everyone in my life was a villain until I was an adult. But sometimes I'm wrong in my judgment. Not everyone is as awful as I make them out to be. We haven't met yet, the blonde woman says as we both watch the party unfolding. I'm Ivana. Juliet, I offer, shaking her hand. Oh, I know, she says with a smile. Trust me, everyone here knows exactly who you are. Well, that's not so great, I say, feeling my face flush red. I think I've just caused drama, so my reputation can't be too stellar. No, Ivana corrects. I mean, yes, you do seem to draw the drama, but it's not like anyone blames you. It's just the nature of what we are, this city. Thanks, I offer, truly grateful. Do you work for Roman? She nods. I work security in Old Town. There are 3 of us assigned to each part of the city, and we rotate so that someone is always on duty. I've been working at Rose Securities for 3 years now. And before that? I ask. I resurrected in Salt Lake City, she tells me. My family was living there, but they kind of freaked out when none of us could make sense of what I was. Who knew I was adopted? Yikes, I say, chuckling with her. Oh, yeah, she laughs. Anyway, I moved away, thinking it would make things easier. I spent a few months in Cincinnati. I met another vampire there. They told me that there were more like me in Chicago, so here I am. Seems to be a common story. I guess I can be grateful I didn't resurrect alone, I say, sliding my hands into my back pockets. Though I kind of thought Roman was going to kill me before I spent 24 hours here. You're an important person, she says. Her eyes slide over to meet mine, one of her brows arching. Roman doesn't drop everything for just anyone. He takes his job seriously. It's been weird, having him kind of off the grid the last few days. I'm really not sure what to say to that. My eyes find Roman across the chapel. He's standing with a circle of people. Every one of them looks happy, at ease. Roman is smiling, and that's something I've only ever seen him do once. We could have been considered enemies up until the last few weeks. What kind of person drops everything to help their enemy? Enjoy the party, Ivana says with a light touch to my arm before she walks away to join a group of people who just walked in the door. Just then, Roman's blue eyes shift across the space, catching mine. There's something contemplative there, something light, something a little hopeful. He waves me over, and feeling like a socially awkward butterfly, I head in their direction.
Juliet, I wanted you to meet my staff,
Roman says.
This is Jay Casper, my second in command.
Oh, Jay Casper is something to look at. He can't have been more than 30 when he resurrected, but his hair is completely white. It's cut longer on top, shorter on the sides, and is slicked back. His skin is strikingly white. I'd almost think he was an albino, but those vibrantly green eyes prove that untrue. He has extremely chiseled features and lips that I'm jealous of. Hi, I say, nearly stupidly.
It's nice to meet you, Juliet,
Jay offers. His accent has got to be Russian. He takes my hand, raising it to his lips, pressing the lightest and briefest kiss there.
Your reputation precedes you, but it does not give justice to your beauty. My eyes were liars, then, because I never saw true beauty before tonight.
Ah, Shakespeare, I joke awkwardly. Let up, Jay, a woman standing across from him says. The woman is engaged.
I think I may be able to change her mind,
Jay says with a coy and cunning smile.
Don't make me regret letting you stay,
Roman growls.
Put it back in your pants, Whitey.
Jay smacks Roman up the backside of his head.
I told you not to call me that.
Then don't be such a horny Siberian, he chides back. It's kind of comical watching them. They're such polar opposites, physically, besides the color of their eyes. Jay is so pale, so ghostly, in the most beautiful way, and Roman has pitch black hair and olive tanned skin. Even their clothes are contrasting. Roman in black, Jay in a white button-up shirt and pale gray pants. Oh, I am so off the market, I'm practically a seed potato buried 6 feet deep at this point, I say, playing into the situation. It feels like it's been forever since I felt like I could joke around. But thanks for the flattery.
Anytime,
he says with a wink.
I will gladly be your Romeo. Anyway,
Roman says firmly, deliberately looking away from Jay.
Juliet, this is Brianna. She keeps the city organized and makes sure every section is covered.
She looks young, probably only 24 or so when she resurrected. She has waist-length red hair that falls in soft waves. Her green eyes are friendly and inviting.
It's nice to actually meet you,
she says kindly. You too, I say with a shake. Does he ever get any better, or is he constantly hitting on anything that moves?
Oh, it doesn't get any better,
she says with a laugh. Her smile lights up her eyes. Did I hear you were living in New York before you resurrected? And just like that, I'm diving into an hour-long conversation with Brianna, who lived in New York up until she resurrected. Ivana joins us. Others come and go, and it just feels so normal. For a minute, it's easy to forget that I'm a vampire, that I've died more than once, that this city is a shelter for those who are more than human. It's just an easy night, attending a party, meeting new people. I haven't felt this normal in such a long time. Maybe in ever. I'm not a vampire. I'm not a doctor. I'm not the fiancé of a man who's lost his mind. I'm just a woman enjoying the company of some new people. At 1 a.m, the biggest cake I've ever seen is wheeled in on a cart. It is, of course, pitch black. The attendees all sing some song that sounds completely made up to me, a bizarre vampire version of Happy Birthday, except it's Happy Resurrection Day that's sung. As the night moves on, I feel this little pang of, I don't know, jealousy, maybe? This is the kind of life I always wanted. The kind I was jealous of, where it's just easy, and people treat each other like human beings. Where it's okay to tease and be sarcastic, but it's not a constant defensive mechanism. I feel like I fit in here. These are the misfits who found a family together, united by a common job, overseen by a man I never thought was capable of being genuine and caring for the well-being of others.
How's your Nana?
I overhear him asking some young man who looks like he can't be more than 18 years old, though, really, he could be over 100. Not great, he answers. She's about to hit her 98th birthday. Mom's expecting her to go any day now.
I'm sorry to hear that,
Roman offers, laying a hand on the young man's shoulder.
Patricia is a good woman.
The young man nods in agreement, his expression grim, contemplative.
When are we going back to Atlantic City?
Roman says to another man, one who is far older than most of the others in the crowd. He must not have known he was a vampire. Why else would you choose to spend an immortal life as a 60-something-year-old?
I still need to prove myself at the tables. You can't afford to go back to the city with me.
The man jeers. He has frosting stuck in his beard.
You lost your shorts last time. I know,
Roman chuckles.
Which is why I need to go back and redeem myself.
I'm going back in April, the man says, arching a brow.
I'll be there,
Roman says, as he walks across the room, greeting more of his employees. Not just employees, his friends. Elena's circle is small. Mason's circle is small. Sigrid has all of her charges she cares about. Sebastian doesn't seem to like anyone, not really, so there isn't even a line, much less a circle. But Roman has all of these people, dozens of them, and it's real, and it's genuine. I judged him too fast. I was scared when I came into this city, and the circumstances I came here under made Roman nervous. But he was the way he was because of his love for his friends, his people. Roman and I didn't have a chance to look at each other in any way other than as a threat, and it shaped and defined our perceptions of each other. But people change, or maybe our view of them changes. I shake my head, trying to toss out my heavy thoughts. This is supposed to be a party. I'm supposed to be having a good time, not reminiscing on all the complications of life. Hey, let me check your pulse, I say to one of the humans who walks by. She gladly stops, offering me her wrist. I press my fingers into it, timing her pulse to the ticking seconds on the clock on the far wall. Strong pulse, normal rhythm. I assume you came to this willingly? I ask. Of course, she says with a smile. Take what you need. What a psycho. But I don't question her twice. Toxins pool in my mouth. I feel my fangs lengthen, and suddenly, all I can concentrate on is the scent of the blood in her veins. I cup the side of her neck, and she willingly tilts her head, giving me clear access. Her skin is deliciously soft as my fangs pierce it. Through the tissue, they easily glide until… there it is. The hot liquid of her blood gushes into my mouth. A moan slips from my mouth. How can this be so disgusting and so delicious at the same time? I'm repulsed that this tastes amazing. But it's such a small reaction. It's barely a whisper spoken in the winning inning of a Cubs game. I pull, I suck, I swallow. The fire in my belly is always there. The heat in the back of my throat never fully goes away. It just becomes a little easier to ignore. It's like people who deal with chronic pain. You develop ways to function with it because there isn't much choice otherwise. You can't spend your entire life rolling around the floor moaning about how much it hurts. I can't go around panting and trying to drown this heat. But every now and then, you can't just push it into the background anymore. And it's sweet, sweet relief, getting the very thing that can put the heat out. You have to let her go, I tell myself. Internally, I've been calculating how many ounces of her blood I've been taking. I have to stop, or she's going to be woozy. I have to stop, or she'll be done for the night, and I can't be that selfish. I have to stop because supposedly, if I were to take too much, she would turn into a bitten, and from what I've been told, that's a big no-no. So, I let her go. I lick the wound closed, watching it heal before my eyes. The woman seems a little dazed as I hold on to her, making sure she stays upright. But she blinks and I see her focus return. She stands straight. Thank you, I say awkwardly. She just gives me this dreamy nod and wanders into the crowd. I look over the people here. It's thinning a bit. It's been going on for hours, and even vampires are only party animals to a limited extent. Hell, half the people would be old and dead if they weren't immortal beings. An early bedtime would be the norm for another quarter of these people, I'd bet. Needing some fresh air, I step back into the hallway of the church. I follow the hall to the end. There, I find a set of stairs that rises up and then lets out onto the roof. I wander out and sit on the edge, looking out at the city. Despite everything, it's been a good night. I don't want to admit it to myself, but I feel like I can breathe a little easier. I don't feel like I'm slowly suffocating, as if a hand is slowly closing around my throat. I didn't realize it at the time, but that's what was happening. Slowly, Sebastian started closing his hand around my throat. I think it started the day Roman carried me into the hospital, after Archer King liquefied my insides. I died, came back, and nearly died again. I think that was the trigger. Sebastian does love me. I love him. But at the possibility of losing me, he sank his claws in, gripping too tight. It felt loving at first, and maybe it was. No one had ever cared if I lived or died. So, to see the way Sebastian was affected that night, it had sealed my soul to his. But maybe sometimes love gets twisted. Maybe love isn't holding on to someone as tightly as you possibly can. Maybe love is giving someone the space they need to breathe. Maybe it really is setting them free. I look back at the sound of a door. In the dark, I see the shape of Roman DeLuca walk through, stepping out onto the roof. Slowly, casually, he walks toward me, his hands in his pockets. He slows as he reaches me, sitting on the ledge, giving a few feet of space between us. That was some party, I say, breaking the quiet. The air is shockingly still tonight. There isn't one bit of breeze ruffling my hair. It's cold, way too damn cold. but it doesn't seep into my bones, not like it used to. Were you surprised?
So surprised.
He says with a shake of his head and a huff of a laugh.
Never saw it coming.
I smile and watch as Roman reaches into his pocket. He withdraws the necklace, glowing red, containing my mother's gift. He hands it to me, and I take it with reverent gratitude. But I can't. I can't get into the depths of what this means to me. So instead, I look out into the sparkling lights of the city and move on. I like your people. I mean, I know I didn't meet everyone, but sometimes you can just tell. They're good people.
They are.
Roman agrees with a nod.
We're careful about the people we hire. Positions don't open up often.
And now I'm realizing that it probably has everything to do with the man sitting next to me. You're like two different people. When you're out in the world, when you're working, you're definitely an asshole. But here, it's a little easier to see why people like you.
Am I supposed to be flattered by that?
He asks, with just a hint of a chuckle. Take it or leave it, I answer, unable to hold back my own smile. The moment sobers, and both of us look out over the quiet city. You don't like working with the Night Council, do you? I glance over at him. The expression on his face is complex, torn.
It's not as simple as that,
he explains.
When I came to this city, things were chaotic. The Godfrey's dad had a vision for what he wanted this place to be. But it wasn't particularly safe. So we worked together to set up rules, security. And then when I realized Warren could create a barrier around the city, and that Sigrid had the ability to track her son's blood,
he looks down at his hands in his lap.
I never set out to be any kind of leader.
But it came naturally? I fill in. He doesn't acknowledge that. He looks out at the darkness, able to see every single detail, despite the lack of light, just as I can.
The sense of duty is a strange thing. I wish I could shut it off. My life would be a lot simpler if I could, a lot quieter.
I'm pretty sure that's called love, I point out, my eyebrows raising slightly. He just shrugs. You aren't from Chicago, I note, considering he said he came to this city. Where were you living before? Roman glances over at me, and there's this uncomfortable look in his eyes. He looks away again, and now it deliberately feels like he won't look back.
You're obviously pretty damn good at keeping secrets, so I think I can trust you with this.
He looks back at me, and my heart rate picks up.
No one else knows what I'm about to tell you, Juliet.
For months, I was terrified by the fact that Roman knew my most dangerous secret, the secret that I'm cursed to be unable to die. Our relationship was so strained, I expected him to use it against me every chance he got. And here he is, ready to share secrets of his own. It will stay with me, I swear. And I mean every damn word.
I don't remember anything about my life before I resurrected.
The words land with a heaviness that grounds me down to the center of the earth.
I woke up in a landfill in Mississippi.
He continues.
From the state of my clothes and the blood that was dried onto my skin, it seems like I met a very violent end.
Goosebumps flash across my arms. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I try to picture what Roman is saying, but even with all the terrible things I've endured, I can't dredge this kind of imagery up in my head.
There was a passport tucked into the inner pocket of the jacket I was wearing, so whoever killed me must not have been that smart or that concerned about being caught.
He continues.
But it said my name was Roman DeLuca, and according to it, I did a lot of traveling back and forth from the States to Spain and Italy.
What does it mean? The possibilities race through my brain, but I can't grasp onto any of them.
As I dug into it, I found that the name was a fake.
Roman says, his tone growing dark.
Roman DeLuca, with the date of birth listed, didn't exist. The passport was a forgery. A good one. Good enough it allowed me to buy into the identity I use today. Because it's the only one I have any tie to.
There's nothing? I ask, utterly hooked by Roman's completely unexpected story. No glimpses? No familiar faces? No dreams that might be from before, even? Roman shakes his head.
Nothing. I can speak 3 languages. I'm just as fluent in Italian or Spanish as I am in English. But I don't even have a memory of what my favorite food must have been.
Roman doesn't even know his real name. He's just taken one because it was on some papers he had on him. I blink hard, my mouth slightly agape as I stare out into the dark. It must have been some kind of blunt force trauma before you were killed. And it must have happened long enough before you died your resurrection couldn't heal it. I mean, I didn't resurrect with a stab wound in my gut. Whoever attacked you must have caused some kind of damage to your memory, amnesia or something, and it stuck long enough that your resurrection couldn't override it. Roman shrugs.
It's almost like you know what the hell you're talking about.
I huff a tiny laugh, though I don't really find the situation funny. I was going into neurology before I came to Chicago. Brains were interesting at the time. He crooks a little smile, though he's not actually entertained either.
I spent 2 months trying to figure out who I was. But when it all led to dead ends, I realized something. What kind of good person has a fake name and a fake passport? What kind of good person gets so brutally murdered? What kind of good person gets dumped in a landfill?
He's quiet for a minute, and I can feel the weight pressing down on him. It's in the way he stares vacantly into the dark, in the tightness of his shoulders, in the hard fist his hand is curled into, pressed into his thigh.
So I let it go,
he says, his voice coming out quiet and rough.
I stopped looking for answers from the past. I became Roman DeLuca because why not? It was the only form of documentation I had. And for 2 years, I thought I was the only unholy vampire creation in the entire world.
That sounds so damn lonely.
I smelled him before I realized why the scent was familiar.
Roman moves on.
I was in Washington, east of Seattle. I stalked him, and when I saw him drinking the blood of a skier, I knew I wasn't the only one. I approached him, and we entered into an uneasy friendship. For nearly a year, we had each other's backs. But when he started stalking this woman, I knew I had to do something about it.
I swallow once. Every woman has had this fear, has always looked over her shoulder, has always thought about how she would defend herself from some scary figure walking behind her in the dark.
He followed her all the way to Chicago,
Roman states.
I went with him, and he was so fixated he didn't even care to ask me why. But he was escalating. He got demanding. He wanted her to say yes, and that wasn't what she was answering. So one night, when he broke into her apartment, I went after him.
The silence that follows tell me how it ended. I've seen it before. Roman is brutal, savage. He's incredibly good at it.
I meant to move on,
Roman says.
But Edward Godfrey had been watching me and the other vampire while we'd been in the city, and he approached me about working with him and organizing things into a better state here in the city. I told him no at first, but I was so damn desperate. He offered to pay me an insane sum. I didn't have much other choice but to hear him out, and I saw how it could be different. And here I am, 21 years later.
Roman has been a vampire for 24 years. And in 24 years, he's never told anyone the full truth. Your story is incredible, I say, shaking my head in disbelief and awe. I had no idea. I can't imagine what that feels like, not knowing who you are. And I start to understand, to see Roman a little more clearly.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure many people really know who they are,
he says with a soft sigh. He sits a little straighter.
We have to rediscover who we are every single day, because the world never stops changing us.
I realize then that it's true.
I'm not sure I'm the same person I was yesterday, and I'm definitely not the same person I was the day before that. Thank you for sharing with me, Roman, I say. I reach over, and I'm not nervous anymore when I grab his hand. His gaze falls down to our hands resting on the shingles. And thank you for keeping my own complicated past to yourself. I know it's not easy carrying other people's baggage. He looks back out into the streets again. Makes it lighter, sharing the baggage. He's right. I try to picture what it would feel like if I held all my most dangerous secrets on my own. It would feel suffocating. It would be so isolating. Roman has lived 24 years with this baggage. And suddenly, I'm more than happy to help him carry the load. Chapter 12. I have to show her this. I open my eyes, taking in the wooden ceiling above me. Down the hall and out in the chapel, I hear Roman speaking to one of his people. You can tell her what's happened, another voice says. I don't recognize it. They weren't at the party. But if she sees this, it's going to scare the shit out of her. She deserves to know how far it's gone. Roman counters, his voice a low growl. She has to understand all of it. I sit up when I hear footsteps walking down the hall, and just a moment later, there's a knock at the door. Come in, I say, as I tuck my knees into my chest, wrapping my arms around them. Dread fills me when Roman walks in. What he just said, what I just heard, something is about to change. There's death in Roman's blue eyes. The set of his lips is narrow, angry. His left hand is curled into a fist. In his other hand, he holds a phone. I think you need to see this, he says. He crosses the room and sits on the edge of the bed, handing me the phone. We installed cameras at your apartment after Sebastian trashed the club. Cold ice fills my veins as I look at the video playing on the screen. I watch as Sebastian opens the door. Determined, angry, he strides right inside. There's pure, unfiltered rage on his face. His hands are curled into fists. He looks half crazed. He goes straight for my computer first. He drops down into the chair, and within 5 seconds, he has it unlocked. How he got my password, I don't know. Roman fast-forwards through the next 20 minutes as Sebastian combs through my computer. He stands up and goes into my bedroom. The camera view changes, and I watch as Sebastian proceeds to pull open every nightstand drawer. He dumps them each out onto the bed, combing through everything carefully. My heart thuds hard in my chest. Cold prickles on my hands. Sebastian next goes to my bathroom. He gets more frantic in his movements, clawing his way through all the drawers in there. He goes through everything, every makeup bag and every folded towel. He tosses my entire closet, going through every pocket. His breathing gets harder, and his eyes are swirling with embers. I realize my hands are shaking. It's hard to hold the phone steady enough to continue watching. He goes back out into the living room, and now he doesn't hold back. He tosses the entire place. A roar rips from his throat as he yanks every plate from the cupboard. I see his fangs extend as he literally tips the fridge over. And a demonic cry makes the speakers reverberate as he flips my desk, sending my computer crashing across the floor before it shatters when it hits the far wall. Where are you, Juliet? He huffs as he looks around at all the destruction he's caused. He stands there breathing so hard, I can see his shoulders rising and falling. It's as if he thinks I'll magically materialize, or the right clue will suddenly be written on the walls. But finally, he turns and stalks back to the door. He walks out and slams the door closed so hard, I hear everything in the apartment rattle. And then it's silent. My ransacked apartment lies still, broken, chaotic. Well, shit, I say as something bites at the back of my eyes. I quickly wipe at them, even though no tears have fallen. But I know I can't hide how red they have to be when I look up at Roman.
He stares at me with sympathy and hesitance. I'm just waiting for him to tell me what he thinks I should do. If this were Elena, she'd be barking at me that I couldn't ever talk to him again. She'd be telling me we need to rip him to pieces or something. She'd have all the ideas, and she'd fight me until I gave in to whatever she deemed best.
I thought you should know,
is all Roman says.
I know you're planning to go talk to him tomorrow, so I thought you should know.
I blink as I look away, pushing 2 tears out onto my cheek. It just keeps getting worse. So much worse. Was he really like this all along? I don't realize at first that I've said the words out loud. Or did we do this to each other?
You didn't make him do this, Juliet.
Roman counters, his gaze hardening as he shakes his head. People always say love makes you do crazy things, I say hoarsely as I look back at him. I guess no one ever said those crazy things would only be good things. He doesn't say anything immediately. I can tell he's thinking that over, considering. And I appreciate that. He's not just trying to fire advice at me. He's not just trying to comfort and reassure me. Do you remember the things Archer said before we killed him? I ask. My voice sounds strange. It's amazing how emotions can affect us physically. I hold Roman's blue eyes, and it's obvious he remembers. I thought there was no way in hell his ability to predict the future could be for real. But a streak of tears suddenly pushes its way out, racing down my face. I squeeze my eyes closed, pressing my lips into a thin line to hold back the sob or scream that is just seconds behind them. And it shocks the hell out of me when Roman leans forward and wraps his arms around me. There's nothing conniving about it, nothing vindictive, nothing judgmental. He told me my lies would be my downfall, I say quietly against his shoulder. But some things you just can't tell some people. I was born cursed, and it's going to screw up my entire life. And it's never going to end, because somehow I can't die. Grief rips through me like I've been slashed across the gut. A sob finally gasps through me, and the tears don't stop coming. My entire body trembles, and I just want to fall apart and be absorbed into the fiery inferno in the center of the earth. Roman doesn't say anything. He's not the best with words, but he holds me tighter, and it feels so damn nice. When my world fell apart, the last person I expected to be there for me was Roman. The last person I ever expected to feel safest with was the man I once thought was a complete asshole who scared the hell out of me. But as I sob, as I let it finally rage through me, he just holds on to me, holding me together like a friend would. I don't know how long we sit like that. My body should start feeling stiff and a little numb, but I'm not human anymore. And I'm pretty sure this vampire body could sit like this for days before thirst would finally make me move. But it's Roman's buzzing cell phone that breaks the moment. You should get that, I say as I sit back, wiping my tear-streaked face.
Hello?
He answers, ignoring how I've soaked his shoulder. Can you meet me at the club? I hear Sigrid on the other end.
You're supposed to stay at the safe house for another 2 days,
Roman points out. This is important, she says, her tone firm. Be there in 20 minutes. And she hangs up. Let me come with you, I say as Roman stands. I scramble to my feet. I need to get out. I need to do something. Please? I know I'm desperate, pleading. And from the look on his face, it's clear he doesn't love the idea. But he doesn't say a word until he pulls the burner back out and dials a number.
Where is Sebastian right now?
He asks.
Just walked into his penthouse 5 minutes ago.
Someone replies.
Thanks. Let me know if he leaves. The very second he leaves.
Roman orders and hangs up.
Let's go.
I actually smile. I'm so damn relieved. I scramble to grab my jacket and my shoes, and we head outside. Roman barks where he's going to the one man who's sitting at one of the computers. And then, we're out on the icy sidewalk, headed to the parking garage. It feels good to be going somewhere, to be doing something, even if I don't know what I'm doing. It's only been 2 days that I've been hiding out at the church, but it's felt eternally longer. As we pull out onto the street, I take a deep breath, feeling like the vice around my throat is loosening. It's a 20-minute drive to the club. Once upon a time, just seeing the Roman Knights sign gave me serious anxiety. Now I feel different. It's still complicated, but it's no longer bad. Roman parks, and together, we walk through the front doors. There's a full-on construction crew working in the lobby, and I stop in my tracks, taking in the damage. Those snakeskin panels that were on the walls are scattered across the floor, shattered into tiny pieces. Every light fixture has been broken. The desk looks like an elephant jumped on it. A curse slips past my lips.
"Don't worry about it,"
Roman says simply. He grabs me by the wrist and pulls me past it, deeper into the club. There isn't even that much to destroy here in the lobby. What must Roman's apartment look like? Roman, I
said, "Don't worry about it."
He cuts me off, looking back with this look that is both intense and comforting.
"You don't control that dickhead."
I keep doing that, taking on the blame for what Sebastian does, acting like I have any control over him. I have to stop doing that, but I'm not sure I know how. We make the final turn before we enter the main area of the club. And there, standing at the bar, are Sigrid and Warren. "Thor's hammer, Juliet," Sigrid says in a breathy voice. She launches herself at me, wrapping her arms around me, squeezing as tightly as she's capable of as a human. "I am so thankful to see you." "You too," I say with a grin, soaking in every bit of her love. "Are you all right?" she asks as she backs up to look into my face. "Not really," I admit, forcing a smile. "But I'm not looking to draw any more attention. I'm safe. That's all that matters." She nods in agreement, but she studies me, searching for any signs of damage, physical or emotional. I know the scars are already forming. It's an uncomfortable, familiar feeling.
"What's going on?"
Roman asks, sliding his hands into his pockets as he walks over to join us.
"It happened,"
Warren says. His face is ghost white, and his entire body is trembling.
I can't. "What's happened?"
Roman asks, his brows furrowing.
"I started feeling weird this morning,"
he says, looking ashamed as he looks up at his boss.
"I thought maybe I was getting sick, and then an hour ago, it was just gone."
"He's lost his gift," Sigrid states, gravely. A chill shoots through me. No. It's easy to not get too panicked about an emergency when it's happening to strangers. We've all been freaked out by what's happening to the gifted and the vampires. But until this moment, it wasn't real.
"The barrier, it's gone,"
Warren says, his voice rough.
"Anyone could cross it, and I won't have any idea."
Roman curses.
"And we still have no leads on fixing this."
"No," Sigrid says, gravely. Roman looks back at me. "We hadn't found any answers at the hospital," I tell him.
"And how are you feeling?"
Roman asks Sigrid. "For now, fine," she says. Her words are tight. "But just yesterday, 3 more gifted lost their abilities. Every one of them said the same, that they feel numb. It's spreading."
"And I know 5 more vampires slipped into comas yesterday,"
Roman reports, his hands on his hips. "Shit," I breathe. I didn't know that. "We need to figure out what all of these people have in common," Sigrid says. "If this is some kind of disease, we need to understand where the source is, how it's spreading." "Doesn't work so well for the vampires who are unconscious," I say, thinking of all those people who are laying up in the ICU. But it's a start. I will put together a team, Sigrid says. We'll interview all the victims. There has to be something consistent. Roman nods.
I'll look through the profiles of the vampires. Maybe something will stand out.
Sigrid crosses her arms over her chest, her eyes falling to the floor. Chicago is lost. It is no longer what it was. We are not safe here anymore. There is no longer peace in the city. We're losing more people every day. 2 families packed their belongings and left yesterday.
We're not giving up,
Roman says in a low voice.
This isn't over.
Once again, I feel like the chaos has followed me. Chicago sounded so wonderful before I arrived, and now it's falling apart. I just pray we find our answers before it's too late, Sigrid says, and she heads for the door, placing a hand on my shoulder as she passes. Stay safe, my dear. You too, I offer, suddenly filled with dread that she might be next, or anyone else I care about. Warren, I'm so sorry. Not your fault, he says, sounding so incredibly sad. He wraps me in a quick hug, but all its strength is gone. Take care. Roman and I turn, watching them leave. I feel heavy, worn out, defeated. But screw that. I'm going to talk to Sebastian tomorrow, I say, feeling my resolve strengthen. I have to get back to work. I'm not doing anyone any good hiding. If I'm going to help get this figured out, I need to get back to the hospital.
What do you need from me?
Roman asks, not an ounce of hesitation. I look over at him, suddenly so damn grateful for him. It's disorienting, having my attitude toward him change so rapidly. Be there as my backup?
Of course,
he says, his tone steely. Can I borrow that phone? I ask, holding out my hand. Roman pulls it from his pocket. I flip it open and stare at the numbers for a moment, taking in a steadying breath. This morning, after Roman showed me the video of Sebastian tearing my apartment apart, I considered just disappearing. Maybe he didn't deserve an explanation, closure, a goodbye. But this isn't just about me and my desire not to have to face the man who has devolved into something I barely recognize. We all have to be adults, for the common good. I dial his cell phone number and hold the outdated device to my ear.
This is Dr. Vincent,
he answers, his tone hard. It's me, I say, as adrenaline spikes in me at hearing his voice.
Juliet.
There's an entire gospel choir's worth of variety of emotions in his voice. Relief, anger, shock. We need to meet. I press forward before he can say anything else. Tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. Meet me at the Bean. We'll talk.
Juliet,
But I hang up before he can say another word. I dial Elena's number and hold the phone to my ear. Hello, she answers, but her tone sounds distracted. Elena, it's me, I say, staring at a wall. Oh my heavens, woman, what the hell is going on? She explodes. Look, I'll explain what I can later, but I need you to do me a favor, okay? Anything, she promises, and this is one of the reasons why I love her. I'm going to talk to Sebastian tomorrow night. I start. Roman is going with me, but I want to make sure my bases are covered. Will you come and just hang back, observe, and if things go south, I'll take the bastard out. She fills in, her tone hard. Shit, Juliet, what did he do? Like I said, I'll explain everything later, I say. My heart is pounding, and my head is spinning just a little. But I've got to go. We're meeting at the Bean, 9 o'clock. I'll be there, she answers, a little exasperated. But Juliet, you should probably know. I took Tabitha to the hospital an hour ago. She's in a coma. I pinch the bridge of my nose and curse. Why does everything in the world have to fall apart at once? Can't they take turns? I'm so sorry, Elena. Yeah, she says simply, her worry and grief coming through the line. I'll be there tomorrow. And she hangs up. Chapter 13. I let out a hard, steadying breath. It instantly fogs the air around us. Snow is just starting to fall softly from the sky. It's quiet out. No one wants to be outside right now. But I don't hesitate as I cross the street, and we hook to the right, heading down the last block. Roman walks right beside me. I didn't ask, but I know he's armed to the teeth. The tension in his shoulders could snap at a wrong breath. The look in his eyes is icy and intense. And I'm reminded why he looked so terrifying when I first met him. Roman is dangerous. He's deadly. But for the first time, I know he's on my side. I see the looming sculpture up ahead. It reflects the lights from the skyscrapers surrounding it. Its actual name is the Cloud, but the world-famous polished silver sculpture is more accurately known as the Bean. And somewhere, in the dark, I know Elena is there, watching and observing. Faster and faster, my heart starts beating when I make out his silhouette in the dark. My feet slow, just a little bit, and Roman instantly drops to my pace. You can do this. I mentally pump myself up. You have to do this. And there's no turning back when Sebastian spins around and our eyes lock. I feel myself shattering then, because when I look at him, I still feel like I'm looking into the eyes of the only person who has ever really understood me. There's a reason I fell so hard for him. When I stare at Sebastian, I relive every dark conversation we've had, admitting the horrible things in our past. I can feel his lips on my neck and his hands at my waist. And it hurts. It hurts so damn bad. Because so much of this was perfect. And now, everything is different. What are you doing here? Sebastian snarls as his eyes slide over to Roman. Just making sure everyone behaves, Roman says coldly. This is between Juliet and me, he says, his eyes hard, filled with venom. You lost your right to privacy a while ago, don't you think, Dr. Vincent? Roman poses, his tone even, but deadly. Juliet, Sebastian says in exasperation. I asked him to be here. I cut him off before he can complain further. I know you don't like it, but you're just going to have to deal with it. I stop 6 feet in front of Sebastian, both of us directly under the polished sculpture. I stuff my hands into the pockets of my coat, and I try to sort through all of the tumbling thoughts in my head. Where have you been? He begins. There's pain in his eyes, and it hurts my heart. It makes me ache. Somewhere I could get some space and time to think, I answer, without giving him the answer. You ran away, Juliet, he says. His tone is slightly accusatory, but he's not wrong. I nod. I couldn't stay, I begin. I couldn't. You wanted to pretend that nothing was wrong, but the world had just imploded, and I couldn't sit there and smile for everyone like nothing had changed. I'm sorry, Sebastian says. I see desperation rising in his eyes, and now I know what he will do when he's desperate. We should have canceled the engagement party. We should have stayed home and talked about things. Let's talk now, I state, my tone stiff. We can't change the past. We don't get do-overs, so let's talk now. Sebastian's eyes slide over to Roman, telling me just how much he doesn't want to have this conversation in front of him. But tough luck. Roman's not going anywhere. Fine. I know I screwed up. Juliet, after you lied to me the night you and Roman killed Archer King, I got scared. It's okay to be scared, I say, and already I'm starting to lose my cool. And it's okay to have to talk through it more than once. That's the story of being married, Sebastian. It wasn't promised that things would be perfect. The conflict in his eyes say he doesn't exactly grasp this, that he doesn't necessarily see it the same way. But instead of talking to me about it, instead of trying to work on it together, you stalked me, I say, and my voice cracks on my last word. I shake my head. You were tracking me. You lost your mind when I went somewhere without consulting you first. And then you paid your bodyguard to follow me at all times. There's a line, Sebastian, and you dropped a nuclear bomb on it. You know what happened to my wife, my kids, Sebastian growls, and something shifts in his eyes. It's colder, a little crueler. I spoke the truth, every word, when I said I'd do anything to protect you, Juliet. I love you. I love you with every fiber of my being. I cannot be the way you correct the past, Sebastian, I erupt. I am a person, someone in the here and now. I know you've experienced hurt. We all have. But just because you lost them doesn't mean you would have lost me. And it doesn't give you the right to take control over everything I do. His lips thin out into a hard line. I know you trashed my apartment, I say, calming myself and lowering my tone. That you went through everything. How did you think that was going to go once we talked? You disappeared on me, Juliet, he says tightly. What was I supposed to do? Calm the hell down and wait for me to be ready to talk to you again, I bark. I throw a hand up, every muscle in my body tensing. I mean, you even tore the club apart. I thought he was hiding you, and apparently I was right. Sebastian seethes. When did you start sleeping with him? It's an instinct from my past. Violence. It was what I employed when I had to survive. And now, it's my heart that won't survive. I'm right in front of Sebastian in a flash, and I slap him with everything I have in me across the face. A roar of pain and anger rips from him, and with a flash of red eyes and fangs, he catches my wrist, yanking me into him. But the next second, Sebastian is pinned to the ground, and I'm staggering to the side. Roman kneels with one knee on Sebastian's chest. In his hand, he holds a stake pressed tightly against Sebastian's chest. His own eyes are glowing brilliantly red, black veins streaking all over his face. His fangs are bared, and an animalistic noise that's somewhere between a growl and a hiss reverberates in his chest. Touch her again, and it will be the last thing you do, Doctor, Roman says, and his voice doesn't sound like anything on this planet. I was faithful to you, Sebastian, I say, my words coming out broken. And I would have been to the end. You and I were good. But something got twisted along the way. Somewhere, something went wrong. Because this isn't love anymore. It hasn't been for a little while. There's a difference between love and possession. And you lost sight of it. Tears prick in my eyes. My throat feels too tight to breathe. I can feel it. I'm going to fall apart. And it's going to come quickly. So I step forward. I grip the finger on my left hand, and I feel my heart break. I see it in Sebastian's eyes as I pull it off. The panic, the terror, the realization that this is happening. Juliet, don't, he practically whispers. Please. You don't own me, Sebastian, I say quietly. Just as I'm about to drop the ring into his hand, Sebastian erupts. He swings his elbow to connect with Roman's jaw, knocking him to the side just enough so he can scramble to his feet. Don't say it's over, Juliet, Sebastian says as he steps toward me. There's something unhinged in his eyes. We were made to be together. We can fix this. Just as he lunges at me, Roman wraps his arm around Sebastian's throat, and in the same instant, Elena plows into him from the side, sending all three of them to the ground. Touch her again and you die, Elena hisses in Sebastian's face. She wraps a hand around his throat, snapping his head back against the concrete. I think Roman made that very clear. Stay the hell out of this, Sebastian roars. He struggles against her, but Roman steps a foot on his chest, pinning him to the ground. Juliet, let's talk this out. Just you and me. I shake my head as I meet his eyes. We've said everything that needs to be said. We'll need to figure the work situation out, but not until you've found your mind again. Until then, leave me the hell alone. I toss the ring at him, and with a look of utter disbelief, he catches it. Unless there's anything else, I think you should go, Elena says. I stand there for a moment. If I walk away, what is going to happen? Will Sebastian continue fighting them? Will he hurt either of them? But as I meet Roman's eyes, I see it there. They'll deal with Sebastian. I need to leave. So, as tears spring from my eyes, as my grief finally chokes the oxygen from my throat, I turn. And in the snow, in the dark, I walk away, hating the man I loved most, fulfilling Archer King's prophecy. Chapter 14. It comes with access to the pool, and there's always a doorman on duty, the real estate agent says as we walk through the apartment. It's nice, though a little blah. It's close enough to work, far enough I don't feel like Sebastian will be staring through my windows. This is not the place, Elena says, barely containing the sneer. You don't get to decide that, I remind her. But you're right. I don't think this is the place. The woman smiles patiently. This is the third place she's shown me today, but none of them have felt right. I have one more to show you. It's just a 5-minute walk from here. We step out of the apartment, and she locks it up behind her. And then all three of us head down the elevator. It's icy cold outside, but I still feel light. I went back to the church last night. I'd drawn a bath, and I'd had a good sob/scream marathon for about 30 minutes. At some point, I heard Roman come back. He'd lingered outside my door, listening for me. When I didn't call him in, he went into his own bedroom and closed the door. This morning, I'd stared at my splotchy face and puffy eyes, and I made a decision. I wasn't going to keep my life in anyone else's hands. I was going to stand on my own, 100%. That might mean finding a new job. I wasn't sure Sebastian and I would ever be able to be in close proximity again. Things might not ever cool off, and with this much hurt involved, maybe it was best to make sure we never saw each other again. I don't want that. I love working at the hospital. I love that I can be myself there, that I don't have to hide what I am. I love helping other vampires and the gifted. But if it comes to it, I will go to another hospital. Hell, maybe I can even open my own private practice and see only supernatural patients. The other part of this is having my own place. Not in the Godfrey's skyscraper, not in an apartment that Sebastian owns. Somewhere to call my own. Look, I'll sell you the apartment, Elena says as we follow the agent. So, it won't even be mine. And then we can live close by again, and we'll actually see each other enough that I'll know when things implode between you and your fiancé. Not my fiancé anymore, I point out. Right, she says, her tone hard. That obsessed, greedy-handed creep. Hey, I say, my brows furrowing. We might be over, but I still loved that man with everything I had in me. I won't apologize, she snarks. But you don't have to do this. I'll sell the apartment to you at a massive discount. That's the point, Elena, I say, frustration rising in my voice. I haven't had any control since you brought me to this forsaken city. I was 100% on my own in New York City. No backups, no couches to fall onto. And it's been killing me how dependent I've been since I came here. I can't do it anymore, Elena. I just can't. She's quiet for a moment. In this, we will never understand each other. To Elena, money can solve pretty much any problem, and she has plenty of that. She's always trying to fix all of my problems with money, but she doesn't understand that it's just making the issue worse. I can't say I totally understand, she concedes. But I'll stop giving you shit about this. Let's just keep fingers crossed that this next place is halfway decent. Ahead of us, the agent hooks toward a door, and smiles as she holds it open for us. The building is beautiful. It's old, with that classic old Chicago look. We enter into a lobby that has a doorman waiting behind a big black desk. The agent speaks with him, and I look around, taking it all in. There are plants hanging from everything. A big classic chandelier hangs from the elaborate ceiling. This place is old world feeling. I can imagine the gangsters who probably lived here, the ambitious businessmen, the women who were secretly vampires. I smile as I take it in. The agent gets a key, and we ride in an ancient-feeling elevator up to the 32nd floor, only 3 floors from the top level. We walk down a hall, and she inserts the key into apartment 32J. It's almost like a sign. J for Juliet. It takes my breath away the second I step inside. The floors look like original oak. They show signs of wear, but they've been reglossed recently. Straight ahead, there is a brick wall with 3 cathedral-style windows set into it. They have to be 8 feet tall. There's a kitchen stretched out along one wall, all of the cabinetry black and surprisingly modern. An ornate chandelier hangs from the ceiling. Most of the walls are painted white, with a few black accents thrown in. "Oh, wow," Elena says, looking around at it in wonder. "It's beautiful. It feels cozy and homey." "I saved the best for last," the agent says as she turns around, a proud smile on her lips. "Yes, you did," I say with my own grin. I walk further inside, already planning out furniture and decorations. I follow a hall toward a bedroom. It, too, has a brick wall and the same cathedral-style windows that stretch impossibly tall. I find an attached bathroom with a clawfoot bathtub, a shower big enough for 2 people, and a vanity big enough to contain even all of Elena's beauty products. "This place is amazing," I say with a breathy laugh. "And it's in my budget?" "It's at the top of it," the agent says as I walk through the closet. "It's not huge, but it's all I need. And it won't be available for 2 more weeks." I can live with that. "I don't know what it is exactly, but this apartment just screams you," Elena remarks as she takes it all in. "A little rough around the edges, sturdy, elegant in its own unique way." "You always know just what to say," I say with a sarcastic smile in her direction. "It's why you love me," she teases back. I walk back out into the living room, taking it all in once more. I pull in a deep breath, and a feeling of peace washes through me. "I'll take it," I say, feeling completely confident as I say the words. "That's wonderful," the agent says. "I'll draw up the paperwork. You can drop the deposit at my office tomorrow, if that works." "Yeah," I confirm with a nod. And, for the first time in weeks, I feel like a weight has lifted off my chest. I feel like maybe I can reclaim my life from the mess of the rubble. Life was never, ever going to be easy for me, but I can take it back as mine. "You're glowing, Juliet," Elena whispers as she follows the agent toward the door. "Looks good on you." I chuckle and follow them out, but I look back just once more before she locks the door. Home. This place will be home. My home. Or in 2 weeks, it will be. So for now, I spend the rest of the afternoon shopping with my best friend. We pick out furniture for my new place. We get lunch, and I finally tell her everything that's happened between me and Sebastian. I don't see Roman for the next 2 days. He's got an entire city of nearly 3 million people to keep an eye on. The crime rate in this city is ridiculous, and then you throw a bunch of vampires and gifted into the mix. Roman has plenty to keep him busy. Others come and go from the chapel, and I'm beginning to recognize faces. Ivana, the man who was with Roman when he showed me the video footage, and, of course, Jay Casper. But on a Sunday night, about 2 in the morning, Roman walks into the church. It's just me right now. Everyone else is off for the weekend, or they're away for work. I'm sitting in one of the chairs at a desk, reading a book about college bullies and romance. I don't take much time to read, but I do know I'm a sucker for romance. Not sure I'm a fan of the bully genre, though. Roman is soaking wet when he walks through the doors of the church. It's been dumping hard all day, continuing into the night. And in just an hour, we're supposed to get below freezing. The city will be shut down for most of the day with the conditions like this. Whoa, did you walk from the south side here? I ask as I lay the book face down on the desk, holding my place.
Just from Chicago Avenue,
He says as he shrugs out of his soaked coat. He hangs it on the tree stand by the door and shakes his hair out, running his fingers through it.
Jay had to borrow my car to go after somebody.
It's very generous of you to just hand it off, to walk 4 blocks in a downpour, I remark. I lean back in my seat, propping my feet up on the edge of the desk, ankles crossed. He just makes a grunt of acknowledgement that I said anything.
Be back in a sec.
My eyes follow him, and I should look away. I feel kind of ashamed that I don't. But just before he steps back into the hall behind the chapel, Roman reaches up to the collar of his soaked shirt and pulls it up over his head. I'm granted a wide open view of his back. It was a given that Roman would be ripped, no question on that. What I don't expect is the heavy scar that covers the space just below his left shoulder blade, running down toward the middle of his back. Exactly like he was stabbed in the back and left there to die. Nor do I expect the full sleeve of tattoos that cover his right shoulder, running down his arm toward his wrist. They stretch up his neck to the black rose inked into his skin and spill out onto his chest. He's kind of beautiful, in a dangerous, dark way. Everything about Roman screams predator, mysterious, solitary. I continue staring as he disappears around the corner, toward his bedroom. My insides tighten in a mix of complex emotions. My mind twists with all of the unresolved shit going on inside of me. I lace my fingers back into my hair, leaning back in my chair, tilting my face to the ceiling as I squeeze my eyes closed.
Everything okay?
I startle. Roman just walked out of the room. I didn't expect him to vampire wink back into the space. I put my hands down, steadying myself in the chair. Yeah, shit, you startled me. You're pretty damn quiet, even for a vampire. He walks back into the chapel wearing a black pair of sweatpants and a heather gray t-shirt. I think it may be the first non-black thing I've ever seen him wear. Okay, it's really bizarre to see you dressed down, I say, unable to contain the chuckle that slips from my lips. I mean, you're always so Lord of the Underworld.
Does that make you Persephone?
He says, and I'm quite proud that I'm able to pull a smile from him. I call out loudly. Trust me, I'm no goddess of spring. Roman takes a seat at one of the desks. He laces his fingers behind his head and leans back. He seems so casual, relaxed. It's disorienting.
No, I guess not,
he says, his eyes lingering. And I'm not sure what the hell that means. But I can't do more heaviness right now. I found an apartment, I say, moving on. It won't be ready for another 2 weeks, though. Think you can stand to put up with me for that much longer? I can always go stay with Elena if you'd prefer.
You're safer here,
Roman says smoothly.
Sebastian still being a controlling overlord.
Oh no, I say, even as everything in me sinks with dread. Roman nods.
He interrogated Mason today. Cornered him at the office. Seemed convinced you might have reached out to him. Took 4 vampires in the office to kick Sebastian out.
A curse slips from my lips, and my face turns back up to the ceiling. I'm never going to be able to work at that hospital again, am I?
I don't think so,
Roman says, and I can tell he doesn't want to have to admit this.
Juliet, if he keeps escalating like this, if he keeps causing this kind of trouble, I can't let him stay. We wouldn't tolerate it from anyone else in the city.
What do you mean? I ask, as ice fills my veins. Roman holds my eyes for a long moment, and I see the plans being formed behind his eyes.
I mean, If he doesn't cool off, I'm going to suggest to the rest of the council that we banish Sebastian from Chicago.
Banish. It's such an archaic term. And what makes you think he'll respect that? I ask, because I cannot see him simply accepting it and walking away when everything he's worked for is here.
We'll enlist the gifted for help if needed,
Roman says. The chapel feels darker, colder. The heaviness in the air is nearly suffocating.
And if that doesn't work...
If that doesn't work? I repeat, not knowing how I'm going to react to whatever he says next.
We do whatever we have to do to keep the city safe,
Roman says darkly.
If Sebastian is a threat, I will treat him like any other threat.
I once watched Roman bite a man's throat out, and then he pulled the man apart, limb from limb. This man had done horrible things to some women in the city. He'd refused to be tattooed. He was looking to set up a blood trade here. Roman killed him without hesitation. I swallow once and look away from him. I'm angry with Sebastian for what he's done. So damn angry. But the thought of him being kicked out of the city, of forcing him to give up his hospital and everything he's worked for, it makes my palms cold. I know he's being insane right now. I know he's a legitimate danger right now. Sebastian is capable, strong, powerful. He's gone after people I care about. He's destroyed property. He's stepped over boundary after boundary. But I don't want to see him dead. I have to talk to him, I say, my throat tight. Somehow, I will talk him down, make him see reason.
Juliet, he lost his reason over you,
Roman says, as he crosses his arms over his chest.
I think you're the very last person who is going to be able to talk him off the ledge right now. With everything he's done recently, I think we have to consider he's capable of taking his obsession even further.
That sends a shiver down my spine. And suddenly, I remember the last secret of mine that Roman doesn't know. Would Sebastian get so desperate as to take me as his prisoner and lock me up? A few weeks ago, I would have said a resounding hell no. But why not? He has another one locked away. Marcus Lontoc, the necromancer, isn't dead, I say through a thick throat. Ashamed, my eyes rise back up to meet Roman's. Sebastian said he took Marcus from your safe house and killed him, but he didn't. Goosebumps flash across my skin as I remember how Marcus looked the last time I saw him. When Roman finally captured and detained the necromancer, he accidentally tackled him over the edge of a building. He'd broken bones, gashed open lesions. He couldn't walk, needing a wheelchair until his leg healed. Sebastian has him locked up in a warehouse as his prisoner.
Why?
Roman growls. I look down at the ground and take in one deep, steadying breath. He said it was a backup plan, in case anything ever happened to me and he needed to bring me back from the dead. But what I know, and what Roman knows, is that I will just keep coming back from the dead, over and over, without the need for a necromancer. All thanks to my mother's curse. I look back up at Roman and see it all there in his eyes, the same thoughts. I allowed it because I put myself in his shoes. I couldn't imagine life without him. I couldn't stand the idea that somehow Sebastian might be killed and I'd have to go through an immortal lifetime without him. So, maybe he's not the only one who's lost some of their humanity over love. I wrap my arms around myself, feeling sick. Marcus was locked in a dirty prison cell with only a tiny, hazy window for light. He was given a tiny bed, some non-perishable food, and water. And I just agreed to it. I allowed it. Marcus did terrible things. He followed Archer King and watched as he killed 6 people. He isn't a good man. But I'm not so good either. I let my fiancé lock him away, agreeing to take away his freedom and his life. I hate myself enough right now, I say, my voice cracking just a little. So, you don't need to chew me out or call me names I deserve. But I think I need to fix this. I don't know what I want Roman to say. I'm too ashamed to even look at him. We all have times we wish we could rewind and redo. This is one of those. This will forever be a black stain on my soul, something I can't ever wash out. Roman always has a plan, but if he's forming one now, he doesn't share it. Have you ever been in love? I ask in a small, slightly too quiet voice. I still can't look at him, but I know he heard me.
Maybe before,
He says. His voice is rough, and I wish I could know what's going through his head right now.
Guess I'll never know. But in this life, no.
I nod. I don't know how, because Roman is as beautiful as he is deadly looking, but somehow I thought this would be his answer. I'd never been in love before I came to Chicago, I say. I tuck my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them. The first person I ever loved was Elena, but that's different. I never saw any examples of actual love growing up, you know? Anything anyone ever did for me was because they were paid to do it. So, coming here, feeling what I felt, I wipe a trail of tears that leaks down one cheek. I guess I just wasn't prepared. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. There's a beat of silence, and I feel my insides, my emotions cannibalizing each other.
At least you dared to take a chance,
Roman says. And with his words, I look up. His gaze is hesitant. The set of his lips is vulnerable.
I've kept everyone at arm's length, never letting anyone in, because I don't know who I was before. Because I don't trust that the person who got themselves stabbed in the back and left in a landfill won't come back out. But it can be pretty damn lonely. You might have screwed parts of it up, Juliet, but at least you were daring enough to try.
My heart beats a little faster as I stare at Roman. Just a few weeks ago, I would have laughed in your face if you told me I'd be having a deep conversation like this with this man. I would have said you were dreaming. But darkness and pain recognize darkness and pain. Everyone is worthy of love, Roman, I say. My insides are shaking. I'm feeling too much, feel too broken and raised over. But this I know. It took me a long time to learn that, because I had to uncover the truth on my own. But everyone is worthy of love, even if we're all monsters. Monsters are real, sweetheart, and they look like everyone you've ever known. Roman said those words to me early on when I arrived in this city. It's so damn true. But so is what I just said. I startle when the door swings open and Ivana steps inside. It's an absolute nightmare out there, she says, oblivious to the heavy conversation that was just going on. Look at me. I literally walked from the parking garage to the front door. She's totally drenched.
There's some hot chocolate in the cupboard,
Roman says, and he seems glad to have the weight of our conversation broken.
You get changed. I'll make it. Want some?
He asks as he stands, looking down at me. Yeah, thanks, I reply, and despite the weight of what we've just talked about, I feel oddly peaceful. Maybe we all just need to get the weight off our chests sometimes. Chapter 15. Council meeting, now. Elena's voice barks through the Bluetooth speakers of Roman's SUV. We're on our way back from the same Target we went shopping at before. I ran out of clean clothes 3 days ago, and the lack of variety is getting old.
What's going on?
Roman asks, but Elena cuts him off, ending the call. He glances over at me.
I can either drop you off at the L, or you can lay low outside the meeting.
My heart thumps hard in my chest. Sebastian is a council member, and as such, is expected to be at the meeting. But just yesterday, Roman's spy crew brought back reports of Sebastian interrogating the entire hospital staff, asking if they'd heard from me or seen me. I'll lie low, I say, even though I'm nervous. With everything that's been happening, I'm kind of wildly curious what's going on. Roman simply nods and turns toward downtown. We drive past block after block, diving deeper into skyscraper land. And finally, I see the Nocturne building just one intersection away.
There's a fire escape that rises up the back of the building,
Roman says as he stops a full block away.
It leads to the upper floor. There's a key hidden above the window right next to the door. Stay quiet, but you should be able to hear enough from up there.
Got it, I say with a nod, and climb from the SUV. Roman waits until I duck into the alleyway between buildings before he pulls up in front of the Nocturne and walks in. I jog to the fire escape, and, as quietly as I can manage, I climb all the stairs. When I reach the door, I stand on my tiptoes, feeling along the trim of the window. And just where he said it would be, I find the key. The door doesn't squeak as I push it open. I step inside a dusty hall and set down it. The building is huge. I mean, not compared to the skyscrapers around it, but considering this building sits empty most of the time, it feels a bit like a waste. We really should consider renovating some of these dusty offices into living quarters. Finally, I reach a railing, and if I were to look down, I'd see all the way down into the entryway. I stay out of view, though. My vampiric hearing is more than enough.
Is he coming?
Roman asks without hesitating as he steps into the ballroom. He should be here any second, Elena reports. There's venom in her voice.
Is this about him?
Roman inquires. No, Sigrid says flatly, and all of the nerves in my body flash cold. Just then, the front door is yanked open, and I feel him without seeing him. Sebastian sweeps through the entry before his footsteps echo off the wooden floor.
Where is she, Roman?
Sebastian growls.
If you don't know, it's because she doesn't want you to know,
Roman says coldly. I hear a scuffle, almost like Sebastian grips Roman by the front of his shirt, yanking him to him.
I know you have her. I can smell her on you. If you want to keep your hands, you'll get them off me, now.
Roman's words come out animalistic, low, dangerous.
Tell me where she is, you bastard,
Sebastian growls. Sit down now, or I swear to the dark I will rip your conniving little heart from your chest right now, Elena snarls. And I've never heard so much venom and vice from my best friend. There's a quick noise, as if Sebastian shoves Roman away, and then I hear the sound of chair legs scraping over hardwood.
Why are we here?
Sebastian snarls. I knew something was wrong when I woke this morning. Sigrid speaks. I did not feel myself. And over the past few hours, it has gotten worse and worse. It is as the others have said. I have joined the ranks of my son. I cannot access my gift. No. One by one, we're all going down. And we're still no closer to having this figured out than when the very first vampire came into the hospital. Elena curses, and I hear her palm smack against the table.
The barrier is down, and now, with this, we cannot track any of the vampires,
Roman notes, gravely. They can come and go as they please. Anyone can come into the city, and we won't know. Chicago is now its most vulnerable. If I could change it, I would, Sigrid says darkly. Damn it, Sebastian, Elena barks. You're a doctor. Why haven't you fixed this? Excuse me? He sneers. Why haven't you fixed this, princess? I'm not the one with a lab and a bunch of top-of-the-line equipment, she spits right back. If you can't figure this out, what the hell are you good for anymore? You've turned into a maniac. I think we all agree that you're a controlling dickhead. And the one thing you're really supposed to be in charge of, you're failing like a pothead in chemistry class.
You'll shut your mouth about things you do not understand.
Ice drips from Sebastian's tone, and I realize then that I'm afraid of Sebastian. Because I want to tell Elena to shut up, to not push him. Because I don't know what he's capable of anymore. What if he lashes out at her? Something has to change. And I think that maybe Roman is right. You are on thin ice, Sigrid says coldly. If you were anyone else besides a council member, you would be removed from this city. Remember, you are a citizen, just like anyone else in this city. Rules must be followed.
And where would this city be without me?
Sebastian points out.
We're going to rely on human doctors for everything that goes wrong. The blood supply would evaporate, which means more people will die, or there will be more bitten. This city needs me, and you know it. Careful, Dr. Vincent,
Roman says coldly.
You see yourself as more valuable than you are. You are not the only one capable of doing what you do.
It strikes me then. What Sebastian said is true, but so are the words Roman just spoke. I'm a vampire. I'm a doctor. And I know pretty damn well how that hospital runs. But it isn't mine.
Is that all?
Sebastian barks.
You just needed to deliver this disappointing news?
That is all, Sigrid says, her tone dark and stiff. We need answers, Sebastian, Elena says, as I hear Sebastian stand, and we need them now.
Feel free to begin your own investigation, princess,
Sebastian says coldly, and I hear his footsteps as he walks through the lobby and leaves. What the hell? Elena says in exasperation. Sebastian was never the most pleasant, but he's just a nonstop asshole these days. I would say that love can make people do crazy things, but I can no longer say that's what is happening here, Sigrid observes.
I'm not asking permission. This is simply a warning,
Roman says. I step to the railing, looking down, though the lobby remains empty.
If this goes any further, if it gets any worse, I'll be forced to treat Sebastian like any other resident of this city. He's putting others at risk.
Permission granted, Elena says with a scoff and without hesitation. I wish it were not this way, Sigrid speaks. But I am afraid I have to agree. This cannot be allowed to go any further. Roman makes a noise of acknowledgement, and my insides sink. If Roman determines it's necessary to kill Sebastian, he has the support of the council. I don't know where Mason is or why he isn't here at this meeting, but I know he will side with Elena. If it comes down to it, Sebastian might lose his life over this. The sound of footsteps echoes over the wooden floors of the ballroom and then into the lobby. Roman glances up, looking casual, but he immediately catches my eye. In just a second, the message is communicated. If I'm going back to the church with him, he's leaving now. I give the shake of my head no, and nearly imperceptibly, he nods and walks outside. I consider going down there right now, letting Elena and Sigrid know I was here the whole time. I consider asking Elena to go out with me, hunt someone down, and drown my sorrows in blood. But they're both too hot and worked up right now. I can't stand to go down there right now and have them rag on Sebastian and convince me of what a bad person I agreed to marry. So I walk back out that back door, onto the fire escape. I lock the door, and silently, I climb back down the stairs. I should go find someone to drink from. Maybe I could risk going to Roman Knights and finding a willing donor. But there's been enough violence and darkness for one day. I'll just let the thirst burn the back of my throat. I'll let it consume my belly. It's easier to focus on this pain than the other. I spend an hour wandering, and eventually, I end up at Navy Pier, staring out at the endless waters of Lake Michigan. I should head back. I wish I could say I was heading home, but I suddenly realize I'm homeless. For another week and a half, I don't have any place of my own. The wind picks up as the burner phone in my pocket rings. I pull it out to see it's Roman.
Where are you?
He asks, before I can say anything. At Navy Pier? Why? Dread instantly fills me. What's wrong now?
You should come back to the church. Now,
Roman says. And there's something nervous or unsure in his tone. I'm not sure I've ever heard that from him before. Roman, what's going on? I ask, even as I turn and swiftly start walking in that direction.
Just get here. It's not about Sebastian.
He hangs up.
Okay, maybe he is still an asshole. What kind of tease is this? Get here ASAP, but I'm not going to tell you why. As a human, it would take me well over an hour to walk from here to the church. As a vampire, it only takes me 5 minutes. I dodge anyone outside, keeping to alleyways and shadows, ducking behind rows of cars, and moving fast enough no one would see me if they weren't looking for me. I'm not even breathing hard when I reach the front steps of the church. My heart is hammering in anticipation, though. I don't love surprises, and I have no idea what the hell is going on. I pull the door open and step inside. Roman, what? But my words cut off the second I step inside and find Roman isn't alone. Standing beside him is a man who looks just a few years older than me. He has dirty blonde hair, a matching short beard, blue eyes, and twin scars hooking from the corners of his mouth, curling up and back toward his ears. I have never actually laid my own eyes on this man, but I instantly know who he is. Holy shit, I breathe, as emotions break my voice and tears well in my eyes. Juliet, my father says, in a broken whisper just like my own. His eyes well with tears, and his lower lip trembles. You're here, I say. My brain feels like it's spinning 1,000,000 miles per hour. I can't make sense of what's happening. Did I pass out somewhere on my way? Am I dreaming? Hallucinating? Stuck in Malcolm's view of the past? You're real? Pretty sure I am, he says with a tiny huff of a laugh. But I can't. He shakes his head, and one tear breaks free from his eyes, rushing down his cheek. It's been 28 years. I've been looking for 28 years, and here... Sebastian and I talked about it once. I'd said that I didn't know how I would react if I ever found my father. My life would have been completely different if I hadn't grown up as an orphan. Not a single day of my life was easy, because I didn't have parents. Happy, angry, confused, distrusting, joyful, I didn't know. You looked for me? The words come out in a broken hiccup. Every damn day, for almost 3 decades. John Bonnie breathes out, as more tears force their way down my face. I don't hold back. When it comes down to it, and the man is standing right in front of me, I don't hold back. I step forward in a rush and throw my arms around his neck, hugging myself so tight to him, if he were human, I'd probably snap him right in half. He doesn't hesitate. His arms wrap around me, and he buries his face in my neck, covering my skin with his tears. He sobs. He doesn't hold his emotions back as a sob rips from his lips, shaking his entire body. His arms clamp around me in a vice, as if promising that he's never going to let me go again. I've never had family. Over the last 8 months, I've come to finally know what it means to love people, but I've never had family. But this man is my father. He releases me just enough to pull me back to get a good look at me. You look so much like her, he says. And the agony in his eyes, the hollowed expression of missing someone. It's so obvious how much he loved my mother. Do you know? I ask, my voice shaking. There's a pit in my stomach. I don't want to have to tell him if he doesn't know. I don't want to break his heart. His lower lip trembles. I had suspected for a long time. If Archer King had been killed, she would have come back. Roman filled me in on the details, he knows. My eyes flick from John to Roman and back. Wait, how did you find me? A small smile pulls on his lips. I was in Minneapolis. I was headed to the train when I saw your picture on the ground. It was a newspaper from a few weeks ago. The headline talked about some successful doctor who owns his own hospital who'd just gotten engaged to another doctor. But that picture of... There wasn't a doubt in me. Goosebumps flash over my arms. He seems so certain, and he was right. Ivana found him in the city an hour ago, Roman says, his eyes studying John. He was asking about you. Set some warning bells off, so she called me. This guy doesn't trust anyone, does he?
John says with a smirk that looks all too familiar. Oh, you should have seen him when he first met me, I say, and it feels so damn good to laugh. He basically told me he was going to tear me apart and toss my remains in Lake Michigan if I screwed up.
They don't mess around in Chicago.
John chuckles, holding up his right hand. There, fresh, angry, and red, is a rose tattoo. You even got a rose tattoo? I ask in wonder as my eyes rise back up to his. John shakes his head.
I've been looking for you for 28 years. I'm not just swinging through Chicago for a few days. If you're here, I'm staying here, Juliet.
Tears well in my eyes once more. No one has ever stayed for me, not until I came to Chicago. I'm not a trusting person. People can say whatever they want, but that tattoo on John's hand is permanent. It's forever.
He passed the interrogation with flying colors,
Roman says, arching an eyebrow.
He didn't have anyone chasing after him, looking to kill him, unlike someone else we know.
Asshole, I call him out, even though a smile is pulling on my lips.
It's nice to see you have good friends who are looking out for you,
John says, a contented smile on his face as he looks between me and Roman. I snort. Roman gives this similar noise of amusement.
No?
John questions, raising one eyebrow. Let's just say Roman and I tend to walk this fine line between killing each other and saving each other's lives.
But she hasn't killed me just yet,
Roman says, giving me this deadpan look, even if there is a smirk pulling on his lips. He picked his words carefully. Because technically, Roman killed me once, when we set a trap for Archer and Roman shot me in the chest. Thank you, though, I offer, my tone turning genuine. For clearing him, for watching out for me, for bringing him here. Roman simply gives a nod.
Would you rather I stick around, or do you want some alone time?
I still can't get used to this shift. He's offering to stay as my backup, to stay for my security and ease of mind. He's had my back at the very most vulnerable moments. I look back at John, and I don't even have to think about it. I think we're good. Thank you, again. Roman gives a nod and holds my eyes, communicating a message without saying a word.
I'll be right down the hall. I'll be here in 2 seconds if you need anything.
I offer a small smile and a nod, hoping that he knows how genuine I'm being right now. Roman walks to the door leading into the back of the church and pauses there.
If you need a place to stay, John, we have some extra rooms here or at the club. You're welcome either place.
Thank you, Roman, John responds, just as genuine as my own response. With one last nod, Roman steps out the door and closes it behind him, leaving us alone in the chapel. My eyes slide back to John, and I shake my head. I can't believe you're here. John stares at me, studying my face, observing in silence. So I take the time to study him as well. I have his lips, his same brows. When I look at him, he seems familiar, and I know it's because we share similar features. This man makes up half of my DNA. I am genetically the way I am because of him.
I know this is going to be heavy, but I'm not that good at shallow and fake and light,
he says. The look in those blue eyes darkens, not in anger, but in regret, in dread.
But I'm dying to know, Juliet. I've been wondering for 28 years. What happened to you? To your mother?
I let out a hard breath between my lips. Maybe we share this in common, too. I kind of just want to get right to it. I hold out a hand, indicating the chair at one of the desks. He takes it, and I wheel another over, sitting across from him. I assume you knew what Ingrid was? I ask, looking at him from beneath my lashes.
A curse weaver,
John confirms. I nod. And I assume you realize she cursed you so you couldn't find us? His lips spread out into a thin line, And I remember seeing it in Malcolm's vision of my history, how they'd argued, how painful it had been for the both of them, but how scared my mother was that Archer would kill this man. John nods. She went on the run. I continue, relaying the history I've witnessed. I was born in Kansas, and she immediately went on the run again. But Archer was right on her tail. Her car ran out of gas, so she took me, and she ran through a field. But Archer was right behind her. I hesitate then, realizing that I have a decision to make. I don't know John. I don't know him at all. So how much do I trust him? How much can I tell him without putting myself in danger? I've built walls around me to protect myself my entire life. Who do I dare let inside those walls? She cursed me in that field, I say, my words sounding breathy. She cursed me so that I couldn't die. And when she knew Archer was just feet behind her, she snapped my neck. A curse slips from John's lips at the same time his eyes well heavy once more. He rubs his hand over his mouth, barely containing his emotions. To Archer, I was dead, I say through a thick throat. So he ignored me, but he took her gift, and then he left, leaving her body there on the side of a highway with a dead infant beside her. We were found a few hours later. The tears break free from John's eyes. They roll down his cheeks, even as more well in his horrified eyes. It's better to keep ripping the Band-Aid once you've started. The authorities declared Ingrid a Jane Doe. I push on. I guess she didn't have any ID on her, and her prints weren't in any systems. So they buried her. And I was put into temporary foster care while they tried to find my father. This information would destroy just about any parent, and it's evident that this is what's happening to John. He shakes his head, never once removing his hand from his face. I was kept under temporary status for a few years while they waited for someone to find me. I move along. My throat is tight, my stomach is in knots. By then, no one really wanted the bitter little kid with a snarky attitude. I stayed in the system until my 18th birthday. I took off that very same day. John curses again and finally removes his hand. His eyes are totally bloodshot, his cheeks stained with tears. I'd gone back to Norway when she disappeared on me, and I knew Archer was trying to track her down. I thought she had gone back to Norway. She had family there, family who could help protect her. But when I finally tracked them down, it was weeks past your due date, and they told me they hadn't heard from her in months. It must have been awful, loving someone so much and then having absolutely no idea where they'd gone. To not be able to find them. Ingrid literally cursed John so that he couldn't find her, all to protect him from Archer King. I immediately went back to the States, retracing every place we'd ever been. John continues. I went to all the places we'd ever talked about visiting. I showed her picture to thousands of people, asking if they'd ever seen her. His gaze drops into his lap, his head sagging. I think I always knew Archer must have gotten to her. She wouldn't have run forever. She would have found a way to beat him. So I think I knew for a long time. It's just impossible to accept. I reach a hand out and lay it on his forearm. My heart is breaking for him. I'm sorry, John. He lays his hand over mine, those blue eyes rising back up to my own. You said you left Kansas when you turned 18. Where did you go from there? To New York City, I say, trying to smile a little bit to make the mood lighter. It was rough. It's damn expensive there, and I didn't have any real-life experience. But I made it, got myself into college, and then into medical school. I was just a few months away from getting my certification when I got stabbed by a mugger. Shit, John says, raising his eyebrows. I actually smile. Yeah,
I was out with my best friend, and he was trying to take her money. I thought I was being noble or something, defending her. Turns out he couldn't have touched her if he tried. She was already a vampire. I just didn't know it yet.
Damn.
He breathes, and something in me thinks we'll get along just fine. And suddenly, I smirk at that saying, swearing like a sailor. It's one of the only facts that I know about him. He was a pirate.
How long ago did you leave New York?
8 months ago, I say, thinking back on it. That feels like a lifetime ago.
I was in New York City for about 2 months, 3 years ago,
he says, his tone annoyed.
I thought I'd combed through that place up and down.
It's almost like 8 million people is a lot to look through, I say sarcastically. John chuckles, scrubbing his hands over his face.
We could have been 1 block apart and never known it.
We're here now, I say, laying my hand on his shoulder. He looks at me, blinking slowly, a smile pulling on his face.
And how did you end up in Chicago?
I sigh. I got stabbed in New York, but my best friend, Elena, brought me back here to Chicago because she thought I'd be safe here. It's where she lives, so to Chicago I came. It's been eventful. John raises an eyebrow in question. I sigh, hating to relive the past. A man hunted me for a few months. I accidentally killed his daughter when I first resurrected. She was aborn, though, so I was kind of pissed her dad was so vindictive. He caught up to me, stalked me, and that's when I first figured out I'm cursed.
You were stalked, but you're still here,
he questions. According to the reaction of every other vampire I've met, this should be shocking. And John seems surprised, but not near to the extent as the others. Guess when you're married to a curse weaver, anything is possible. I nod. I got involved with my best friend's twin brother for a while, but it was doomed from the start. He's still human for now, and he's not ready to resurrect. That ended, and then a necromancer showed up in town.
A necromancer?
He asks, finally showing that shock I was expecting.
They're real?
Apparently, I say with a smirk. But instantly, it falls away. He was here in Chicago looking for Archer King.
No,
John says with a pained tone. Yeah, and he found him too, I continue, my stomach nodding. Brought him back from the dead, and then he proceeded to steal the gifts of a dozen people around here.
Holy shit,
John says as he gets to his feet.
Where was he last seen?
When I was dumping his ashes into Lake Michigan, I say, holding a hand up to calm him down. Don't worry. Roman and I set a trap and we killed him. This time, we cremated him so he can't pull a stunt like that again. John lets out a hard breath, and I can hear the way his heart is pounding. His hands are curled into fists, his knees slightly bent. At a word, he'd snap, go raging after the man. But before he died, we were able to retrieve the gifts he'd stolen. I reach for my neckline and hook my thumb around the silver chain hanging there. I pull, and from my shirt slides the red, glowing crystal. I hold it up, and John's eyes go wide. He struggles to form coherent words.
That's Ingrid's gift.
I nod, and now my heart starts beating harder. I need to be careful with what I say right now. It's obvious how much he loves my mother. Giving someone false hope can destroy them. I didn't want him going to the grave with it, I say, deciding to hold back the information about Marcus the Necromancer being alive, for now. We've only known each other for less than an hour. No need to overwhelm him with too much. He told me he'd never been able to wield it in the 28 years he'd possessed it, which made me feel better. I don't know, it's kind of comforting, knowing I have this tiny part of her. John's expression sobers again, the pain returning.
She would have been the best, Mom.
I just nod because my throat goes tight. I saw other kids who had great moms. I wondered what that was like. I had imagined baked cookies and being tucked in at night, back to school shopping and laughs in the car. I didn't know any of that. I am so sorry, John says, shaking his head. If I were a better person, maybe I'd wrap my arms around him and try to make him feel better. But I can't right now. This is hard. So damn hard. We take what life gives us, right? I move on with a slight shrug. And it turned out okay. I never thought I'd end up in Chicago, but it turns out this was the best place I ever could have landed. And you met your fiancé here? John asks, trying to move on, too. And a cold drop of anxiety and fear and pain slips down my spine. I did, I say through a tight throat. We worked together for a few months. He helped me get my certification, but we're not engaged anymore. John's brows furrow at that. What happened? Some people's protective instinct is so strong you can pick it out without even knowing the person. John is like that. Darkness creeps into his eyes, and I see his hands curl into fists. He wasn't the man I thought he was, I say. And they're some of the hardest words I've ever spoken. Sometimes loving someone isn't what's best for you. In the end, Sebastian and I, we weren't good for each other. John slides forward, taking my hand. I'm so sorry, Juliet. That must be incredibly hard. My insides are too tight, like my skin has shrunk in the dryer. My eyes drop to the floor, and I nod. Yeah, I say, hoarsely. But we move on, John says, drawing my eyes back to his. Because what else can we do? I nod. I think he gets it. Life is hard. Life isn't fair. But in the end, all we can do is keep going. I'm really glad you're here, I confess. Me too, Juliet, he says softly. Chapter 16. Getting to know the father you never thought you'd meet isn't a straight line. One might think we'd spend the entire night talking, catching up on the missed events of each other's lives. But we're immortal. We have eternity to do that. And the bond of blood is obvious by the fact that we both seem to wear out on such heavy moments quickly. At 9 a.m, John heads to bed, taking one of the rooms Roman offers him. I hold Roman's eye as I hesitate outside the door to my own room. Thank you, I say again. He simply nods, and I slip inside. I pace my room instead of sleeping. My brain can't seem to slow down. I don't know how this changes the future. Does it? I mean, I have a dad now. But he looks like he's probably only a few years older than me. So the daddy-daughter relationship is out the window, I think. But family? Family can be any variation of bonds. I still in the middle of the room, my hand clasping around the necklace hanging around my neck. John loved Ingrid, my mother. There's not an ounce of doubt in me about that. I'd had a plan. I booked a plane ticket to Kansas, and I planned to go find where my mother's remains are. It's been weeks since Sebastian showed me Marcus Lontoc locked up in that prison cell. He was a broken, beaten man then. But I haven't laid eyes on him since. And now I have all the more motivation to keep him alive. What if I could reunite my parents, even though my mother has been dead for 28 years? I duck back out into the now empty chapel. I spotted them earlier, and now I grab the lock-picking kit, tucking it into my back pocket. I return to my room, closing the door as quietly as possible. I grab my sunglasses from the dresser and put them on. I pull the heavy drapery back from the window and swing it open. And then I climb through and set toward the sidewalk through the side garden. I've only been there once, but my memory as a vampire is pretty damn sharp. My feet point in the direction of the warehouse without any question. This winter feels endlessly long. I don't really get cold anymore, but I'm kind of sick of the wind and the rain and the snow. The thought of spring has me wishing time would hurry up. I'm getting tired of these slushy sidewalks. The industrial buildings grow shorter and scarcer. The train tracks go everywhere. The sound of people grows more infrequent, and the noise of equipment gets louder. And just a few minutes later, I spot the worn-down warehouse. The door shrieks loudly as I pull it open. The smell is overwhelming. Old tires, scraps of wood, ancient furniture. Dozens of doors break off to either side of the narrow hallway that stretches in front of me. I set off on the long trek toward the end of it. Sebastian had keys to get into the door I'm looking for. Unfortunately, I'll never get my hands on those, but I did grow up having to take what I needed to survive. I pull the picks from my back pocket and set to work. Just 5 seconds later, I hear the lock click, and I push the door open. It shocked me the first time I saw it. There's a 5-foot-wide strip of space just inside the door, and then there's the reinforced glass wall. Beyond that, it's a prison cell. In shock, a figure sits up on the cot pushed against one wall. With wary eyes, Marcus, the necromancer, watches as I step inside and close the door behind me.
"I wondered if I'd ever see you again,"
he says, and I'm reminded just how young he is. He was no more than a teenager when he ran with Archer and his cult the first time. He's still younger than I am. "I needed to see if Sebastian had kept you alive," I say, crossing my arms over my chest. The situation has changed a bit, so I needed to make sure.
"Can you really count this as living?"
Marcus says with disgust. He looks around his cell, and I have to agree. He has a toilet and a sink. There's a shelf against the back wall, and it's stocked with non-perishable food.
"I think the man's plan is for me to live out the rest of my life in this tiny hellhole. But trust me, I'll be dead long before I become an old man in here."
And I don't doubt it. No one can survive forever in these kinds of conditions. "Has Sebastian come to check on your injuries?" I ask, moving on because I haven't figured out what to do about this present situation. Resentfully, Marcus nods. He's still casted up, and still will be for another week or two. But the bruising has gone down to nearly nothing.
"He knocked me out before he opened the door, so I can't 100% verify everything he's doing to me when I'm out. But I'm still alive. Things seem to be healing."
I nod, relieved that Sebastian hasn't lost all of his humanity. "I needed to ask you some questions. I might not agree with how he's doing this, but I have a personal reason for not letting you go just yet."
"Who do you want brought back?"
Marcus asks, with a barely suppressed eye roll. "My mother," I answer. I won't let my grief choke me out. I have to be direct about this, transaction-like. It's the only way my guilt will allow me to do this. How long does someone have to have been dead for before you can't bring them back? Marcus stares at me for a moment, and I feel his evaluation. What must he think of me? I've agreed to keep him a prisoner. Sebastian brought me here to show Marcus off like it was the most romantic gesture in the world that he'd taken him prisoner just in case he needed to bring me back from the dead. I see the red flags now. It should have been more worrisome. It was some of the first evidence of how far Sebastian was willing to go in his obsession with keeping me safe.
"Archer King was dead the longest,"
he tells me.
"So I know my ability goes back 5 years. Beyond that, I don't know. I haven't tried to bring back anyone who has been dead longer than that."
Do you think there's a difference? I ask. Bones are bones, so there shouldn't be a difference between Archer, who had been dead for 5 years, and someone who has been dead for 28 years, right? Again, he stares at me with that dark, serious look for a long moment, evaluating everything I say and do, and every word he says.
"I would think not."
I give a nod and slowly start pacing the small amount of space in front of the prison cell. It's the answer I hoped for, but not as certain as I would like. I know I can get Marcus out of this cell.
I could do it right now. That lock isn't that impressive if you're a vampire. I know I could keep him contained for a while. But could I keep him under control the entire journey from here to Kansas? And once I get to Kansas, I don't even know where my mother is. I was told she's buried in an unmarked grave. How will I be able to tell her bones from anyone else who isn't marked with a headstone? He's not so different from Archer, you know, Marcus says, and my eyes rise back to meet his. Archer took what benefited him, what he wanted. The man you love isn't much different. My stomach sinks, and it makes me hate myself all the more. I knew there was darkness in Sebastian. Long before I fell in love with him, I knew he'd had pain in his past. I knew he wasn't always black and white, and I loved him all the more for it. I accepted this. I knew it was happening. Sebastian showed me Marcus as his prisoner with pride. I think that says something about you, don't you think? Marcus asks. I don't know what to say. I don't want to think on it any more than I have. So I turn and step through the door. I'll be back for you at some point, I say, as I glance back at him just once. And then I lock the door behind me. Just as I set off down the hall, the burner rings from my pocket. Mason? Elena's sick. He cuts me off before I can say another word. She's burning up. She's coughing her brains out. Juliet, it's finally got her. One curse after another slips from my lips as I turn and start running. I practically burst through the door, the hinges shrieking in protest. I don't pace myself as I point toward downtown. I don't put on a show for any human that might see me. I'm a blurred dart streaking down the sidewalks. Where are you? At the tower, Mason reports, panic rising in his voice. Do I take her to the hospital? No, I blurt instantly. She and Sebastian had a blowout at the meeting. There isn't much he can do for her anyway. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Juliet, hurry, he begs, fear in his voice. I end the call and pull my hood over my head. And without hesitating, I streak into the first drugstore on the corner. If the cashiers see a blur race past them, they give no indication. I rip down the aisles and reach the door to the actual pharmacy. I'm lucky it's a Sunday. It's locked, but with a twist, I break the knob and push it open with my hip. I comb through the shelves, through the refrigerators. I start stuffing things into a bag. Fever reducers, anti-seizure medications. Finally, I am the luckiest woman in the world that they have one. I grab a portable ventilator. Only 20 seconds after breaking in here, I'm streaking back out the front doors like I was never even here. I'm not even breaking a sweat or breathing hard when I explode through the front doors into the lobby. Elevator's open. Go on in, Poe instructs immediately. I dart inside and smash my hand to the close button. Not Elena. Not Elena. One by one, the vampires in this city are getting sick. And there's nothing we've been able to do to stop it. We have over 24 vampires in comas lying in the ICU at the hospital. And as far as I know, Sebastian is no closer to knowing how to cure them and wake them up. And we have no idea what's causing this. I can make Elena a tiny bit more comfortable. But there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to stop what's coming for my best friend. Finally, the elevator dings at the penthouse level. When I step out, I see the door to Elena's is wide open, and Mason calls out to me from inside it. I follow the sound of Elena's coughs and gasps all the way back to her bedroom, and there, I find her lying on her bed. Elena, I call as I drop the bag and ventilator on the bed beside her and pull her face toward me. Her skin is blazing hot, and her eyes are red, black veins sprouting from them. Juliet, I can't, she gasps, trying to suck in air. I can't breathe. She can't breathe. It's going to be okay, I promise her, even though I know I absolutely shouldn't. I'm going to figure this out. I will. Mason, hand me that syringe. He combs through the bag and hands me what I asked for. I plunge the needle into the fleshy part of Elena's arm. But only 1 second later, Elena's eyes roll into the back of her head, and her body starts shaking uncontrollably. "Elena!" Mason cries in terror, gripping her by the shoulders. "She's seizing," I say, grabbing the next vial, something to stop it. I inject that into her arm, only able to hold her still enough because of my superhuman strength. She's going to fall unconscious in a minute or two, so just be prepared. "Unconscious?" Mason questions, his tone rising with fear. "You mean, like a coma?" "That's exactly what I mean," I say as I work. "This is textbook with all the other cases. I'm going to have to put her on a ventilator to keep her breathing." Tears prick my eyes as I watch my best friend thrash on her bed. Her eyes seem glazed over, even though they're glowing so damn bright. Her head presses back into the pillow, her heels digging into the mattress. "Can't you do something?" Mason demands. His panic is rising. I shake my head. "The injections will kick in soon. Her fever will come down, and the other will help with the seizing to stop. But other than that, we don't know what this is yet." "That's it?" Mason asks. I hate that look on his face, like he's so completely disappointed in me. Like, for the first time, he's finally seeing me as the good-for-nothing orphan no one wanted to adopt from the trailer park. "You can't do anything else?" But I don't answer because Elena suddenly stops, the seizure over. She falls flat against the bed, her limbs limp now. I don't hesitate. I rip open the tubing and set to intubating her. I hook up the machine, handing the plug to Mason. And just a minute later, the soft hiss of the ventilator pushes oxygen into her system. "We've run blood tests, we've done MRIs," I say. But anxiety and self-hatred are climbing up my throat. "We've scanned, and we've tested. There has to be answers somewhere, but we haven't found them yet." "This can't be it," Mason says, shaking his head. "There has to be something you missed, something you haven't thought of. There has to be something in the data, Juliet." There has to be something. I climb off the bed, standing straight, looking down at my best friend. "There isn't anything you can do for her right now. She should keep breathing on her own, just keep her comfortable." "Where are you going?" Mason demands, as I stride for the door. "To get answers," I say. I walk out Elena's front door and go straight for the elevator. I turn when I press the button to go down, catching Mason's terrified eyes. "I'll figure this out, I swear." But I know I'm making promises I shouldn't as the door closes, cutting off my view of him. The elevator plunges down through the belly of Godfrey Tower. When it reaches ground level, I walk straight out without a word to Poe. My attention is laser-focused as I point my feet in the direction of the hospital. This is a huge risk. Sebastian very well might be there working. But for Elena, I'll risk an uncomfortable confrontation. I'll yell and fight and scream after. But right now, I have to see the test results for myself. I don't slow down when I see the front doors of the hospital. My gaze stays focused, and without an ounce of hesitation, I walk right through the doors. It's quiet in here. Being the weekend, it's essential crew only, and they're all in the swing of things on the morning shift. So I breeze past the door that lead to the ER. I go straight past the locker room. I don't even stop at Sebastian's office. I go right for the stairs and climb all the way to the 8th floor on the top level. All the lights are off up here. Every door is closed. All the equipment is quiet. Everyone that works on this floor only works weekdays. So, down the silent hall, I pad toward the lab. I step inside and close the door behind me. It's a good thing I see perfectly in the dark. It might alert someone that I'm in here if I had to turn the lights on. But I cross to a filing cabinet and start digging until I find what I'm looking for. I pull out Tabitha's file and that of the first man who came in sick, patient 0. There's a huge steel-topped table in the center of the room. I lay the files there, spreading out all the paperwork. They both have high levels of carbon dioxide. Both have slightly elevated levels of vitamin D, but not enough to cause a problem. It's not the actual sun that causes a problem for vampires. It's the fact that our eyes remain fully dilated all the time. It allows us to see in the dark, but it also means bright light is wicked painful. But the carbon dioxide, it's almost like they all have pneumonia. Like, due to the lack of oxygen, their carbon dioxide levels are high, which leads to the seizures. Their brain scans seem normal to me. Their blood cell counts seem regular. I sink into a chair and stare at the ceiling. Even if they have some weird vampiric type of pneumonia, what the hell could cause that? What more could we test? We've run every lab screen in the book. We've looked at their nervous systems, we've combed through their brains. I climbed to my feet again and searched the lab equipment. I don't know what I'm looking for. There are microscopes and processors, but I've never worked on this end of things, so I don't know what it all is. But I just pray that looking through everything will jar some idea in my brain. I walk around the perimeter of the lab. My eyes scan through it all. In the corner of the lab, I find a note on the table. What it says is insignificant. P1 test 945. It's the handwriting that catches my eye. We were together long enough that I know it's Sebastian's handwriting. The letters are loopy and dramatic, a sign that he's from a different time. My eyes slide down to the filing cabinet below the table there. I go to pull it open, finding it locked. And something sparks in the back of my brain. I break the lock in 1 second, barely exerting any effort. I pull the drawers open. Inside, there are dozens of files, neatly organized, each labeled. Another sign of Sebastian's work. He's a complete neat freak. I pull out the first file. It's documentation from a patient I remember from last summer. I set it aside and pull out the next. This one is blood work from Dr. Holmes. I had no idea he had colon cancer. The dates from the reports are from only 2 weeks ago. No wonder he's retiring. He needs to start treatment ASAP. Patient after patient. I'm not sure what makes these patients so special that he keeps their records in his own personal locked cabinet. As far as I can see, there are no connections between them, and nothing looks particularly unique. I even find a file on Rick, Sebastian's bodyguard, who was stalking me, who I made leave the city. What he was looking for in Rick, I can't tell. Everything looks perfectly normal. The filing cabinet is now half empty, and as I pull the next file out, I see a piece of paper lying on the bottom of it. And everything in me chills as I read the words. My hands shake as I grab it and lay it down on the countertop. It's in Sebastian's handwriting, just like every note in these files. No gifted, no vampires, no threat to Juliet. My heart stops in my chest. All my blood stops flowing. Every muscle in my body turns to concrete. No gifted, no vampires, no threat to Juliet. My stomach lurches, and I lunge for the nearest sink. I dry heave into it, trying desperately to suck in any oxygen. No, not real, not possible. No way. He wouldn't. He wouldn't. But as I turn back around and stare at that filing cabinet, I have to consider it. My entire body shakes as I walk back to it and pull out the files that have been stuffed all the way to the back. With a steadying breath, I lay them on the tabletop and open one that has the simple label of G. It's a profile of Sigrid's DNA. It was drawn from a hair sample. Hair is easy to acquire from someone without them knowing. You casually pluck a fallen one from someone's shoulder and discreetly slip it into your pocket. Easy. Done. And this is fascinating. I've never looked at the actual DNA from a gifted or a vampire. But Sigrid's is very different from a normal human's. There are extra markers, labels I've never heard of before. I look at the date all this was done. Nearly 2 months ago. right about the time Archer King killed a bunch of Roman soldiers, and I nearly was liquefied from the inside out. It's not just Sigrid's DNA that Sebastian analyzed, though. It was also Evelyn's and Tatiana's. And while they're similar to Sigrid's, there are differences, which makes sense considering they all have different gifts. I open another folder labeled V. Sebastian analyzed his own DNA. His profile is the one on top. And where the DNA of a gifted was wild, it's nothing compared to that of a vampire. There is 8 times more data here than there should be, and only a small bit of it looks human. I wish I could remember it better. Mason and Elena told me the origin story of where vampires came from. Something about a king and a curse and his wife. But this is animal, predator, and it's literally mixed right in with my DNA. There's also a profile for Roman and several other vampires I don't know. Unlike the gifted, there are no variations among the vampires. They all look the same. I pull out the next folder, and everything in me sinks. Pneumonia, at least 105, lack of oxygen, leads to carbon dioxide buildup, increased levels, 5 new patients. My hands start shaking, and within seconds, they're trembling so hard, I can't read Sebastian's notes anymore. No. But as I digest the information, a cold breath whispers down the back of my neck, yes. It was Sebastian. This is proof. Proof that Sebastian is responsible for what has been happening to Sigrid and Warren, Tabitha and Elena. I file through the pages faster, my eyes skimming the information, the research pages, the handwritten notes. He tested a dozen different methods on how to immobilize a vampire and freeze a gifted. And it seems he was successful. And it hits me. All those days Sebastian said he had to work extra hours on a year-end review. He was lying. All those days, he was here, in this lab, creating whatever it was he used to numb the gifted and put the vampires into a coma. No gifted, no vampires, no threat to Juliet. A curse slips from my lips. And he did this because of me, to protect me. A hand comes to cover my mouth, and angry tears well. Why? Why? Why did it have to come to this? Why was this the only solution in Sebastian's mind? How did he justify putting dozens of his kind in a coma and cutting off such a huge part of the identity of the gifted? Love. The word echoes in the back of my brain. He did it for love. At least, that's how he justified it. And I realize now that when people say they'd do anything for the one they love, it isn't necessarily romantic or a good thing. I see that now. Sebastian would do anything to keep me. But this isn't love. This is complete and utter obsession. This is about control. A noise from downstairs pulls my attention to the door. I stand there, frozen, for a solid 30 seconds, listening. Whatever it was, it's now moving outside. I need to get out of here. Every moment I linger, I'm in danger of Sebastian showing up. He could be down in the emergency room. I comb through the last remaining files in the cabinet, finding 4 more files that look relevant. I stack all of the evidence into a pile and put 2 large rubber bands around them, holding them all together. I feel like a damned coward, but I don't dare go back out the way I came in. I don't know how I could face Sebastian right now, knowing what he's done and how far he's gone. So I look around the lab and settle on the large window. The wind is blowing strong when I pop it open. I look down, seeing the plunge down all 8 floors. I look up and see I'm barely down from the ledge. Shimmying my body through the window, I catch hold of the trim of it. I've barely got a grip at all, but with the new strength in my body, it's enough for me to hoist myself up and catch the ledge of the roof. I'm really not that high up right now, but even from the roof of the 8th floor, I still feel like I'm exposed to all of Chicago. It's as if every vampiric set of eyes and gifted has looked upon me. Guilty. They're in the predicament they're in now because I fell for someone who wasn't who I thought he was. And suddenly, I remember something someone said to me. Echo, one of Sebastian's blood dealers, always acted like she didn't like me. I thought it was because she had feelings for him. But one day, she dropped a blood delivery at my apartment, and she'd tried to warn me. I just think you need to open your eyes a little bit. Sebastian isn't just the do-good doctor he looks like. You should stay away from him. Did she know? It's impossible. She couldn't have known what he was going to do, because he hadn't done it yet. But what if there's more? What if there's something else I don't know about? I wrap my arms around my waist, suddenly feeling like I can't trust anyone or myself. I thought I saw Sebastian. I thought I understood him, because it seemed like he understood me. But no one is what they seem. We all hide parts of ourselves. And in the end, Archer King was right. Love would have been your downfall. For yourself and the one you love. You hide in lies, Juliet. And so long as you would have held on to them, you never would have gotten what you want most. He was right about all of it. I came to hate the man I loved most. My lies destroyed what Sebastian and I had, and his lies are going to destroy so many other lives. What do I want most? Does anyone really know the answer to that question? I wish Archer were here, just for a moment, so I could ask him. My thoughts are getting too dark, too heavy, and I need to do something about this. I have to take action. So, I walk to the edge of the roof. I stare down, searching for a way to climb, but it's just smooth, flat glass from here to the ground. I jumped through a window from the 39th floor once in Las Vegas. It was literally moments after I resurrected, but I survived that. This is from a much lower height. Don't think, I internally tell myself. My feet follow the thought, and then I'm airborne. It should be terrifying. It should be an instant, oh shit, I just jumped off a roof. But it's not. My brain has all the time in the world to calculate my fall. I know right where to put my feet and how to bend my knees. I hit the ground with a roll and immediately spring to my feet. Without missing a stride, I continue down the sidewalk, files held firmly against my chest. Chapter 17. Who do I tell? What do I start with? How wide do I spread the news of Sebastian's crimes? I pull the burner from my pocket and dial Roman. Where are you? I ask as soon as he answers.
The club?
He responds, already on high alert. Any reason why I should stay away today?
No.
Roman reports.
Nothing to worry about here. What's wrong?
Everything, I answer ominously. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I end the call and pick up my pace, walking as fast as I dare without being seen and suspected. My brain is a wild mess of thoughts and emotions. I wish I could shut it off, block it all out. Once upon a time, I was good at doing that. It's what shaped me into the sarcastic tease I am today. But I've changed. Ever since I became a vampire, I've changed. And I feel so much more since I've come to care about so many things. I can't numb it all out. It washes through me like a tidal wave, and I'm just a little girl on the beach. This time of day, this time of week, there's no one waiting to get inside. There's no bouncer keeping everyone out. I walk straight inside. Roman is waiting for me just inside the door. He's always looked dangerous, but right now, he looks like he could erupt into a volcanic explosion of vengeance and darkness. Not here, I say simply as I clutch the files tighter to my chest. I breeze past him, entering the main area of the club. I go straight for the stairs that lead up to Roman's apartment and push the door open. I never saw the damage that Sebastian did here. I know it was bad,
But right now, everything looks half repaired. Walls are patched, new light fixtures lay out on the counter, ready to be installed. The flooring is all ripped out, and there are boxes of new material stacked. I notice that even the kitchen cabinets are different. A steadying breath slips from between my lips as I try to rein it all in.
"What's going on?"
Roman asks as he steps in behind me and closes the door.
"Is this about your father?"
I turn around, meeting his eyes, and it all spikes in me again. I shouldn't have come to this city. This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't come to Chicago. It was Sebastian, I say, my voice hoarse. I cross to the table and lay the folders down, taking off the rubber bands. I open them, spreading them each out. What's been happening to the gifted? To the vampires? It was Sebastian. Roman steps beside me, looking down at the stacks and stacks of papers. And hot, angry tears spring into my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. Because of this, I say. My fingers tremble slightly as I grab that handwritten piece of paper and hand it to Roman. No gifted, no vampires, no threat to Juliet.
"Shit,"
the word breathes out past Roman's lips. He stares at the words for a moment, and darkness gathers in his eyes. Next, his gaze shifts to the files. I don't know how he did it, I say, shifting through the pages. I didn't get to look through it all. I wanted to get out of the hospital before I got caught. But these are tests he ran. This is data he gathered to use against vampires, against the gifted. He studied Sigrid's DNA, yours.
"He betrayed his own kind,"
Roman says, his tone oddly calm but deadly. I shake my head, still unable to wrap my brain around this. Just after we got engaged, he started working all these extra hours. He told me it was for some year-end review at the hospital. But it was this. He was running tests and doing lab work, and he somehow accomplished what he set out to do.
"No vampires."
Roman reads off the note.
"There's dozens lying in a coma in that hospital, and more are going down each day."
And the gifted. They're losing their gifts so quickly. Half of them are moving out of the city, I say. No gifted.
"No threat to Juliet."
Roman finishes as his eyes rise up to me.
"Pablo tortured and then killed you, or nearly killed you, as far as Sebastian knows. Archer liquefied you. Every time your life has been in danger, and every time you've died, it's been at the hands of a vampire or a gifted. So I guess he's right."
Except he's not, I explode. What the bastard is forgetting is that for 18 years, I was abused by humans. I've lost control of my emotions and my senses. I pull my shirt off, looking down at the scars that line my body. I've been beaten. I've been chased. I was left to burn alive. The vampires and the gifted who killed me had their reasons. But the humans, they were just assholes preying on an innocent little girl who couldn't defend herself yet. And those hot tears escape as I look up at Roman. My chest is heaving, and I can't get enough oxygen. His eyes trace down my body, taking in the scars. He's seen them before. This isn't the first time I've been in front of him in nothing but a bra. But it's the first time I've ever hinted at where the scars on my body came from. No one is ever really safe from anyone, I say, as I reach the crest of my anger and grief. And we can do our best to protect the people we love, but not like this. I jab a finger into one of the files. Never like this. Roman holds my gaze for 2 entire minutes in complete silence. And for once, it's nice that someone doesn't immediately try to comfort me or try to fix my problems. He doesn't try to hug me. He doesn't immediately swear vengeance for me. He allows me to feel this grief, to experience the mental shift, to get this closure. We can't wait anymore,
I say, my words coming out rough and quiet. Sebastian has to be dealt with before anyone else gets hurt.
Agreed,
Roman says simply. So, how are we going to do it? I ask. Roman's hands come to his hips, and his gaze shifts off to the side.
We should consult with the rest of the council.
Elena is the latest victim, I say, as my eyes slide closed in grief. Mason is with her. They're at Godfrey Tower.
And Sigrid is dealing with the loss of her gift and the fallout from the other gifted.
Roman concludes. It's just you, Roman, I say, as I look back at him.
And you, Juliet.
He reminds me.
You've been involved in every important event since you arrived in this city, and I know the Godfreys and Sigrid would trust any decision you make.
No one has ever put much confidence in me. I was the screw-up when I was a kid, a teenager. And then I lived in a city with millions of others, and no one cared about me at all. I was just another stem in the haystack. But everything is different here. We need to get Sebastian to tell us if there's an antidote, I begin. I pray to anyone who listens that what he's done isn't permanent. I hope he's not gone that far. If we can get him to explain how he did it, he can tell us how to fix this.
So we need him alive,
Roman concludes, which affirms that death was an option until this point.
And detained. We have a cell in the basement of the church. It's capable of containing a vampire.
Roman never ceases to surprise me with his resources. I nod. I think our quickest and easiest way to get this over with is for me to be the bait. I'll call him, tell him I want to meet. You have your soldiers ready, and we jump on him as soon as we can. Roman nods in agreement.
I can have a crew together in the morning. Think you'll be ready by then?
I nod. Any great ideas where I should suggest we meet?
Not somewhere public. This could get messy,
Roman says, considering.
I'd suggest the Nocturne, but I don't want him thinking the rest of the council is going to be waiting for him there. Let's just do it here.
You think he'll come? I ask. Roman shrugs.
He's obviously beyond desperate. If you're going to be there, I think he'd go just about anywhere.
Which should sound pretty damn romantic, except it's not. All right, I'll call him an hour before. My chest is tight. My brain feels a little oxygen-starved. I want to scream and cry and run away. I want to rewind everything over the past few months and make it all right. But I can't do any of that. I can't fix it. I can't change the past.
This isn't your fault,
Roman says. His voice is low, rumbling. But there's something grounding about it. It's so sure. It's so determined.
You did nothing wrong.
Yes, I did, I say with a nod. I know my eyes are welling again when I look back up at him. Do you remember what Archer prophesied? That my lies would be my downfall? I lied to Sebastian. I lied to everyone except you. I thought I hated you, yet somehow you're the only person in my life who knows everything. I did screw this up with Sebastian, and this is my fault. Tears streak down my face freely now, and I've never hated myself so much. I'm screwed up. I'm a horrible person. I was twisted and beaten from the time I was a little kid. My mother cursed me with the inability to die, but she just cursed me in general, to a life of misery and constant disappointment. A sob rips from my lips when Roman steps forward and wraps his arms around me without saying anything. He pulls my head to his chest, enveloping me in his strength and warmth. I press my forehead to his chest, and one sob after another rips from me. But just as I'm about to completely and utterly fall apart, the glass behind us shatters, exploding in toward us, washing us in utterly blinding sunlight. Something slams into Roman, tackling him to the floor, and I stagger back 3 steps, glass shattering beneath my feet.
Sebastian looks more like a demon than a vampire. Half of his face is black with veins, and his eyes are more red than any I've yet seen. Every muscle in his body is taut, coiled, feral. His hands wrap around Roman's throat, and he pins him back against the floor. I should have known you could never be trusted, Sebastian hisses in a voice that's barely understandable. How long have you been pursuing her? How long ago did you seduce her? Sebastian! I shriek, pouncing forward. I wrap an arm around his neck, pulling with everything I have in me, trying to peel him off of Roman. Sebastian swings an elbow backward, catching me in the ribs. It feels like I've been hit by a semi, and I go flying across the room. I smash against the wall, and just for a second, I see stars. I should have torn you apart months ago, Sebastian hisses as Roman swings a leg up. He hooks his leg around Sebastian's neck, throwing him back and to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Roman is on his feet. His own eyes ignited a brilliant red, black lacing out over his face. Sebastian, there was never anything going on between Roman and me, I say as I climb to my feet. I hold my hands out, trying to calm the situation down. I don't need more lies from you, Juliet, he snarls. The look of complete disgust on his face tells me he's heard at least some of what Roman and I have said. I told you I wanted to wait for marriage, and here you are with him. I took my shirt off. I was in Roman's arms when Sebastian erupted into this room. It's not like that, I say, hating that I feel like I have to defend myself. Please, Juliet, he hisses. We've all seen the way Roman looks at you. Yeah, like he's wanted to kill me from the second I came into town, I yell, losing it. Sebastian, what the hell are you doing? You've completely lost your damn mind. This has nothing to do with Roman and the absolute nothingness that's going on between us. It has everything to do with the fact that you've gone completely insane and are ruining people's lives in an attempt to keep me safe, when I've been doing that on my own for my entire life. I love you, he hisses as he and Roman circle each other. You protect which you love, no matter what it takes. I shake my head. Not like this. Never like this. This isn't love, Sebastian. It's obsession. It's possession. And no one will ever make me their possession. You've gone too far, Sebastian. Roman glowers. What you've done to the gifted, the vampires, you don't come back from this. I did what I had to do, Sebastian says, and with every word he sounds more crazed. Then you never deserved anyone, least of all Juliet. I see it in his eyes, the moment the switch is flipped, as if the humanity in him is turned off. Sebastian's eyes darken. Every muscle in his body tenses. Something flashes in the blinding sunlight. It twirls before Sebastian grips it tightly in his hand. And with an unearthly howl, he spins, and his fist connects with Roman's chest. I hear a crunch. I hear a wet sound. And I hear a heartbeat stutter. I don't understand what has happened until Sebastian takes 2 steps back from Roman. Roman's blue eyes go wide. His hands raise to his chest, and blood pours down the front of it, where there is a chisel embedded deep into his heart. His eyes slide over to me. He gives a wet-sounding gasp. A scream rips from my lungs. Panic and rage set my body on fire, and I react before I can fully piece together what is happening. I wrap my arm around Sebastian's throat again, pulling him back with everything in me. Sebastian staggers back at my strength. Roman pulls the tool from his chest, and I watch as the blood spills out, endless in volume, because Sebastian just staked him through the heart. No, I breathe as Sebastian and I both stumble backward. But no matter how I plead, I watch as Roman loses his strength, as he begins to fall, as his skin turns gray. Roman! I scream as horror fills me, and I realize what's happened. Rot in hell, asshole, Sebastian snarls. I shove Sebastian aside as Roman hits the ground. The entire world feels eerily silent as I stare at those eyes, which gaze at the ceiling, blank, empty.
"You may never love me again,"
Sebastian says coldly.
"but at least he'll never have you either."
I feel frozen, locked, cast into the darkness. When I first came to Chicago, I thought Roman was a prick. He was cold and removed. But when push came to shove, Roman kept my biggest secret. When the perfect bubble Sebastian and I existed and burst, it was Roman who gave me shelter. When I was losing myself and no one else noticed, it was Roman who faced the dragon and got me out of the castle. I should kill Sebastian. What he's done is vile and evil. What he just said is controlling and disgusting. All I can think about is how the wrong man is lying dead on the floor. A single tear slips down my face. I feel so cold, so numb. I don't feel the floor as I step across the remaining space. Everything feels incredibly quiet as I drop to my knees beside Roman. Let Sebastian think what he's going to think. But Roman didn't deserve to die, and it's my fault his immortal life was cut short. If I could take it all back, I would, I think to myself. I reach down, caressing his cheek. And instantly, a familiar, agonizing pain rips through my chest, breaking my ribs, spearing directly into my heart. As I feel that sensation I've experienced 4 times now come rushing toward me, Roman's eyes fly open, a gasp ripping from his lips. I fall to the floor, dead. Chapter 18. A dozen scenes flash in my brain. Me saving Roman in that warehouse. Me tossing Roman out the window before Archer could kill him. The two of us laughing in his SUV as we look for a madman hiding in the city. The two of us out on a boat, dumping ashes into the water. He and I on the roof of the church, having the first real conversation we've ever shared. And then, him holding me in his trashed apartment while I fell apart. I hear yelling. I hear frantic voices, muffled at first, and then pounding on my eardrums. And that familiar rush surges inside of me, like I'm strapped to the front of a freight train, and there's no slowing it down. I surge off the floor with a gasp, oxygen flooding my lungs. Holy shit! My eyes slide over to see Sebastian's shocked expression. He's chalk white, and he blinks at me like I'm the ghost he's just seen. Oh, damn. Somehow, I just died again. How? He stammers for words. You were dead, and Roman, he was dead. I look to my side and find Roman there, barely propped up on one elbow. But he's not dead. How is he not dead? I know he was just dead. But he glowers at Sebastian, holding a hand to his chest, where Sebastian just staked him. You're going to answer for this. How? Sebastian stammers again. What? I try to find words. Everything is moving too fast, and my brain can't make sense of what just happened. Roman, what just happened? I'm not sure, he answers, his eyes sliding back over to Sebastian. But this one was different. You were only out for 5 minutes, probably less. What? Just what? How? You shut your mouth, Sebastian hisses at Roman, taking one aggressive step toward him. Don't you speak another word. And here it is, the full fulfillment of Archer's prophecy. Because as I climb to my feet, as I stare Sebastian down, it's hate now. After all he's done, he just took it farther by trying to kill Roman. How could you do this, Sebastian? I ask, in a disgusted whisper. I climb to my feet. It feels like there's a weight growing inside me. It feels vengeful, angry, deadly. To Tabitha? To Elena? To Warren and Sigrid? What are you talking about? He sneers. Juliet, I never said I was all black or white, but you can't just go throwing accusations around. There's a difference between being broken but trying and spiraling all the way into the dark, I say as I step forward. We all make bad decisions, but this isn't one of those things you come back from, Sebastian. Juliet, he says, ignoring what I'm saying. How are you alive? How is Roman alive? I take another step forward. You've lost your damn mind, I hiss. Sebastian's eyes fall to my chest. What he sees there, I don't know, but it draws even more confusion and disbelief into Sebastian's eyes. You can try to claim you did it all for love, but this is nothing but possession. Don't say that, he growls, his eyes darkening. Everything I have done has been to keep you safe, to give you the life you deserve. That isn't up to anyone but me to determine what kind of life I deserve, I bellow. I take another step forward, sending Sebastian a step back. And you hurt so many others in the process. I found your research, I say, my tone dropping in volume. I know it was you. Sebastian's expression slackens just a bit. Juliet, Roman warns from behind, but I can't stop now that I've started. I know you're the reason all those vampires are in a coma, why Sigrid and all the others can't access their gifts. Before you point fingers in only one direction, I'll point out this, Sebastian says, his tone hardening. You've lied to me again. The change in his demeanor is almost like a physical thing, like I can see him turning the tables. You never needed a necromancer to bring you back from the dead, did you? I did what I did with Marcus for you. You could have told me, but you didn't. My blood chills, because I know I'm not innocent. You never told me how you and Sigrid became so close, Sebastian continues. Seems she isn't always honest either. Seems she has more gifts than we ever knew. How did she do it? I cock my head to the side. Well, he's figured a tiny bit of it out, but he's far, far off base with most of his assumptions. Juliet, Roman warns again, but I hold a handout at him, a message that I can do this myself. What's the antidote, Sebastian? I ask, my tone demanding. How do I wake the vampires up? How do the gifted get access to their gifts back? How did you do it? Sebastian fires his own unanswered questions right back. How is he not dead? Because karma still needs me to take you out, Roman sneers, and that chisel flies through the air. It strikes Sebastian in the chest, and I hear a sickening crunch, immediately followed by a roar of pain. The entire city of Chicago will be after your head, Roman sneers, as I stand there in shock, realizing there's essentially a stake in the chest of the man I once loved. Just how close is it to his heart? Burn in hell, Sebastian growls, and a scream rips past my lips as he takes one step backward and tips right out the window. Sebastian! I scream as I trip over my uncoordinated, half-woken feet to the window. But I watch as he hits the ground, landing on his feet. He staggers slightly, obviously seriously injured, before he takes off into the night, disappearing in a wink. I heft myself to the window frame. I can barely see anything in the blinding light, but I have to drag him back. I have to get him to tell me how to fix this. But as I try to lift a leg to jump out after him, pain lances through my chest, and I collapse to the ground, broken glass digging into my palms. Juliet, Roman cries. And maybe he's not fully okay either, because he drags himself along the ground toward me. He ran, I confirm, my chest heaving as I breathe hard. Not dead. He ran. We'll catch him, Roman says. He drags himself up onto his knees. His eyes search me, landing on my chest. What the hell just happened? I look down at my own chest, now that I have 2 seconds to breathe. There's no evidence of a hole in my chest, but there's a trail of blood, dripping down from the exact same spot where Roman was staked. I don't really know. I watched Sebastian stake you with that tool. Roman,
I watched you drop to the ground, and you were definitely dead.
Sebastian didn't stake you?
He asks, totally ignoring the impossibility of what I just said. I shake my head. Felt like it, though. I touched you, and then I trail off, recalling the exact order of things. I touched you. It felt like I had just been staked. And then you did this insane gasp and woke up. Then I was out. Dead. Just like all the other times. Those blue eyes of his stare at me intensely, his brows furrowed.
You touched me, and then instantly I woke up, and you died?
I hesitate for a second, thinking back through it all once more. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
And you're sure I was dead?
He asks. Well, didn't it feel like it? I ask, impatiently.
I don't know, Juliet, I've never died before.
He snaps back. And maybe I've lost my mind a little bit, because a little laugh comes out. I slide my fingers up into my hair, knowing I look like an insane, crazed mess. What's happening? How do things just keep getting worse and worse? Roman stares at me in silent concentration way too long for comfort. I can practically see the gears turning in his head. What? I ask with dread.
I think maybe we just discovered your gift,
He says, his voice low and quiet, as if he doesn't want to be overheard. What do you mean? I ask, even as cold fear drops down my spine.
It would make sense that your gift would evolve around your curse.
He continues.
Your mother cursed you that you couldn't die. I think your gift is the ability to die for others.
And my heart starts hammering. Something surges up inside of me, and it feels like adrenaline, and realization, and confirmation. And there's this little voice in the back of my head that sounds a bit like my mother saying, "It all lines up." That means you really were dead, I say, my voice trembling just a little bit. And that you should have stayed dead.
And that I literally owe you my life this time,
Roman says, serious as the grave. You bet your ass you do, I say, defaulting to sarcasm and deflection, because the whole situation is just a bit too heavy and serious. I don't know how you stayed alive in this city without me. This is, what, the third time I've saved you? And it feels good that he cracks just a hint of a smile. I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen Roman DeLuca smile. But it's just temporary, because our world just got a hell of a lot more complicated. Roman lets out a sigh, his eyes shifting back to the window.
What are we going to do now, Juliet?
I look to the broken window as well. Hard. Life is just so damn hard. It was hard as an orphan growing up, and it's damn hard as a vampire. But we keep going, because what other choice is there? We do whatever it takes to make everything right, I answer. Chapter 19. Any luck today? I ask as Roman walks through the doors of the nocturne. I'm sitting at the table in the ballroom. John is pacing throughout the room, taking it all in, adjusting to this new strange life that I've barely gotten used to myself. Sigrid sits at the table to my left, going through all of the paperwork I brought with me, all of Sebastian's research. Mason stands behind his chair, his hands braced on it. The expression on his face is bleak.
No,
Roman says.
And I have every single vampire on duty. We've swept the entire perimeter. Sebastian Vincent is no longer in Chicago. I'm confident of it.
He's on the run, I say, my stomach forming a knot. As he should be, Mason says, an unfamiliar hard edge to his voice. After everything he's done, he deserves to be drawn and quartered, medieval style. Shit, I don't think Mason Godfrey has ever said anything so unkind about anyone in his entire life. But his twin sister is lying in a coma in her penthouse.
Any ideas where he might go to hide?
Roman asks me. I shrug and shake my head. He's been in Chicago for a long time. He's from Virginia, so there's a possibility, but there isn't anyone still alive there that he cares about. He also has ties to Brooklyn, but that was a long time ago, so he could honestly be anywhere. I hereby move that Dr. Sebastian Vincent be banished from the city of Chicago, save he is captured and returned to be punished for his crimes, Sigrid says. All in favor, say yeah.
Yeah.
Roman and Mason both call at the same time, without hesitation. Goosebumps flash over my arms. Roman asked me once if what Sebastian had done was bad enough that I wanted him taken out permanently. I'd said no. But things are different now. He's hurt dozens. He killed Roman. We've made Sigrid privy to this new information, but for now, it has stayed between the three of us. I'm going to confess everything. I don't want any more secrets in my life. But I am waiting for Elena to wake up before I tell her and Mason. Despite everything he's done, I don't know how to feel about Sebastian's death sentence. I hate him. I do. But there are still those memories in the back of my mind of the times when we were so happy. When I looked at him in wonder and couldn't believe how well he understood my own darkness. Sebastian must be punished, but do I really want to see him die? I pose a new motion with the verdict, Sigrid says. She sits straight in her seat, looking every bit the regal Norwegian shield maiden she is. With the sentencing of Sebastian Vincent, a hole is left in the council. With full confidence and with the perfect training, I nominate Juliet Doe to take his seat on the council. Electricity shoots through my entire body, and my eyes whip over to Sigrid's. She wears a small, coy smile, but the look in her eyes is 100% confident. Are you serious? I gape. All those who approve say yeah, she says, without breaking eye contact.
Yeah,
Mason says, and I look over to see a smile on his lips, a twinkle in his eye.
Yeah,
Roman says, and the way he looks at me, I don't know that anyone has ever had so much confidence in me, least of all myself. What do you say, Juliet? Sigrid asks. She folds one hand over the other, laying them on the table. Are you willing to fight for this city, for those in it? Are you willing to take on this responsibility? I feel all three sets of eyes on me, and my heart is beating very, very fast. No one has ever had much confidence in me. No one has really trusted me not to screw up. But here, these important people are. Here are these leaders asking me to take on a mantle that affects the entire city. My eyes slide over to John's. He stands across the ballroom, watching me with blue eyes that match my own. And there's this look of pride glowing from him. I'm probably going to screw it up, I say as I look back at Sigrid. But I'll give it my best shot. She lets out one of her famous, singular laughs, face upturned to the ceiling. I have every confidence in you, my dear. You've been given refiner's fire training since you stepped foot in this city. Congratulations, Mason offers, and I can't help but feel comforted just looking at him. He's the best person I've ever known. Thoughtful, caring. He saved me in so many ways. He paid off my suffocating medical school debt. Even though it was basically pennies to him, it was crushing to me. He helped me get back on my feet. You're everything this city needs. I offer him a smile, knowing how overwhelmed I probably look.
You've basically been on the council since you first got here,
Roman points out.
At least now it's official. Welcome to the team.
And something grows inside of me. It swells. It takes root. I have a place in this world. All my life, I've never had a place. But here it is, with these people, representing a whole bunch of vampires, head of the medical division. We are all counting on you, Juliet, Sigrid says. Somehow, what Sebastian has done must be reversed, but we are all here to support you, no matter what you need. This is heavier than my brand new position on the council, because this is real. This has a direct cause and effect. We have to find answers. I have to find answers. And now, I don't have a backup to fall onto. I don't have anyone to turn to for counsel, a mentor. I'm it. I'm going to figure this out, I say with a nod. Anything else? That is all, Sigrid confirms, glancing at Roman and Mason, who both nod. Please let us know what we can do to help. She slides the closed folders back across the table to me. I stand from my seat and hug the folders to my chest. The weight is heavy, but I've never been one to back down from a challenge. Then, I'm going to get on it. I turn, heading for the door. Without hesitation, John steps to my side, falling into stride beside me as we set down the sidewalk. You're a pretty damn impressive person, Juliet, he says as we walk through the brilliant sunlight, sunglasses squarely in place. If you knew half the things I screwed up, you might not say that, I say with a huff of a laugh. John shakes his head. Everyone's human, even us vampires, even those who are gifted. I look over at him. She gave me a gift, I say. I might have gotten my immortality from you, but she didn't just give me a curse. John arches his brow. I want to tell you everything, I say, fixing my eyes on the sidewalk ahead of us. I've kept too much information to myself in the past, and it's led to some pretty rocky roads. It might make you look at me a little differently, but I trust you. Maybe I shouldn't, because too many people have screwed me over in my life. I would never intentionally hurt you, Juliet, John promises. I would never betray you. I nod. I think I believe you. So I'm going to tell you everything I've been keeping to myself. And so, as we walk to the hospital, I do tell him all of my secrets. I tell him about the woman I killed when I first resurrected, how it made me a target of someone important from the House of Valdez, how he eventually hunted me down and tortured me just to get revenge. And then I tell him how Pablo staked me, how I woke up in the back of Roman's SUV 20 minutes later. I tell John how Roman and I went after Archer King, and how Archer used a dark gift to kill every member of the mission, including me. I tell my father about the necromancer and how he's locked up in a warehouse. And then I tell him about what happened just 3 days ago, how Sebastian killed Roman, how, with a touch, I died for Roman, giving him life back, and then woke up once more, alive when I should be dead. Your mother was the most powerfully gifted person I've ever met in my multiple centuries of life, John says, as we approach the doors to the hospital. It doesn't even surprise me. The fact that she gifted you the ability to overcome death. I know she gave you a curse as well, but look at what you've done with it all. A chill flashes over my skin as I think about it. It's so easy to look at it all as bad, as all the events as horrible. But they're also miraculous. I've kept a good man from meeting the end of an immortal life too early. Because of it, I'm here. Perhaps the only hope dozens of vampires have at ever waking up, of dozens of gifted being able to use those gifts again. I'm really glad you're here, I say. Not the first time I've said the words, and certainly not the last. Me too, Juliet, he says with a soft smile. Me too. Together, we step through the front doors of one of the most beautiful hospitals I've ever seen. A hospital founded by a vampire who lost his way. A hospital that's a safe place for people who can't see a normal doctor because there are not normal explanations for their ailments. John and I take the elevator up to the 3rd floor, to the intensive care unit, and my heart starts to slow as we walk down the hall. I hesitate, with my hand on the doorknob, taking in one deep, steadying breath. I push it open, and together we step inside. It's a long room. There are hospital beds on either side of it, an aisle way down the center of the space. Monitors beep and read out information. There are wires attached to hands, chests, heads. The whir of the ventilators is constant. A nurse works her way down the row, doing what she can, which is almost nothing.
29 vampires lie in these beds, unconscious, suffering from an illness we have no name for, no data on. And one more lies in a coma in Godfrey Tower, my best friend. 30 vampires are counting on me to find an answer. Dozens more gifted are also watching and waiting. An echo of self-doubt rings in my brain. It's scary when there's no one else to fall back on, but I feel this sense of calm wash over me. I can do this. I might be fresh. I might be new to being both a doctor and a council member, but I always find a way. My entire life, I have always found a way. I can do this, I say aloud, a promise to each of them. I will fix what he did to you. The end of Book 3. This has been Born Chaos, Blood Rose Nights Book 3, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Raven Wildwood. Copyright 2022 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright by Keary Taylor.